Hello, everybody, and welcome to 6 Pixels Under Podcast. This is episode 15. If you can't tell, I'm a little bit under the weather. I blame the winter, but I still have at least a little bit of a Christmas spirit. I guess I want to say happy holidays to everybody, or Merry Christmas Eve if you celebrate that. I know we have our tree adorned right now in the living room. Even though I'm not the most traditional person, I've always liked Christmas. Something about Christmas, right? Joining me today on the podcast, we have IndigoGaming, as you guys probably already know of if you follow my community or follow my podcast. He's here joining us today to talk about some of the end of the year topics, more gaming topics, of course. Every week in gaming, there's always something new happening. And then, of course, we have a couple other fun things like an award ceremony of sorts, more like a mockumentary or a mock award ceremony is what I would call that. We're giving away awards for Worst Company of the Year, Clown Fiesta of the Year, which is like a particular event that was crazy, Most Worrying Trends. We'll talk about those. We'll talk about most exciting trends, and then we can also possibly talk about good games as well. But yeah, sorry, long intro. Hello, Indigo, and thanks for joining me today.
Hey, man. Thanks for having me on again.
Yeah, so let's get right into it, right? Last time you were on, we didn't get a chance to talk about more current gaming topics, so I figure we can do that today. Hello, everybody in chat. I forgot to say hello to you guys. Are we allowed to babble in here during the cast? Eat your heart out. Okay, so for the first topic of the week, I wanted to talk about, none other than Bethesda. That story continues with Fallout 76. And let me show everybody this on the screen really quickly. I haven't figured out an easier way to do this yet. Well, actually, no, we did. The Stream Deck thing would be easier. But we'll talk about that some other time. We're doing it live. That's the meme on my stream is you always say we're doing it live.
We've hit the Tesseract here for a second there.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so as the article states, Fallout 76 players are pissed off about the Atom Shop prices. Apparently, they're getting out of hand. And now, this is not really news to anybody who's kind of expected that, well, we didn't expect this to be, good, better or not worse, I guess. But we should talk about it regardless. Do you have any thoughts about this in particular? What did you think about when you saw this pop up?
My first reaction was like, we kind of all saw it coming. I mean, when I heard that they were going to do dedicated servers only for something like as long as the first year of the game, that immediately thought that you have essentially a captive audience, and you could essentially charge them whatever for essentially mods. I mean, some of this content is cosmetic stuff, literally from Fallout 4. So I mean, it's almost free. I mean, it's the same engine, same assets. So, but probably the most disturbing thing about this was, it's like the old trick where you up your prices 50% before you put it on sale.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the stuff is like Christmas themed, and it's literally on sale throughout the entire Christmas season. Instead of like $30, it's $20 or something like that. And I think it's kind of sketchy, a little bit. I mean, that's literally going to be the standard price for that entire season, so it's not really a sale. And yeah, it's the old thing. I mean, I guess you can earn atoms through in the game, probably a small amount over a lot of grind. But the idea that you have like a limited time sale for items that, I mean, $20 is a lot of money for just a very small cosmetic pack. As far as I know, it's like a couple skins and like an item or something like that. That's quite a bit of money for a game that you actually pay for up front.
Right. So, yeah, I've actually heard that it was, I think it was $20 or $18 or so for like a sign, for like some big camp sign that you can put up. Yeah, I mean, what is there really to say about this? The funny thing about this is that this story essentially broke last week on the podcast. As I was going on, somebody linked it to me, and we had just got done talking about, should we stop talking about Fallout 76? I want to know what your thoughts are on that. Should we stop talking about this, or as journalists of sorts, do we essentially have no choice but to constantly talk about it? Because it's kind of like the discussion right now. But let me make my point here a little bit. I personally, the point that I made, at least back then, for not wanting to talk about it anymore is like, at this point, should we be surprised? Like, keeps happening and happening and happening. It's like, I feel like giving them bad publicity is still giving them publicity, period. So it's almost like, I don't know if it's necessarily helpful long term to keep talking about all of the bad issues, but obviously there's an argument to be made that there is, because then maybe people will stop buying the game somehow.
Yeah, there is that whole thing, and it's somewhat true where any publicity is good publicity, but I think Bethesda is high profile enough that bad publicity is bad for them. I mean, if it was some really terrible indie dev, or some really small company that kept on screwing things up, then possibly being notorious or getting a bunch of bad publicity would kind of help them get themselves more in the limelight. Ironically, if so. But Bethesda is one of the most Bethesda Softworks is one of the probably top 4 or 5 most prominent publishers out there, as far as I know. I mean, they're $1 billion company.
Right.
Um, so I think we should. I don't think we should just keep on dragging up. I mean, like, everybody knows Fallout 76 was a disaster at launch. Everybody knows that they completely miscalculated what people wanted. Everybody knows that there's major technical issues, laughable exploits and things like people tweaking an ini file to speed hack and all this other stuff, like really, really bad stuff.
uh,
But I don't think we need to necessarily beat a dead horse on that. But as new things come out, I think that it's worth talking about and worth, making this known, because I mean, after a really crummy release to then, you know, a lot more than nickel and dime, but like, charge $20 for a couple cosmetic Christmas stuff. The irony is that it's the season of giving. So, but I mean, ironically, this isn't even the only bad thing they've done this week. So,
well, yeah, that's a bit of the strange thing, I guess. Like, as the story was developing, and somebody linked this to me, Ludens, in fact, in chat, our moderator. I remember seeing it. I'm just like, at this point, you think the same thing that you think with Blizzard, and I hate to tie those together yet because I didn't want to talk about Blizzard yet. I wanted to get to a couple other things first, but you can't help but see, I guess, some sort of like similar comparison between the two, in the sense that they almost seem like they're more so making decisions based on like metrics than actually like testing their audience and knowing what their audience wants, because it almost just seems like, and of course, I think a little bit conspiracy here, but usually when this stuff starts to happen, I get a little bit suspicious and I start thinking, okay, there's outside influence, like investors or something, that are basically saying this is the bottom line you need to reach, or else, kind of thing. That's what will make publishers, and in this case developers like Blizzard, get a little bit scared and start to do more like egregious, quote unquote, types of strategies, is whenever you have someone to satisfy someone else's money that isn't your money. And obviously, we're starting to see that kind of unfold for Blizzard. They just let go of like 100 different support members or something like that to talk about Blizzard a bit. Bethesda doesn't seem to be having the same problems in that regard yet, but they're certainly getting their bottom line hurt with the reviews and overall reception of Fallout 76. But I guess to kind of tie it in a knot, to compare them two together, do you think this is a case where with Bethesda and Blizzard that they're almost just they've lost like the pulse of the audience to some extent? Like, do you think that you can attribute many of these things to that?
um, I had a thought while you were saying all that. I think that, I mean, again, I work 9 to 5 job. I do YouTube on the side. I'm not some brilliant, entrepreneur or whatever. I haven't started $1 billion company like these guys.
Right.
Ironically, a lot of people that are currently running Bethesda and Blizzard never actually created the company. They just took it over. Um, but my thought is that a lot of these companies, once they get big enough, they start to think of where they want, what business model or what market they want their company to be approaching, rather than what they are approaching. Like, when you think about Bethesda, their bread and butter 100% was first person uh, RPGs, single player. That was what made them successful from the get go. Morrowind, Oblivion, Fallout 3, all of those games were what made them successful without a doubt. I mean, Skyrim itself sold something like 23 million copies. Um,
Right.
so now to flip on that and to make a multiplayer only game, that isn't approaching what market you have succeeded in and what market you have fans and audience in. That's saying, okay, we want to now approach this because there's money here. And with Blizzard, jumping into moving their, one of their most prestigious IPs, of Diablo, into a mobile only market, that clearly isn't, hey, where are we successful? How can we, get another, hit in our audience? That's saying, where do we want our audience to be? It's thinking of where they want to be rather than where they are. And it's kind of weird to think that. I mean, in some cases it can pull off, like in the case of, like, say, Fortnite, that was completely new to, Epic. But it's weird to think that, a successful action would be to completely rechange your entire business model or your market to something that you've never done before.
Well, yeah,
Doesn't
like
see.
I think that's a good point. Like they're certainly trying to maybe adhere to like a newer audience that they haven't yet adhered to yet or attracted. But I don't like the kind of conversation that people have about this, where they say, "Oh, so that's why they did, like Bethesda in this case. That's why they did Fallout 76." It's like, I don't know if that's necessarily true, because of course there's conspiracy theories about this. We've joked about this as well. But we've known that they've always wanted to test some sort of multiplayer function in the games. Like, it's, of course, it'd be a huge selling point to say that you could have co-op in Elder Scrolls 6, right? I mean, it would be like a massive thing to say that you could have that included into the game. It would be huge for me. Having, be just happy playing Morrowind online. like I'm still stuck all the way back then, so I would, of course, be willing to play a newer Elder Scrolls game online. But then when you look at like Blizzard, I think it's a little bit different, because people will make that kind of same argument and say, "Oh, like, that's why they're doing Diablo Immortal. That's why they're doing these other different types of games and experiences." But then it's kind of like, oh, with Fallout 76. Sorry, to further finish the point about Fallout 76, I forgot about that. That's just a bit strange, because it's almost like they're like years behind, and it kind of reminds me of, not to throw too much shade at Amazon, but New World reminds me of a lot of the same thing as Fallout 76. It's these two titan companies creating these like pseudo survival games, and then kind of wanting them to be considered or classed something else. Like they want Fallout 76 to be considered an RPG, of course. Like that's the core of the game, just as much as you want, in this case, the other one to seem like an MMO, I guess. Like New World to seem like an MMO. Whereas they kind of just seem like survival games to me. And it's like weird, because again, I get the argument you're trying to adhere to an audience that you haven't necessarily serviced yet. But in the case of a survival game, I mean, that market is super oversaturated, and I frankly think that it's dying. I think it's been dying for a while now. Like BR took over. BR is the new survival game. Like that's what everybody is playing. Everybody, obviously talking about majority of players. Like, not trying to classify all you, and me included, super nerds as liking Fortnite. But I mean, I don't know. I guess I think that it's in that particular case, it's a little bit they're behind. I guess they're almost behind in the marketplace in that particular case.
I think we mentioned it last podcast, if I remember right, where we're talking about how, you know we overestimated how much Bethesda was chasing trends by thinking they were going to do a battle royale. They were like 4 years behind the trend that we thought they were ripping off. They're ripping off
Right.
the Rust, the Rust Arc survival game trend, the
Yeah.
Daisy trend from like 4 years ago. And so we overestimated how, much they were chasing a trend. They were chasing a trend that already basically died already. I mean, there were some good games in there. The Arc, I mean, despite its flaws and bugs and stuff like that, Arc was very popular.
Right.
But yeah, it does seem like trends come and go. And but I think the problem with the survival game is that it relies too heavily on elements that are outside of the actual game's influence. Like, it's make your own fun, like your game has to be fun regardless if you have a really entertaining community.
Right.
And I think that's the problem with a lot of these games. You'll see there's probably hundreds of them on Steam. A lot of them are basically asset flips. But
Right.
you see these games and it's like, without an actual without people actually making their own fun, they're very dull and very repetitive games. How many times do you smack a tree with a rock before, by holding down the left mouse button before you realize this is a very boring game? You know, There's some interesting elements to it, creating your own forts and fighting enemies and things like that. But I don't think these games have really figured out exactly how to make that sort of game interesting without having a really, really entertaining and uh, community that actually kind of makes it fun.
Yeah.
Because I can guarantee if you play Fallout 76 without anyone else, it's going to be pretty empty and pretty lonely and boring.
By
Because
design. Yeah.
yeah, by design. It's kind of like MMOs. I mean, MMOs have at least some story and some quests to keep it interesting, even if you don't play with other people. But they're totally built to be supported by the community.
Right.
If you've played tons of MMOs, I'm sure you've played MMOs that were nearly dead. I think I think a friend of mine played Anarchy Online like 5 to 10 years after its heyday, and it was like a ghost town. It was like eerily empty.
Yeah.
And
I've told
you
people this
really,
story about galaxies when I talk about like living worlds. Like I remember when I went to that game after NGE and I just walked around a city on Loke and it was just like depressing. It was strange that I felt this way about a game, but it was just like seeing all these people essentially just leave their homes. Like they just stopped living in the game. It was a very kind of depressing and scary kind of thing to see. But to further piggyback on what you're saying about them being behind, it makes me think about like the concept of Fallout 76. Okay, the concept of having a online RPG is obviously one that's been around for a long time. It existed in text-based games. It existed in MUDs, obviously 3D, 2D games. Early MMOs were, of course, the idea of having an RPG online. But I look at like Neverwinter Nights, and then I just kind of scratched my head about Fallout 76 because like Neverwinter Nights has these community servers, which can allow up to, it depends on the server, but I've seen like 30, sometimes 60 people. Pretty much always going to be around 30 because it's like a lower, I think, tech threshold. I don't think they can reach like 100 people on a server. But again, it's been a while since I've played, so maybe they've changed a lot of it. But point being is these could even be RP servers. Like one will be called RP. It will enforce what you do. You create your character. You go through the game. There's DMs in the game. They actually create content for you. There's already quest lines. Maybe you just do the OC quest or whatever type of quest line you do. But point being, you can go join and essentially share in the lore and story with other people who also have their own kind of characters. And it makes for like a really cool kind of roleplay experience. But you look at that, and that, by the way, was, Neverwinter Nights 1 came out in like what, 2001, I think, or 2000. It's old as hell. And then of course, Neverwinter Nights 2 was like, I want to say 06 or 05.
I think 06, yeah. Somewhere around there, yeah.
Because that's Obsidian, so it's probably it's after KOTOR 2, so it has to be after that period, I think. But it does a great job of doing an online community server, but doing it in a way where it just makes more sense to roleplay because it's part of the game, right? Whereas like with Fallout, I feel like that's just a lot to ask from people. Kind of like what you said. I'm a strong proponent against those types of games. And I know that that's ironic for some people because I talk about sandbox games so much and how much I love them. But it's like, I dislike sandboxes that hide under the guise of it's player content, but it's reality. It's just, they don't want to have to deal with anything, okay? They don't want to have to create any more content themselves. They're just slapping on the, you can create your own kind of content as basically like a way to make it to where you never run out of content, at least up until they can release the next content patch or whatever. That's kind of like bullshit. I get the concept, obviously. You want to give people, like Neverwinter Nights does, it gives people servers that you can literally customize. You can create your own modules if you want. You can play these modules online. So you have this insane level of customization over the game and also the server. Fallout 76 doesn't offer any of that yet. In fact, it doesn't even have dedicated servers yet. So it's just crazy to think like we're so quick, and I know not you and I in particular because we cover a lot of old school games, so we've seen this time and time again where you go back and you look at the history books and you're just like, man, they did it better back then than they do it now.
Yeah, no, I never really thought about the comparison, but yeah, Neverwinter Nights had an insane community where you had completely customized worlds and interesting RP, servers and whatever you want, you could create. I mean, they released, I think, modding tool sets day one. They were really, really banking on the multiplayer online modding community, and it paid off. I mean, I randomly, my HR guy and I had a conversation a few months ago, and just like started talking about Neverwinter Nights 2, and all the crazy servers he was on and stuff like that years ago. And that would be a much better fit, I think. And
Yeah.
oh my God, probably Blizzard or not Blizzard. Get them mixed up sometimes. Bethesda.
In this case, they're rather similar.
Yeah, it's getting more and more similar. But yeah, they have an insane modding community. Possibly the biggest. Maybe I don't know. Probably the most obviously dedicated. I mean, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of mods across Fallout, across Elder Scrolls, whatever. So that would be a much better fit. I mean, they basically ignored everything that made their games popular up to that point, and all they had was a brand name and a lot of marketing money, but really they were starting from scratch as far as actual working successful everything. And what the advantage of, say, Neverwinter Nights was is that it had a full campaign
Right.
as well as the multiplayer modding scene.
Right.
This banked entirely on having a multiplayer only mode that was successful. But I think probably the biggest flaw, I mean, aside from the fact that as far as we know, the main studio had very little to do with it. They might have created the world and they just handed it off to their Austin studio to basically make this work in probably a short amount of time.
Well, yeah, I think it was like 2.5 years, right? It was like an insanely short amount of time that they were working on Fallout 76.
Yeah, it was. I even tweeted about it not too long ago, saying, "Why are they hiding the fact that this wasn't really made by Bethesda Game Studios proper?" It was kind of a thrown into the B team, essentially. Not to. Obviously, these guys worked really hard, and unfortunately, they were not allowed enough QA, or something went wrong, and the game was not fit for purpose when it was released. But the aside from that, the development problems, they just simply didn't. They didn't. I think that's my point here. But yeah, Neverwinter Nights had a much better idea as far as we're appeasing the single player RPG enthusiasts, but we also have this great modding community.
Right.
Fallout 76 completely ignored their player base up to that point and just decided to go with, well, let's just ditch that and go for survival game. It's really popular right now. Apparently these people live in the past, but yeah, and also closing off the ability for modding community to take it off. I mean, it's pretty obvious now that the modding community has greatly helped increase the lifespan of their games.
Oh, yes.
So to essentially pretty much block modding for up to a year because you can't create a server. It's online only, and you have to have a server, and you can't create your own servers yet. So I think it was a huge misstep. But yeah, I mean, we're treading a lot of ground we've already covered. But
Right.
yeah, I think it was a greatly misunderstanding or just neglecting what made them successful, and I think that was a big misstep.
Yeah, I think the reason why it kind of bothered me the most, I think, is that I truly believe that their first initial thought was that if we launch this and it doesn't go swimmingly, as long as we can do just enough and then have like a good marketing campaign, and then possibly kind of when the big changes come in like a year or whatever they're promising, that should, kind of resurrect whatever we lost or possibly make more money. Meaning, they were hedging their bets to some extent. But I don't mind them hedging their bets in a sense, from a business perspective, to separate myself from my video game, fan and journalist side. From a business perspective, it makes sense in that kind of case to hedge a little bit of your bets if you feel like you don't have the resources or you don't have the time. But in this particular case, it's strange because it's just like they didn't just hedge their bets. Once they released the game, they were like doubling down on finding more ways to be cost efficient, and that to me is greed. That's just being really greedy. It's like you already released a game that you guys knew wasn't ready because they knew that it wasn't ready. Anyone who believes otherwise, come on. I mean, at this point, they knew all the, like, we can't assume that developers are stupid, right? Like, I assume that they're pretty damn smart, especially the ones that I've met. In this particular case, I think that they knew well, that the game wasn't really ready, but they didn't have a choice. They had to kind of push it out. And that's why I think, for me, Bethesda, in this particular case gets a lot of flack is because that they just weren't hedging their bets. They were hedging their bets and then also trying to save their asses after it. And it's just like, that's so greedy. Like, how could you guys do that and expect to be able to get out of that situation unscathed, either, you know, their image or their game in terms of its sales or whatever else?
Yeah, and I would like to. I don't do this enough, but I would like to say that, you know, the amount of hours and the amount of long nights and stuff like that these guys must go through to actually produce interactive worlds like this are mind-boggling. Some people literally sleep under the desks. You know, it's insane amount of work some of these guys do, and it's very rarely, if ever, that guy who has to sleep under his desk's decision that this game needs to be put out. Like,
Right.
I'm sure that that coder realizes there's bugs. I mean, these people can't not know that their product is not ready and fit for purpose. I mean, they have QA teams and stuff like that. I don't even know if it's necessarily the QA team's fault. Maybe they were understaffed, or, you know, had too tight of a deadline. I mean, this game was clearly
Right.
not ready. But I don't know their internal structure, but I'm assuming that is essentially the game was way too planned for way too short of deadline, or their staff were incompetent. I'm not going to assume that their staff were incompetent, but it was probably an executive decision to say it's good enough. And I think that a good friend of mine had a really good uh, quote on the in terms of Fallout 76, is that it's like a like a cascade of good enoughs, essentially. Like, oh, this is a good enough world. It's like, oh,
Right.
this story is good enough, you know, and that can be damning, you know, when especially when you have such a high expectation. I mean,
Well, yeah.
if this is the first game out of some new studio, it'd be like, oh, well,
Right.
this was pretty buggy, but, you know, if they learn from this, they could do some great things. But this is like the worst reviewed game they've ever made. You know,
Yeah.
it's I actually I had to jump on the meme when I found out that Metacritic actually ranks Fallout 76 about 10 to 15 points below the previously worst Fallout game, which was the PS2 PS get Xbox game. I did a live stream saying playing the second worst Fallout game. But
Yeah,
anyway,
I've been looking at those memes. Those are some quality memes. Maybe we should link some to people on my Discord or in chat right
yeah.
now. To move things on to something else, not Fallout, we can talk about another big company and some other drama / rumors, and that's about Epic Games. There's been a whole recent bonanza about them being sued by a bunch of different people. Obviously, most well known, they were sued by Carlton. For those who don't know who Carlton is, that's Alfonso Ribeiro, or I think it's Ribeiro. I think is how you pronounce that. I'm not sure, but I didn't know he had such a Hispanic sounding name. But anyway, Carlton from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is suing Epic because of the recent addition of the Carlton dance in their game. And that kind of cascaded this whole other thing where you're starting to notice, you're starting to see more people take up arms. People who feel like they feel justified enough to say that you've taken some of our likeness in some sort of way, and you've taken away value because you're selling these skins for money. The other one is the Flossin kid, which I don't know who this is, and I don't really care, but it's the kid who has the backpack that does like that little like backpack dance that a majority of Fortnite fans know. It's like a very, very famous dance. There's also the Block Boy, some other guy did some other type of dance. Point being, there's a bunch of people that are suing Epic because of this. And I wanted to bring up this topic because it's really interesting, because you see people outright just dismiss it and say, like, you can't own a dance. You can't own the likeness of a dance. But then it's like, people own likeness to phrases. So what's really all that different? I mean, you're saying that let's get it on. That's a Michael Buffer, trademark. Like, no other promoter, again, legally, is going to be saying, let's get it on, like for like a boxing match or something like that. I mean, it's pretty generalistic statement, right? I mean, it could mean something sexual even. It doesn't even have to mean fighting. But I guess in this particular case, how is that much different than a particular dance that you essentially created or are the architect of? Like, can you trademark a dance? Is the question on the surface, but the deeper question is, can Epic take these dances, make money off of them, and have no and are they not reprehensible in any way, shape, or form? I guess that's the deeper question.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. Like one example I immediately thought of was like was he a boxing promoter or was he a wrestling promoter? It's like, get ready to rumble, that guy. That's
Right.
a really iconic term. And if any game just decided to use that and make money off of that term, I think that's somewhat actionable. I mean, that's definitely a catchphrase that, and it's interesting in that something like a dance or something like an expression, there's a lot of basically there's a lot of hype surrounding it and there's a lot of history and culture surrounding it, like the get ready to rumble, or remember Hulk Hogan's I can't really do it here, but like it people mistake it for dabbing now because they're idiots, but he used to have this iconic thing where he did on stage, and various people had
Oh yeah, it was
different
that thing where he went like that, wasn't it? Something
yeah
like that.
yeah, he had like a fist, and I think he had like a something like that, I don't know, but yeah, I mean, if you if you started going on stage like, yeah, brother, so and so, it would it's a personality, it's culture, there's history there, and like had that backpack kid with the Flossin thing not blown up, and that becomes such a cultural phenomenon. I mean, I don't watch YouTube trending because it's terrible, but I know of that. I knew it really blew up. I mean, there's countless rap dances. There's like the Carlton. There's the Flossin' Kid. There's all those other things that they're physically making millions of dollars off of. I mean, these are all things that you can buy in the store.
That's a fact. Let's get that out of the
Yeah,
way.
yeah. So they are profiting off of cultural and essentially artistic creations that they did not create, and they're piggybacking off of the cultural popularity of those things. Millions of dollars. It'd be one thing if a guy was on the side of the street, doing the Flossin' Kid dance, and he had an open, tin where people throw a couple bucks down. That'd be like, okay, that's probably not that big of a deal. But this is an established multi-billion dollar company at this point, making millions of dollars off of these things. And I think that the Carlton dance might be a little bit on the iffy side, because he's even publicly admitted years ago that he actually was heavily inspired, if not kind of stole a dance that I think it was Courtney Cox doing as an extra in a music video years ago. She was doing the dance that he basically took for Prince, but to be honest, he made it popular. Like, even if
Right.
she did some random dance on a music video, he turned it into something that the country loved.
Right.
So
Well, you're not
it
going to
is,
remember the guy who created something. You're going to remember the one that made it the most popular, typically speaking, like in terms of
yeah,
like, a day-to-day interaction.
yeah, for sure. And also his performance was probably funny because he probably, I think I saw her video. She kind of did the same thing, but he made it a lot more entertaining, I think. But who knows? People are, I saw articles saying like, so and so stole this, so how does he have rights to Epic's, money or whatever? And people said that the Flossin' Kid also was at a Fortnite event a couple times
Oh, they
or
also said that he
whatever.
didn't recently, or he actually said that it was fine. He was just happy that he was in the game. But this is where, again, I don't like when people who kind of bring that up as like some big point. They say, "Oh, but the Flossin' Kid was okay with it at one point." Guys, everybody's okay until you realize that you're not making the money that you think that you should be making. Right?
Yeah,
It's great. Like when you're young and you're a kid and your principal's like, sell 100 candy bars and you'll get a t-shirt. You're like, yeah. And then after that, you see all the money being exchanged for the candy bars and you're like, dang, they just made like $300 on these candy bars and I made, technically speaking, 10 or whatever a t-shirt costs. Basically it's like $10 to manufacture. Point being is that most of the time you don't realize that you want more money or feel like you deserve more of that money until after you start to lose the money. So you shouldn't be, people shouldn't be surprised that people are all starting to sue at the same time. It's part publicity, it's part capitalizing on a trend, seeing if maybe they could put a lot of pressure on Epic to make Epic make a decision so they don't have to go through all of the court arbitrations and stuff like that. But again, someone else made another point that you can't protect a dance move legally. But the discussion here is not can you legally. It's we're talking about a future discussion. Should you be able to, right? Like, it's not just a matter of the laws are this way and then therefore there's no discussion ever to be had about if you can trademark a dance. Again, we made some pretty simple and fair comparisons between a dance and trademarking a statement, but it's still important, I think, to have the discussion of whether or not it's considered stealing somebody's likeness in some sort of way. But it's very complicated, and neither of us are a lawyer, as far as I know. Right?
I haven't become a lawyer, but yeah, there's some interesting points. Like, there's other forms of expression that are totally copyrightable, like music. We've seen some really big lawsuits, like that one. God, I can't forget his name, but it was I forget. It was Blurred Lines
Hmm.
lawsuit where they actually lost because they did an homage to an older song. They didn't even have the same lyrics or whatever, but the beat and the notes and stuff are very, very similar.
Right.
And they lost because it was similar enough to a real copyrighted song by another studio. So that these things do happen. And I mean, it's a
Right.
different form of expression. And should I mean, what's the difference between moving your body and moving your vocal cords? I mean, they're both human expressions.
Yep.
If you do have something that you own or whatever, in this case, some people rightly brought up the fact that Carlton was under the employ of, like, say, NBC or something like that. Should NBC have the rights to the dance? I'm not sure what the legality is on that. But one thing that I wanted to ask you, Nerd Slayer, is that you actually have a lot more experience with MMOs. This is somewhat reminiscent of all of the racial dances in World of Warcraft, but nobody sued, as far as I know, nobody sued Blizzard over those, and Blizzard made a killing over that game. So I'm wondering if they were more diligent in that getting rights and contracts or whatever for these dances, because some of these were also famous dances, or if they just kind of flew under
Okay.
the radar.
You bring up a good point here, actually. I don't know if many people knew this, but in a majority of cases, when Epic did take these dances, they never actually contacted the people either. That's the other, in people's opinions, egregious part of it all. And I find it very hard to believe that Blizzard wouldn't have had the contacts back then, because that was back then Blizzard to say, you know what? Let's talk to some people about, these dances. Are we okay? Are we protected? And of course, it was Blizzard, so people were going to give them a lot more leeway. I mean, that's just, goes without saying. And so there probably is a double standard to some extent. But I think the bigger issue here, at least from what I could see from people, again, because I myself haven't really had a particular issue with it because I don't play the game or follow it particularly closely. But I don't know. I think that's certainly like a good point. Like there is a bit of a difference there. I think that in Epic's case, not contacting the people and letting them know, hey, we're going to be doing this, that in itself, it does kind of rub people the wrong way. And somebody said something in chat, by the way, where they said that imagine walking around in a world. Remember, anything you guys say in chat, we're going to talk about. So never think that this is a safe space, okay? But imagine walking around in a world where everything is protected. There will be no creativity, and people walk around like robots scared of being sued. But then the robot move would be protected, so you lose anyways. So there's a difference between commercial and personal use, right? So if I say in my household, let's get ready to rumble, nobody's going to sue me, okay? No one's going to sue me, okay? But if I make an organization and call it Let's Get Ready to Rumble, and I say Let's Get Ready to Rumble, and then charge tickets to Let's Get Ready to Rumble, you bet your damn ass I'm going to get sued.
Yeah, really good point. I remember there was some threat of legal action during the unofficial Tumblr convention where they think they showed Pacific Rim or something like that to an audience, and you can invite as many friends over to your house and put on a DVD, and nobody's going to ever threaten legal action, right? But as soon as you charge tickets for something and it's a professional place where people actually pay to enter, or under any official capacity, are watching a movie, and you're making money or contacts, or boosting your reputation as an organization from, you then are somewhat actionable by it. I mean, it's for personal use, like you said. And this could have been avoided a lot. I'm sure that if Lawson Kid, I'll say one side, which is more of a professional side of like how Epic could have probably dodged this,
Right.
and I'll say another side, which is more of an emotional thing. But my professional critique on this is that Epic probably could have gone to the Flossing Kid and said, "Hey, we really like your dance. We're giving you a $10,000 contract for your parents to sign to use your dance's likeness in a video game." Anticipating that it would pay for itself after a while. And in the Epic's day, in Epic's case, it's probably paid for itself in a day. But something as low as that would have probably gotten them in the okay, as long as their contract was worded correctly.
Right.
So that's my professional thing. They could have probably avoided all these disasters because they took rap dances, they took all these dances that
Yeah.
have a huge cultural popularity and impact, right? So they probably could have gone to these guys and said, "Hey, we love your dance. Just like you license a song, I'm assuming you could probably just license a dance. The legality is probably a bit grayer, but if you have them under contract where we can use your dance move in X game, and I think you'd be covered. I don't think any lawyer could really, if you obviously they've got many lawyers, you could probably write it in a way where you'd never get in trouble for that. And on the other side, could you imagine the Flossin Kid working in his 40s, seeing people do his dance all over the world, and while working at a 9 to 5? Like that'd be pretty freaking depressing when you think about it, knowing that you create this thing. My fiance's nephew, if you say the word Fortnite, he flosses. Like it's it's despicable, but also like that shows you how how popular this thing is. I mean, you could go to any school and say Fortnite, and you see probably 5 kids, start flossing. It's insane how popular that is. So how depressing would that be to know that you essentially, I don't know if he originally created it. I think somebody said that dance was there, someone did it before, but again,
Yeah,
he
technically
made it
they said
popular.
somebody else did it before, but he was the one that would had this big campaign about doing it on
Yeah.
Vine or something like that.
Yeah, so he essentially brought it to the forefront, and he's the iconic, performer of it or whatever. I don't know, but yeah, how depressing would that be, being in your 40s and knowing that everybody does your dance and knows about it and not getting a dime of that money? That'd be pretty depressing. But yeah, I mean, I doubt this kid has said, what, Dad, I want to see these people, but I'm sure there's, lawyers came to him, and I'm sure the parents maybe looked into it. I don't know. It's probably not the kid himself starting this, but yeah, I think that's definitely an area that should be explored. I don't immediately think that they should all get, tens and tens of millions of dollars, but I do think they should be looked into it. And I do think don't put Epic on a pedestal. They've made hundreds of millions of dollars off of these things. So they're
Well, that's
wherever
the
they're,
strange thing to me. Like, can we
yeah,
point that part out? Like a little bit of the not necessarily hypocrisy, but to see the crowd that comes out, and of course, there's a very strong vocal. I don't even want to say minority at this point. They're probably a majority who doesn't like any form of censorship, or they don't like any form where they feel like they have to say that this thing belongs to somebody else. Therefore, you can't do it unless you pay. Like, I find that these topics are generally pretty related with these people, and they dislike these things. But I think a good point to make is that, just so you guys remember, it's a kid, in this case, versus a big billion-dollar Chinese organization which largely owns Epic now, Tencent, who makes billions of dollars. So like, it's just always one of those things. It's weird to see people kind of jump to the, I'm gonna quickly defend Epic here. It's like, whoa. Like, I'm not saying that you can't defend companies, but it's just a bit weird when you think about the context, where it's like somebody's making millions of dollars off of somebody else's art, essentially. I'm not saying that there isn't, again, like we've been having, a conversation to be had, a nuanced conversation with whether or not this is okay, not okay, should be okay in the future, that kind of thing. But just kind of blindly being like, oh, this is silly. I don't know. That kind of rhetoric scares me a little bit, because it's like these big corporation guys, they don't really care about you in that kind of way. So like, I wouldn't be so blind or so quick to care about them in that same way, because like you said, at the end of the day, they made millions of dollars off of these dances. That's can already be proven pretty easily. So I wouldn't necessarily say that because that happens, they should necessarily pay these people or whatever else. But I basically agree with your professional point, which is that was the issue with the Witcher author. The guy who wrote all of the books behind it, he actually signed a contract like that. That was for a smaller amount of money. But of course, he himself negotiated that because he didn't want a percentage. If I remember correctly, the story, and I have a lot of people in chat who know the story, but with Witcher in particular, if I remember correctly, the author essentially didn't necessarily trust that the game was going to be big. So he just wanted money and not like some type of percentage from profit or whatever else. And of course, Witcher blew up to be this massive game. And then I think like last year or a couple years ago, he sued them to try and essentially get paid for whatever. In that case, that's where I'm a little bit not as like forgiving, because it's like, hey man, you didn't bet. You didn't bet on yourself, you know? You didn't bet on the company. You didn't bet on your work. So, I mean...
Yeah, he chose the upfront payout rather than the potential long run bigger payout. But who knows? I mean, it's been years now. The original Witcher wasn't as ridiculously successful as the second and third one. So, I mean, I think in that case, CDPR are totally in the right. If he signed over the rights for the games and there wasn't some sort of I don't know if there's some sort of stipulation like only 3 games or only 2 games or whatever. If that's the case, then maybe they should renegotiate. But as far as I know, they're totally in the right legally. He just saw that he picked the wrong choice. But I mean, he's got to live with that. If he signed over the rights, he signed over the rights. I mean, similar situation happened with, Marvel's. Marvel was on the brink of going bankrupt in the 90s. Marvel Comics, I should say. Marvel Comics were doing really badly. There was a huge crash of comics, you know, a whole big, you know, structure of money and buying and supplies and stuff didn't work out. Marvel was about to go out of business. So they end up basically auctioning off all of their movie rights to whoever would buy them. And that's why Fox owns, you know, X-Men.
Makes sense.
Fantastic Four. You know, that's how, I think Sony got Spider-Man or whatever. And that's why all these rights are among all these different companies. And that basically helped them in the short run. And movies like X-Men helped legitimize Marvel movies. You know, right. X-Men was a huge hit, and the sequels, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So, and that let them later get, you know, bought out by Disney, and Marvel Studios now is making, you know, a killing, billions of dollars. But they owe a lot of that to, you know, companies like Fox bailing them out and also turning around and making a good Marvel movie, good Marvel Comics based movie. So, you know, you can't say, oh wow, Fox are greedy, they're not coughing up the X-Men. You know, no, they were completely within their rights and possibly bailed out Marvel Comics from going bankrupt. So that's the same thing. Like, had, you know, they held on to it, you know, maybe Marvel would have been able to have the X-Men as part of the Avengers right off the get-go. Maybe, but maybe they would never existed either. Right. Maybe Andrzej, or whatever his name is, who wrote the Witcher books, maybe he really needed that money right now. So yeah, in that case, I think that was, in the Witcher case, I think that was completely legitimate. I don't see that. Maybe Polish law is different, but I think that's a really bad case, and I think that he's in the wrong there. I mean, he signed away his rights, so, and he got paid for it. So,
right, yeah. Somebody asked, Ziki asked, "What's the value of the recognition these artists get?" Well, if what do they call him? Backpack Kid, or is that what his nickname is?
I think it's Backpack Kid or Flossin' Kid, either way.
Okay, I'll just call him the Flossin' Kid. If the Flossin' Kid makes a YouTube channel and calls it Flossin' in Fortnite and just dances and everyone knows he's the one that created the dance, you don't think that guy could make some money? He could make money in doing that. I mean, he probably already does that. I don't follow the kid, but he probably already makes money in some way from his likeness. These days, you make money from your likeness. How much clicks can you get, or how much views can you essentially convince a advertiser that you're worth, right? Maybe like those big YouTube channels who can get 1 million views every video, they're pretty juicy, like when advertisers look at them, because they can sell their ad rate at, you know, whatever it is, 0.03 cent a view, but that's still, you know, a significant amount of money once you get up to the $1 million in 1 million views. But the value that they get is popularity. It's always about popularity. Like, I'm not really understanding that thing. And yeah, he can still in some ways get that kind of popularity, even if he can't necessarily make the money from inside of the game. But again, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, the story that I always like to tell people in this regard is that when it comes to these sorts of scenarios, the only person who really gets remembered is, of course, the person who finds a way to I don't want to say manufacture at mass scale, but certainly that's probably the best way to put it. A certain kind of product, right? That's generally the person who gets remembered. Like when we remember, the story that I like to tell is Tesla, right? If anyone's ever followed the Tesla story, and I'm talking about Nikola Tesla, Edison did not invent the light bulb, right? I mean, anyone at this point can probably agree with that sentiment. He didn't invent the light bulb. What he did is met with a really genius, minded guy, figured out how to do a light bulb, did it over and over again until he did a light bulb, and then patented that, and then essentially made it to where Tesla got none of the money, even though he helped him in the entire process. So what I'm saying is that sometimes the one who rightfully should get the money or rightfully should get the credit of the idea doesn't. That happens all the time, and that's why people have to fight for their likeness. So it might seem strange from afar to be like, it's a dance, dude, but you have to, in some way, try and protect your intellectual property, which in this case is yourself as well. So it's like, you have to be slow to want to just like scoff at such things, because anytime an artist is trying to get money that they believe that they deserve for their art, I don't think that that's inherently wrong. But obviously, context does matter, and we've already gone over the context in this scenario, so we can go over something else. that's
just to put a point on that as well. Yeah, how messed up would it be if this kid was like, oh well, I got popularity, I got internet points, whatever that's worth. I'm gonna do, Fortnite Flossing Kid, or even just Flossing Kid. At what point does this multi-billion-dollar company and franchise majority owned by Tencent, a Chinese company? When do they decide that Flossing is now part of their IP and go after that kid for, violating their rights or their ownership or whatever? Like, this wouldn't be the first time that that's happened.
Oh yeah, it's happened tons of times.
Yeah, just like the Edison. I was actually going to bring up Edison and Tesla. I think that Edison even was it the alternating current?
Yeah, alternating current.
Like he actually said, "Hey, if you can figure this out, I'll give you like $1 million or something like that." Paraphrasing, and Tesla did, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, that was a joke," and it's like,
yeah, it's not on paper. So what are you going to do?
The only people who laugh are the people that have the patents. And one example was really bad. Was I think it was a European indie game dev created this game where you fuse candy together. Sound familiar? And he did this. It was like something candy something. And years later, King comes along and makes Candy Crush Saga, and which is basically pretty damn close, if not a ripoff of that game.
Right.
King is so evil that they end up suing the guys they ripped off, essentially, for copyright infringement. This is to add another bit of like, oh my god, you monsters kind of thing. This guy created this game in memory of his dying mother or his dead mother or something like that. So like it really, really messed up. But yeah, I mean, there's been plenty of times where the ripoff sues the less popular original.
Right.
It's happened before. So I'm not saying that Epic is a ripoff or whatever, but
I get the point you're trying to make.
These things can come back to bite you. So
right, and I mean, honestly, you brought up a really good point. Sure, maybe Epic doesn't think that they need to pay, like let's say Flossing Kid for using the dance, but if Flossing Kid wants to say that I created this dance in the actual game and I'm calling it the Flossing Kid dance or something along the lines of that, now you're in trouble, because now you're essentially telling this massive corporation that you, at least even in idea, own some level of the rights to this, which again, the concept of rights, the concept of copyrights, trademarks, it's very complicated. It is a very complicated field because, again, another very weird thing about it is that you actually have to defend yourself in court or countersue people in order to protect your rights in the first place. So again, it's a very kind of strange thing to see unfold, but it is very common. I mean, I talked about it in my City of Heroes game, Death of a Game video, sorry. In that video, Marvel sues Paragon Studios, or at the time, I think it was Cryptic. NCSoft's a subsidiary, basically, Cryptic, but they sued them, and then I think even Champions Online got sued as well by Marvel, And of course, these are superfluous lawsuits. They're quickly resolved and whatever else. But from the perspective of Marvel, if you're making characters that can essentially, the drama was in the game, somebody could create a character that looked like Wolverine, or someone could create a character that looked like I don't know, what's his name, Spider-Man. Like you could theoretically get a character kind of close to it, right? But you weren't allowed to name it Spider-Man. That would be restricted. But people kind of found ways around it, obviously, and that's what the whole thing was about. And so what City of Heroes had to do is ban those names. They had to kind of remove certain like cosmetic items. But point being, I remember back then my mindset being like, really, Marvel? This isn't really something that you should be interested in. And then having talked to people who are lawyers since then, they're kind of like, well, they're at their rights. They kind of have to sue them, even if it's not necessarily going to, go through the whole process and they're not going to win in any way. And hearing all of that kind of stuff from people, what I wanted to leave people on with this particular story is that you can't always trust what the rules are. Sometimes the rules have to be changed because they're wrong, and they're proven to be wrong because new things happen. And that's kind of all I'm saying here, is that I just would like a more open discussion about dance, because as I said, I think it's very similar to speaking in some kind of way. I mean, literally, there is a language called a sign language which uses your body to speak. So I mean, it's can you copyright that kind of stuff? Again, there's a line and it's somewhere around there. We don't know exactly where it is yet, but that's why these conversations, I think, need to happen. Is we need to know, is this something that potentially could be a problem in the future? Or maybe, like everyone is saying to some extent, maybe it is just a bunch of people who are just like, I'm just pissed because they're making a lot of money off of my name, which that's going to be around for many, many, many years to come. So that in itself isn't even a unique thing, I guess I would say.
For sure.
All right. I wanted to talk about Blizzard just a little bit more today because there was a Jason Schreier article with Kotaku that discussed, with Activision's influence growing, Blizzard is cutting costs. That's the title of the article. I'll link it a little bit on screen. And essentially, I mean, I can pick through this a little bit, but the main points that they make is that it's very clear that Blizzard is cutting costs. I mean, we've already seen this kind of proven with the recent firing of, like, I love how they say the exit instead of just like firing. It's always funny when people are so terrified of using the word fire, but anyway, they let go of or exited 100 staff. And of course, customer service, people think that's a call center. Who really cares? That can't affect other lines of work. But when you take that into consideration as a point of evidence, Jason's story here kind of seems to start to make more sense. And obviously, if you go through here, he has a lot of good statistics that kind of back up. For example, right here, he talked about a Kotaku investigation that Blizzard staff have been told to reduce expenses while at the same time produce more games. Now, that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody who understands how businesses typically work whenever they're in a crunch mode. You got to get yourself out of the crunch mode or a bad situation by creating more games, but creating more games costs more money. And so it's like this inevitable problem of you can't overwork your audience, or sorry, your developers or your workforce, and then expect them to put out the same kind of quality product that they can, which is kind of like the point that we were making about Fallout 76. Like, when I criticize games, I never specifically criticize developers because I don't necessarily know the story. Like, I don't know exactly what they went through. And having been a project manager in scenarios where I'm completely unable to change the outcome of a project because of someone above me, essentially, right? I understand the concept of being like, hey, we tried to make the best game we could in 2.5 years. It's not going to happen. But Blizzard is in a lot of trouble. Somebody also mentioned to me, Ulysses, one of our Discord members. Sorry, I'm getting sick and it's clearly starting to show now. But he showed me something about their cost and how they have a lot of money, in particular, in debt. And I think it was the particular point that he was making was it was cash debt. So it might make it seem like they are in a lot more trouble than they would be normally if it was just like I can't remember the exact specific term, but it's like there's debt, and then there's a debt that you essentially are creating yourself by putting more money back into your company. Whereas I think that that's more so Blizzard's case. And after they're acquiring by Activision, which by the way, looking back on it, I never remember it being acquisition. It always seemed like a partnership of sorts. But it's slowly starting to look more and more like an acquisition, especially after seeing an article titled, "With Activision's Influence, Blizzard is Cutting Costs." It certainly seems like Blizzard is becoming more so Activision's company and Activision itself. And we already saw that at BlizzCon. I think even we spoke about that, how you're seeing them even advertise Destiny like on stream at BlizzCon, which is just insane to think about. But I don't know. What's your whole thoughts about this thing? Do you think it's there's where there's smoke, there's fire? Because I mean, obviously, there's enough of a story here to mean something, but this in itself doesn't necessarily mean that they're in a lot of trouble. It just obviously means that they clearly are trying to reduce costs in some sort of way, which, again, we can speculate means something.
Yeah, from what I understand, I don't know if it was absolutely mandated, but the people were given a year's worth of salary or wages, whatever their thing to leave, which is incredibly generous golden parachute. But yeah, it does definitely seem like they're cutting back in some areas. I mean, that's if you've covered a lot of dead developers or dead games or dead franchises. Pretty much when things start to go bad are usually when big company orders more products with less people. That's usually like the go-to trend that ends up destroying a particular company because they spread themselves too thin. In this case, I think it was mostly support personnel, and I apparently this Irish hub is one of their biggest support centers
Customer service
in the world. Yeah, call center or whatever. I mean, it's more than just like turn on, turn off again, or turn off, turn on again. It's probably a lot of hey, I can't activate my key. Hey, I lost access to my account. Hey, there was a problem with my order. A lot of other things. I mean, there's tons of things that when they have a slew of games they have to cover. Um, Probably the weirdest merger / acquisition has been. I keep on hearing that they broke up or they were together with Activision Blizzard. It's very weird, but I would say probably the most visible uh, evidence that Blizzard is really under Activision's control. As far as I know, they don't have a CEO right now. They're
Yeah.
basically
Was it Mike Mordheim or who was the previous CEO who just stepped down?
I think it was Mordheim a few months ago, right? That left. I forget exactly, but I remember somebody making the point that they have a president but not a CEO, and that means that you're pretty much being run from above. Who's above? Well, Activision, I guess. I mean, they don't have anyone above them aside from Activision. You usually don't leave your company behind without a CEO. That seems like a pretty big deal. So maybe they're looking at rehiring, or maybe they are basically being kind of puppeteered by Activision. I don't know the full details. It's a huge company, but
I think they legally have to have a CEO because they're a publicly traded company. But I think all that necessarily means is just they're looking at the next CEO for hire, because most CEOs are just CEOs for hire. Like they get paid abnormal amounts of money to run companies and steer them well, and then they typically will kind of take their investment and leave, and then kind of start the whole process again. Many well-known CEOs do that. But in this particular case, I couldn't help but feel like I don't know if Blizzard's fans or audience would be like happy or would be any better off in that particular case. Like especially in this case, people who purchase stock or want to purchase stock. I'm not really sure if they're necessarily comfortable about having somebody outside of Blizzard involved. But who am I kidding? That's what always happens. They almost always hire somebody who's essentially not a developer to run the business, obviously. And in this particular case, they're a massive company, which, by the way, has a CFO or a CFO that is apparently from Activision. So I didn't really realize this, but apparently they've been slowly kind of crossing over. Just you're talking years back now. Apparently that happened. Oh no! It actually says here that even happened even sooner. In late 2017, they had a CFO and a COO. apparently previously worked at Activision, went to work at Blizzard. So we're already starting to see it even at the top level, the corporate takeover of sorts of Blizzard. So there's a story to be told there, and I need to dig more into this. And I appreciate Jason and his reporting on this, even if I'm not his biggest fan all of the time. But yeah, it actually says it right here. Longtime CEO Mike Morhaime. Yeah.
Yeah. Not about much of a fan of Kotaku, and I think Jason gets it wrong sometimes, but his investigative stuff usually is pretty good.
Yeah. Well, if he's gonna put his name on it, yeah, agree.
But yeah, I mean, this is I would be more concerned. I would be a lot less concerned if this was just like your, annual CEO. But Morhaime was a co-founder of Blizzard, and so that's a pretty big shift for him to have no longer have faith in his company or want to move on from that. I mean, just a few years ago, we saw one of the other real key pillars, the guy who kind of basically ran the creative side of WoW for years and years, retired in his 40s, I think. And maybe he was just kind of done with the industry. I don't know, but like we see a lot of these pillars of Blizzard kind of fall down and or move on for greener pastures, and you got to kind of wonder if the company's kind of outgrown what it originally had. I mean, Blizzard used to be synonymous with slow turnaround but very quality products
Right.
and incredible support for their games that would make them last for years. I mean, Diablo was played for years. Diablo 2 is still played. But you can still go onto Battle.net right now and play Diablo 2, which is a nearly 20-year-old game. StarCraft was, you can still play that. It's still huge in Korea, all this kind of stuff. So it seems like they might be moving away from that. I mean, maybe they just don't. It usually, you never see a company that's head over heels making money start to kind of crumble down like this. Obviously, WoW is no longer diminishing returns, and I mean it has been out for what 14 years. So I mean there is a certain level of diminishing returns you'd expect from a game that old, but WoW is no longer getting 10 million subscribers a month or whatever. The subscription model may be kind of antiquated at this point now that they have free to play games and things like that. And StarCraft 2, there's no Diablo, there's been a lot of things that they're getting even slower on releasing games nowadays, it seems. So there's a lot of different things you could take on, and not only that, but all the hidden costs that we don't really know about, like how much money did they sink into Titan for 7 years? That couldn't have been, a small investment. I mean, they made some of it back, I'm sure, with some of the reused assets they used for Overwatch, but Overwatch is not a World of Warcraft. Overwatch was a success, but it wasn't a World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft's only happened like once every 10, 15 years, that level of success. But yeah, I think they might be kind of running out of their cash cow. Their cash cow is no longer,
Yeah.
you know, uh, shooting out as much money as it is. And as big as Blizzard is, Activision is way bigger.
Right.
They're able to release a top seller every year without fail. So I think that, and with a bunch of map packs and microtransactions and things like that, amongst all these other franchises they have their hands in. I mean, Activision is one of the biggest publishers in the world, so it's definitely curious to see where it goes from here. I mean, I'm kind of with Blizzard. I'm kind of on the same boat as I am with Bethesda, is that they're not really the same company that we
Yeah.
grew to come and love. I mean, we see the
That's the point
brand,
that I
but
wanted to make, by the way. Is like I made a video about this, and that type of topic will never get a lot of views, which is unfortunate. But I really wish that we could yell this to the millions and millions of general gamers who maybe don't necessarily watch our videos that often because we have more of a niche audience. But to those people, the companies aren't the same that they used to be, and I just think it's so strange that we keep treating these companies the same way. You look at Blizzard, and it's just like somebody made this point the other day. It might have been someone in my Discord, but they were like, "Does Blizzard North even exist? Like, do the same developers behind Blizzard North, the ones who created obviously Diablo, are they even really there anymore?" And like someone went down the list and was like pointing out how basically none of them work there anymore. And again, you see the same thing with WoW. Even some of their lead developers left the company. I mean, there's at least 3 or 4 lead devs of WoW that are out there doing other games right now.
yeah,
I mean, you're talking like big guys like Rob Pardo, the guy who did Ember and or is trying to do Ember and did.
Mark Hearn.
Yeah, Kern as well. Excuse me. Obviously, Mike Morhaime was involved with WoW as well. He was, I think, the executive producer on it or something like that. Well, he's also a co-founder of the company, but you get my point. They've lost a lot of key developers. I mean, they lost a Hearthstone dev as well. They've lost. I don't think Overwatch has really suffered in that way, but some of their other games. I mean, of course, they just recently are stopping all esports events for Heroes of the Storm. I mean, if there is a time for doom and gloom, which is not something that I particularly like to do, even though my series is called Death of a Game, I'm not much of a doom and gloom person personally. I like to look at optimism and see like the good in things as well. But in this particular case, it's kind of like, man, I don't really know what's like the best outcome out of this, like how they're going to get out of this hole, because what a lot of people still don't realize about these big corporations is they'll say things like, oh, well, they can keep afloat because, you know, they have these other games that do well enough. It's like, well, no, they have a lot more incentive to do that much better, or they have to do that much better because they've dug themselves large holes in in regards to their financing, in regards to people owning big portions of them. Vivendi used to own a majority, or not a majority stake, but it was a large portion of Blizzard. I don't think they still own that. Activision probably wouldn't have been okay with that. Vivendi owning a big portion of them. But it's just, you start to really understand that there's a lot more financial issues here at stake with Blizzard. And I think before we could kind of ignore it to some extent because we could still play quality games and we're still quite happy with them just in general. But this past year, not only have they had one of their worst years, like financially speaking, especially in comparison to, you know, some of their best years, they've lost a lot of talent, and they've also, in some cases, again, had to fire people. Luckily, they gave them some sort of severance package, which is, you know, much appreciated. But to be honest, I think that's because Ireland, where it was located, has like particularly strong laws in regards to unemployment. So I don't want to rule out necessarily that was completely out of the kindness of their hearts. It's not everywhere. Like in America, we have states like my state in Texas, where essentially you don't need to have a reason to fire somebody. So Blizzard should just put their studio here. And it's, oh wait, Bethesda already did. They put it in Austin. I'm just kidding.
But yeah, it is. There's laws like that. So yeah, I don't know how generous that was in regards to Ireland. Some places you can have like years of maternity leave and stuff like that. So I don't know. Some laws are weird as far as employments. We can't always look at it from a, you know, American centric viewpoint. But
Right.
I do say that it does seem a lot better than say Telltale Games, which just said like, oh yeah, by the way, everybody's gone, everybody's fired, which was pretty rough. And you know, they're obviously very rightly being sued over that.
Sorry, one last point about the Jason Schreier article. Someone else pointed this out in the comments. They said that it's not even just cutting costs, it's that they're doing more scummy practices as well. And they pointed out that apparently WoW said that they were going to retire some mounts. But then at the very bottom of the press release, it says in the fine print, these items may return at some point in the future. So essentially, it's a Christmas, like a sale, like this, basically the same thing you mentioned about Adam, except in this particular sale, they're selling you on the exclusive buy now vanity item that might also be released later on. So that's also worrying to see, because this reminds me of where Bethesda is right now, to bring it back to what we were saying earlier, where it's kind of like they're doing more and more, they're pushing more and more, and sooner or later, hopefully, they're going to reach some level of a ceiling where we just say enough is enough. I hope, at least.
It's the whole boiling a frog effect. I mean, we always have these knee-jerk reactions. Like, honestly, if you took people from like 2006, where everybody was upset about Oblivion selling, you know, horse armor, and put them into modern day, they would just be like culture shock that just like heal over from all the ridiculous practices we have now. I mean, in 12 short years, we've gone from, hey, if you want to, you can buy a pretty thing for your horse. It's totally optional, but you can if you want, to, you know, pay to win, to watching ads to get magical currency, to get basic items, to
Yeah.
all this stuff. Like it's gone insane, and America's honestly way better than say Korea. You know, Korea's way worse about all that kind of stuff. But it's wild. But yeah, I was also going to mention another big hit. I mean, back in the mid 2000s, they lost pretty much all the big creative guys from the Diablo team after they canceled the Diablo 3 project
Right.
and restarted with a brand new team. I mean, after that, and been working on it for years, they all left and formed, you know, Flagship Studios, as we both know, and went, you know, did Hellgate and other games and stuff like that. So that a lot of creativity from the Diablo side left then. But I mean, Chris Metzen retired 2 years ago. He
Hmm.
was a huge creative influence for a lot of the other games, like, you know, StarCraft, World of Warcraft, things like that. So I mean,
Right.
he was a big hit to the company. So I mean, very few of the real pillars of the company, both creative wise and you know, I don't even know if any of the founders are still around. Maybe one of them, but yeah, I mean, it's no longer the same company. I mean, you see a brand, and you associate a brand with a certain type of product, but I mean, you can we can see with Apple how much one guy mattered to that company. Apple,
Right.
you know, today is completely different from when Steve Jobs was running the show. Regardless of your viewpoint of him, he actually knew what he was doing, you know, as far as selling a product.
Right.
But yeah, you can't associate. That's why I always think I made this point in one of my videos. I should probably do it again sometime, but like it's about people, not about brands.
Yeah.
You know, you can the
Brand is what
people
they
are
want to
what.
sell you on, right? Like
Yeah,
people want to sell you on the brand. So like when we talk about the Outer Worlds later, we can talk about Obsidian. Like Obsidian means something. The name means something, even if it has some unsavory aspects about it. Largely speaking, in the RPG community, it's got a lot of positivity. So the brand does matter to some extent. But as you said, why does the brand matter? Well, the brand matters because the people, and the people are the ones that make the games. So at the end of the day, we're excited about the Outer Worlds because of the people that it has involved in it,
yeah,
not just because it's Obsidian, because Obsidian stumbled before, but they have proven that if they have the right kind of team, the right kind of devs, they can make gold or diamond or platinum, depending on your argument.
totally.
I wanted to kind of move ahead a little bit to talk about maybe an MMO, and that's the recent early access or early accesses launches, plural, of Atlas. And for those who haven't been following the story, Atlas is Wildcard's new MMO, a pirate survival MMO that's supposed to again eventually boast a population of like 40,000 people on one particular server. So it promises mass scale and shipbuilding, ship customization, NPCs, all of these sorts of things. And it came out of the blue. Essentially, they said that back in, I think it was a week ago or 2 weeks ago now. And it might have been a week ago now. They first announced kind of out of the blue, early access launch, and it's coming in just a couple of days. And then they immediately delayed it. Which is just strange that you would announce that early and then immediately delay it. That means that you were just not even like, that means that your like PR team was just not even on the same like wavelength as the QA team. The QA team was like, They looked at the PR guy and they're like, and so they canceled that. But then they did it again. And then this time they just let it run for 40 minutes. The timer on their website, it just ran for 40 minutes after it was supposed to launch. And then they released a trailer and then pushed the game back 2 more days. And then they did it again 2 more days. And then they opened it up to the streaming public, and people got to watch it on stream and that sort of stuff. And needless to say, there's been a lot of launch woes for the game, but I just don't really feel sad or I'll be honest, this thing kind of pisses me off. It pisses me off because Wildcard is the company behind Ark Survival. Wildcard is the company that sold an expansion in early access. They also kept the game in early access for like years, and it finally launched, I think this year or last year. Just recently launched, Ark Survival did. I don't know why I said that like Yoda did, or Yoda would, but just launched. Ark Survival did. But point being, they've had a lot of bad history, and of course, you can go look up Ark Survival. You can look up Atlas. You can look at the reviews. I don't need to go on and on about how the game is largely an asset flip of sorts. It has pretty much the same textures in some regards as to Arc. Even the character creator in the UI and the menus seem to be just about the same. It's just maybe a little bit different color, maybe a little bit updated product. And someone brought up a good point, I thought. They said, well, to be fair, if they had all of this previous tech and all of this previous foundation, why wouldn't they create a new game with that foundation and use that kind of like as a base? And so that's the kind of conversation I want to have today with you is what's considered like starting with a healthy foundation and what's considered like an asset flip? Because there's obviously a line there that gets blurred a lot. And I think that needs to be discussed a little bit more.
For sure. Yeah, I was very confused when I saw that original trailer at the Game Awards. I was like, this is weird. And I thought I had nailed which franchise it belonged to like 2 or 3 times until it was like, oh, it's a brand new IP from the Arc developers. So I'm like, oh, that's why it looks like everything. Um, I just to be clear, I think that the technical definition of asset flip, I mean, it's been used a lot, but the technical definition is where you actually physically buy, um, pre-design, almost like stock assets from a store where you can legally buy those, and then like a spider or a suit or an animation or a world or a set of mechanics or whatever from a store, and then put it into your Unreal project or your Unity project or whatever.
Excuse me.
And that got into popularity. One of the big guys who kind of made that sort of famous was, I think, Jim Sterling. He kind of did a lot of content
Right.
about asset flips where they'd literally buy like a miniature game from a store and rebrand it and sell that, literally that, like basically sell. It'd be like taking stock footage from a stock footage site and selling it as a movie. Like you're literally taking these objects and this code and turning around and then selling it again,
Right.
on the Steam store. And so that's like the literal definition. But yeah, I've heard a lot of people say how they recognize these textures and models and all this stuff from Arc, and I'm like, it makes sense in some way to use a lot of the same mechanics and stuff like that. But you think that if you're also trying to go for a different aesthetic and kind of start fresh with a different look, you'd probably try to redo a lot of that stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
you can use some of the animations and whatnot. I mean, it's all your property, but if you do kind of recycle a lot of stuff, that's going to be distracting, especially for people who are already your audience. I mean, if they see that half of this is already from Arc, that's going to be, it's not necessarily legal at all, but there's plenty of games who, sequels that have reused same stuff. Even Call of Duty has used like entire buildings from previous games. So
I'm gonna put
it's not
something on
legal. It's
screen, by
just
the way. By your continue, but I'm gonna put something on screen that you should look
okay.
at. It'll make your point even more.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. I've played Arc in early access, and I think a little bit out of early access. It had some major technical issues but it was a very, very ambitious game. I like what it was going for, but I think that people should be incredibly skeptical of this game because of the kind of, the somewhat scummy practices by the company. Like I can't think of another game who's ever said that they are not finished with a game, pre-release, 0 point something game and sell a full paid expansion. Like that was, people are saying, oh, it's a different team. It's like, no, that's not how it works. Like you have people in your company, you divide your people up into teams. That different team could have been working on something else for Arc.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't magically, oh, that team is not magically a non-Arc team. I mean, yeah, art assets and stuff like that. Maybe all the art was done for Arc. You can argue for that, but why aren't they just making Arc even better? Why aren't they adding more dinosaurs or making the trees less redundant or something like that? Like I don't know. I don't get the argument that somehow this other team, which creates not only just more art assets, but an entire other world and other mechanics. I mean, they did like a whole fantasy expansion for Arc with like dragons and stuff like that,
Yep.
completely separate from their early access game. I mean, clearly they were looking for more money from their audience. And I think it might be because they're a victim of their own success. I mean, that happens to a lot of games where they might have intended to only be in early access for maybe a year, but it got so successful that they couldn't help themselves. They had to
Yeah.
release more and more. And not to say that's an excuse, but I see a lot of games like that where they just get too much attention, and so they they put out all this extra content, they hire all these extra people, and all of a sudden their overhead is so high that, oh man, we've got to release an expansion pack for a pre-release game. So, I see some of these pictures up here. Is
Yeah,
that basically the Arc layout? Just
apparently, yeah, exactly. It's a secret menu in Atlas that people were able to pull up, which literally says Arc at the top. It says
oh god,
Arc rules, and then it even talks about the story arcs in the middle of the screen, and of course it's spelled as their original game is spelled Arc with ARK. Um,
that's pretty embarrassing.
when someone said this in chat, I thought they were just memeing. Like I didn't think they were being serious, but no, it apparently people were speculating that there was some kind of community mod, pirate mod, and people were speculating maybe this is what that was. Maybe it was a mod that kind of became a full game, or maybe again this is just another team working on another version of the game or something along the lines of that. I guess for me, it begs the question: when are we going to stop buying these games? Like when are, and again, I'm talking about we as in all of us. I'm not just saying us as in the people that are here right now, because I know the majority of us didn't buy it. But when are we as, like, you know, to use that dreaded term, gamers, when are we going to stop buying these horrible games? And before somebody says, how do you know if it's horrible before you try it? Well, there's this beautiful thing called context. And it's like, you can look at previous situations, you can compare them to current situations, and sometimes you don't need to, for example, burn yourself to know that fire hurts you. You don't always have to do something as long as you can have enough context explained to you. Again, especially these days, you can watch streamers. And so what do you think I did? Like most people did. When Atlas came out, or was supposed to come out for like the 6th time and then isn't technically out because it's early access still, but I'm trying to be as technical as I can here. It's 5th early access launch. When I watched it on Twitch, I couldn't help but notice the same thing that other people were noticing and remarking about the game in its reviews and stuff like that. So it's like, we're already at a current time period in 2018 where we don't really need to buy games to know if they're necessarily bad. Again, on a base level, we can, in some cases, just watch a stream, especially a multiplayer game like Ark. I don't know about you, but when Atlas was announced, the first thing I thought is like, I'll have to watch it on stream, because it's that kind of game that does well on stream. But this is kind of where the more insidious parts come from it. And not a lot of people like to talk about this. And I talk about it, and my audience typically hates when I talk about it. Not hates, but they roll their eyes. But it's a discussion of, is there some level of blame to go to those who advertise these games? Would you have to say that to some extent? Because let's just be honest, there's people out there who have a big audience. You pay them a certain amount of money, they will stream your game, even if it's a game that's kind of a little bit questionable in a way, because they just see it as a first impressions. They don't really necessarily see it as a negative thing. I saw Carnage, Carnage playing it, Atlas, and being, you know, his normal kind of optimistic self about the game. I'm starting to wonder, when can you start to blame kind of the marketing? And the marketing in this case isn't just the game. It's also people. It's content creators like you or me. When can we start putting some of the blame on them as well? I don't know. It's a broad topic, so by all means, take your time on unpacking it all.
yeah, I know. I completely glossed over probably the more disturbing fact is that they put preference to streamers and influencers over the actual audience,
Yep.
and that's a kind of a trend recently where I mean, to be honest, influencers don't really represent players. I mean, they're kind of have their own thing, their own business, and their own decisions that may or may not be in your best interest. I mean, I to prioritize streamers to make it seem like everything's peachy and going along fine while actually preventing real players from getting the game. I think that's exceptionally poor taste. If it was like a closed beta or, you know, a closed whatever test, I mean, that happens a lot. I'd understand, but it seems like they were actually just playing a special version of the game while real players had to wait a few more days or something
It
like
was
that.
like
I
a
don't know what
separate
exactly.
server, a streamer server, I
Okay.
think is what they called it.
Yeah, that's particularly weird. I think that was a bad call on their part. But I mean, I know for a fact you've gotten probably more than I have. I probably gotten at least 20 to 40 propositions for being paid to play games. and I don't do that.
Right.
I think that's highly distasteful. But yeah, I mean, influencers, and what I mean by influencers are like Twitch, YouTube, any streaming or even just video on demand site or let's players that have an audience, and their watchers actually make their decisions based on impressions on their videos and stuff like that, which can be highly colored by how the influencer plays the game. That's becoming a huge part of marketing budgets and actual you know dissemination of the game, of any type of game. I mean, I even games you wouldn't necessarily think need that do get it. Like I was watching not too long ago, I was watching one of their big Warframe's big expansion packs, Eidolon, Plains of Eidolon, I think.
Right.
Great game, great expansion. I've not been paid by them, but I noticed that people are like, "Oh my god, isn't this such a fun? This is so cool! Isn't this so fun?" Pull down the description, sponsored by Digital Extremes, and I'm like, "Okay, you can't take any of what they say really for as a legitimate experience. They're basically being a paid reaction channel at this point." So if you're upfront and disclose it, on the video title, sponsored, you know, or you should be really open about that, because people don't necessarily know that you're being paid to give these impressions. And I think that some of these guys, well, recently, what was that survival game that closed down? SOS, I think, recently closed down. I got something, an offer from them months ago, several
Mm.
months ago. They had this whole thing where, like, if you they'll like if you do some sort of competition versus, as an influence, you'll get the special pack of different cosmetic items and all this other stuff. And it was really kind of slimy, and nothing against those devs, but it might have been even just been a PR agency that's been doing all this. But it's a really it's very misleading. It gives you an impression that these guys are on your side, but in fact, they might as well be doing an ad for the game. That's what they're literally doing.
Right.
So I do think that influencers and YouTubers and Twitch streamers and stuff like that should definitely be more transparent, if they're actually getting paid monetarily for this. And also, if they know the game's crap or anti-consumer, don't take the money. Like, you're actually potentially misleading and false advertising to your viewers, and maybe they'll forget about it next week, but that's a pretty crappy thing to do, really. I mean, you're potentially giving a false impression of a game to
Right.
somebody who's gonna then monetarily pay for that game. So
Yeah, and in this particular case, it's just like the problem with this for me is that yes, a content creator can in some ways just say, "Hey, I'm just doing like a first impressions," and you can kind of like hand wave it like that. But at the end of the day, most of us are smart enough to know that this is the company behind Arc. This is a company that has some other unscrupulous kind of history or past. Um, what I'm saying is that at what point can we start to hold some of these content creators a little bit accountable? Because I mean, the same thing happened with Sea of Thieves, where it's like a game where it's like it does great when you can have these great entertainers to be there and spice up the experience for you, and it's awesome to watch. I remember watching Summit play Sea of Thieves, for example, and of course everyone's having a good time and having fun. But then other people start playing the game and they're like, "Wait a minute, it's not that fun." Well, it's like because the game doesn't have that much content. What they're doing is showing you essentially that game at its like movie-like capacity, which is like the best you could possibly have, like the best entertainers and the funny guys and this and that, mouthpieces. Your experience is not going to be the same as that. And again, you can't necessarily blame the content creators for people buying the game because of that in that particular case. But what I'm saying is that I certainly start to look at them a little bit differently. I lose respect for those content creators because I'm just like, you guys knew this. Like the same thing happened with Bless when I encountered a couple MMO channels who were taking sponsored videos for Bless. It's just like, guys, this is a game that failed like 4 times already. I mean, how can you morally just if we want to just start from a moral perspective, which funny enough is not the arguments that I typically make. I don't really like making moral arguments because I'm not a very, moralistic kind of person. I'm not the one who's going to hit you with my moral compass or anything. That being said, just from a moral perspective, you could start and you're saying, okay, that's a little bit wishy-washy. I don't think we should kind of allow that. But from a more practical perspective, why do we keep putting money into this game? And advertisers or content creators, in this case, you are part of the problem, putting money back into these companies who are doing these poor business practices in the first place and kind of murking the waters for all of us. Because now anytime you and I, for example, it's an ecosystem. It's not just one-sided thing. There's a cause and an effect. And if you and I want to say we like something, we're going to get called a paid shill, even though, you know, we don't and haven't really done those sorts of, you know, sponsored videos for, you know, whatever games they ask all the time. Embers of something. I can't remember the name. It's some...
yeah, I've gotten that a few times. It was some action RPG MMO thing, basically a Diablo Online, but it was, what I could tell, it was crappy pay to win. At the end of the dungeon, you don't actually go to a room. You actually like get a little pop-up, like mobile game style, with a little chest you have to click on. It rattles around and pops out loot. Like everything that I hate about games, they wanted to pay me to play, and I'm like, no thank you.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that people have to have the same standards that we do in that particular regard. For example, I would never, ever do a sponsored video if I didn't really believe in whatever I was doing, just because I just wouldn't. It's not that I wouldn't feel morally right about it, as much as it's more that I couldn't logically make an argument for myself. I mean, the majority of the things for me internally, if I can rationalize it with a pretty good argument, after looking at both sides and say that this seems to be the right thing to do, that's the thing that I'll do. In this case, it's like, you don't have to make the wild card thing or this Atlas thing or Ark Survival. You don't have to make it about morality or being, you know, above such things. It's more of just like, if you guys want early access games to stop being crap and, well, frankly, stop being done by these massive companies, like a company the size of Wildcard should not be doing early access. Like, in my opinion, again, to return back to what early access kind of used to be before it was called early access in some ways, is like, it's okay, in my opinion, to have a small company who can't afford traditional publisher or doesn't want a traditional publisher, and so therefore can't afford traditional publishing route. And they decide instead, like Project Gorgon, which has like a team of like 2 to 3 people, they decide to have a $40 game price on Steam, because the reason that they explain is that people who want to help will pay the money. People who don't won't pay the money. We only want people who want to help. In that particular case, I can't find anything morally wrong with that, because they basically are stating up front to you, this game is unfinished. You can help in its development. You can provide ideas and testing experiences, but this is what you get, right? In that particular case, I don't really feel so bad about early access, because again, this is a company that would never in a million years have the money or platform to release this kind of game unless they found some sort of way to monetize it to where they could do such a thing. For example, like going to Steam and asking for a price before they launch. That being said, when big companies do early access, at that point it's just a marketing thing, right? Like when Fallout 76 did its closed beta, what were they calling it? Yeah. Was that what they called it? A closed beta? And everybody
they made an acronym out of it. It was something a BETA. I forget what it stood for, but yeah, it was quotes that it was an acronym for something else. But
yeah, and it's like, come on, guys. Like, some of us, I should say at least, we've learned this already. We know this is a marketing stunt. Richard Garriott, you know, one of the fathers of MMOs himself, said that open betas are advertising or marketing purposes. They're meant to attract a new audience, or an audience who kind of maybe doesn't want to spend the money, but would willingly try it for free. In that particular case, you're paying for it, right? Fallout 76, you're paying for it, and you're incentivized to pay for it because you get to play earlier than other people get to play. So it's like companies have found even more ways to make it to where you want to buy into early access. They've made it to where now, if you buy into early access, you keep your progression. I'll be honest, that's a little bit kind of on the line for me of what's considered like fair or not fair. That being said, the main point that I like to make is that I think it's very quick to say that all early access or all beta or all Kickstarter or crowdfunded projects are bad or some sort of bad business practice. I think it's more appropriate to say it's nearly always bad when it's done by a larger company, because that type of company shouldn't be doing it in the first place. Like a company like let's bring up an example. A company like Wildcard. has sold millions of Ark Survival for sure, millions of copies. It's a pretty successful game. I'm not saying that necessarily means that they should have the money because they could have managed it poorly, but just saying that they're a company that at least has more than a small infantile size like team. In fact, they have multiple teams, as you even memed about earlier, working on different games with among the own engine itself. So I don't know, like that whole thing. It's just like it's harder and harder to associate with people that I think can just ignorantly, in my opinion, buy into, and not just buy into, because I don't like to blame the consumer, because consumer is sold a bill of goods. Sometimes they're kind of tricked, right? I mean, it's marketing. Sometimes you see something and you're kind of like, I thought this is what I want. It's not really what I want. I never like to necessarily blame the consumer. In this particular case, though, I blame the content creators, because you're advertising shit that you know is shit, or at least you don't know is shit, which is even stranger because you're advertising something that you don't know is shit to people who possibly think it's fun or cool because of the experience that you're portraying to people. But at the same time, that's a very hard discussion to get into because those people do it for a living, as you and I know. If we decided to take sponsorships, we would make more money. That's just a fact. There's no way to divorce from that fact that if you do it, you do make more money. But the discussion is long term or short term. I think the answer is short term, right? You're going to make more money short term, but long term, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the best thing for you. I mean, to bring it back to Jim Sterling, he's a perfect example of that for me. Because of his ethics and the way that he kind of structured his business, he's kind of one of those people that are in some ways, and again, you can criticize everybody and criticize everybody's ideas, but I'm just saying in some ways he's almost untouchable from an objective kind of critical perspective, because you can chalk it up to him playing a character and being damn good at what he does, because he's a good writer, a good journalist. But he's also somebody who's taken such a staunch stance against the corporate environment that he's essentially in a position where you can never really know, or you never have to think about, is this guy bought by these guys, right? You always kind of know he's on your side, even if it's like extreme in some cases, right?
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff I don't agree with him. I kind of stopped
Right.
watching from him because he infused his opinion, and I didn't always like that. But I do say that he has an excellent business model and that he's completely fan funded, so he doesn't have to abide by, YouTube's restrictions, monetization restrictions,
Right.
or he doesn't take sponsorships that I know of. So in that regard, yeah, he's as far as being biased toward any developers, he's kind of untouchable in that regard, which I think is a huge benefit to him, because that he doesn't really he can talk shit about any company and not really care. Like, he doesn't have to tiptoe around, oh, I can't say anything about these guys because they might give me a sponsorship in a couple months, things like that. And I think that a lot of these people that take sponsorships regularly kind of end up just cuffing themselves to be mouthpieces for these companies. And I mean, there's nothing. I'm all for free market. I think that companies should advertise their products. They should market their products. They should, figure out a way to, make a very positive, truthful, uh, you know, way of promoting their products in any way they can. I think that's fine. I think that's right. And people should be able to buy whatever products they think they want to. I mean, I never
Right.
blame somebody for buying a game. I say that, hey, you should probably look into the games more, but if you want to buy the game, go ahead.
Right.
But I think that there's a definite problem where we have these people who are apparently just like us, just other gamers, but they're not. They're actually being either given exclusive, like the people that got the wine and dine deals, like, to, uh, I saw these things, Fallout 76, for example, people were sent out and they had these like whole special rooms, and they had all these like cool, like, actual canvas bags that were given to them and all this other extra bonuses. And
Actual canvas bags.
yeah, literally, that's what pissed people off so much, is that they saw these influencers were getting real, canvas bags, but they weren't, who actually paid $200 for the game. Um,
uh,
apparently the great canvas shortage of 2018, right? But yeah, it's very weird, and it gives the impression like, and the thing is, like, businesses are businesses. They just want money. They just want sales. So influencers aren't their friends. Even consumers aren't their friends. Influencers aren't their friends. Influencers are useful
right.
in regards to marketing their product. And so I think you and we have to look out for ourselves and say, hey, like, I've gotten early copies of games, and I've probably trashed about 80% of them. Some of them aren't very interesting or wouldn't really fit my channel, but some of them I'll live stream and I'll say my opinions. I've put some really buggy games on live stream. I'm like, these are some really bad bugs, but I hope they get fixed. I won't pretty up the image or like, disregard problems with the game or only play certain areas like some people want you to, just because I want, please give me, another key senpai kind of thing. Like I don't think
Yeah.
that's and it'll undermine your credibility. And I think you and I are very much based on our credibility, but you actually alluded to something really good in that we may have standards of what we'll cover and what we'll say on stream or on our reviews and stuff like that, but it does really poison the well when a lot of these people don't have those standards. They'll just take a sponsored offer, barely mention it at the very bottom of their video description, or not mention it at all, and just have a blast playing this game that they're being paid $2,000 to make a let's play for. So I think it definitely poisons the well. I've gotten comments. I'm sure you've gotten comments about how you're a shill and blah blah and all this other stuff.
I get the one all the time is this game wasn't killed, it was murdered. That's typically the troll comment that I get, which again is literally the perfect example of what we're talking about. It's the example of where somebody essentially did some of the more kind of reprehensible things in regards to journalism and kind of how you can trust their integrity, but I get lumped in with them because we both talk about games that failed or died, and so like I think for the onlooker, they could be like, why do you care so much about whether or not people kind of hold themselves to some sort of standard? And I think the easiest answer is, I mean, basically like we've already been saying, like you said, like it has an effect on other people. The thing that I like to explain or like use it as an example is kind of like when you look at biology and you look at ecosystems. When we were a young kid, we could pull, I don't know, a plant out or like break a piece of a branch off or something like that, and we thought that it was like inconsequential, right? It's just this small little action. But then Kreia taught me, I'm just kidding, but then video games taught me, wait a minute, what if that little action actually meant a lot more? And obviously science teaches you that as well. And that's kind of the point here, is that it might seem like such a small thing to kill this one little bug or eradicate this one bug, right? But that bug could, again, be the lifeblood of some other type of organism in that given ecosystem or like biome or whatever else. And so in this particular case, to bring it back to games and games journalism, if one particular person does a thing, like for example, advertise a game without necessarily knowing or feeling like strong that it's like either morally right or even just logically makes sense to support from a publicity standpoint, if nobody really cares about that sort of thing, the consumer is the one that loses. And that's what people need to realize. Like you as the consumer will lose because you will see these types of videos like I used to when I was young, when I would watch these, advertisement videos or whatever else, and you'd think to yourself, this is awesome, this game's gonna be great. And then you play the game and you're just like, man, this is horrible. It's so like, how could it have been so horrible? Well, that's why I created my channel, was like I was trying to figure out like what went wrong, because like sometimes these games are good, then sometimes they become bad. So it's like figuring out why that is. But doing this sort of thing is much similar to me of the same rhetoric where it's like you just blanket hate things. And that's one of the big reasons why I didn't like CleanPrinceGaming, and I still don't like his kind of content. Is typically because it's like the content where it's like you don't have to take away from a developer in order to say that their game didn't do well, for example. But I often find with that kind of rhetoric or that kind of like journalism, if you want to call it that, it's typically based around the idea of like, game sucks. Guys who made games suck. It's like, that's kind of like where the crux of the analysis goes. Whereas obviously there's a lot more that goes into it. I mean, in some cases I've told stories, for example, where the developer team basically had nothing to do with that problem in itself. Like, again, we talk about Troika all the time because they're a perfect example to me. Here's a company where the creatives all came together and were like, hey, let's make some awesome games, to which they did make awesome games. But those awesome games obviously had tremendous flaws. They were all operating under crunch time throughout the entirety of their company. They're a company for hire, which is essentially a contractor, which is kind of rare these days. You don't see a whole lot of those. I mean, even Obsidian lately just got gobbled up by Microsoft. You don't really see those kind of contractor companies anymore, but they did that, and they themselves later on stated, as you remember, None of us are really good at business.
Yeah,
I
Tim
think I
Cain
think
said he was terrible at business. Yeah,
I think one of them in particular literally said that quote for quote. He was like, "Yeah, we're not really so business minded, and if we were, we probably would have gotten our funding first before trying to make games." But again, I understand their perspective because they're guys who like to create. They don't necessarily know all the business reasons. But my point being is that if we just say that Troika is a bad company because they failed, it's like that doesn't tell the whole picture. There's way more nuance and other aspects of the story that go into that. Just the same as early access isn't bad because it's bad in itself, just as a beta isn't bad because it's bad in itself. These are things that have been good in the past and have proven to be good in certain ways. Same thing with crowdfunding, which I wanted to talk about a little bit briefly too, is like crowdfunding, yes, it's getting to scary levels in some regards, especially CIG and Star Citizen. But in other ways, we've seen great games. I mean, I have Shovel Knight on my Switch, for example. Like, there's been some really good games that have come out of Kickstarter platforms. But again, that's one of those discussions that we can have the discussion of whether or not it's largely good, largely bad. But if people just kind of have that rhetoric where it's just like it's bad because this game was bad, to me, it all revolves around like the same thing. Like, this is an ecosystem. Gaming is an ecosystem. Every market basically is an ecosystem. This is a particular point, I think, in the market for RPG fans and MMO fans alike, where we still have creators that are willing to do smaller, kind of more niche products, but we don't necessarily have the big AAA companies willing to make the games that we want necessarily yet, except in certain cases. And I would probably make that case in regards to like the Outer Worlds. I think that's an example of kind of like a AA sort of game, because Obsidian has never really been a AAA company, right? I mean, that's never really been their thing. I mean, the only game that they've ever kind of released that had like AAA success was off of a Kickstarter. I mean, PoE 1 was obviously massively successful for them, but that was a crowdfunded game. I think we should talk about the Outer Worlds so we can have a little bit of a positive talk as well. But again, to set the scene for people who haven't been following the story, after Troika, after the what was the first company? Well, because I know that Leonard worked for Diablo 3, but he wasn't really a part of Blizzard for any period before that, right?
he had a year of burnout, I believe.
Okay.
And I think later on he joined Blizzard. I don't know if it was first as a contractor or not. I haven't verified that, but
Okay.
he was, I think, lead world designer of Diablo 3.
That's what it was. That's what I remember him from.
That was a big project that went on for years. So I think that was mostly where he was involved.
Right.
Then I think he left them and then eventually came on to Obsidian.
Quietly,
yeah.
As I used to remark.
Yeah, he kind of came on quietly. I mean, as you recall, I think it was 3.5 years of crunch time for Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Like, that was probably one of the worst horror stories of game development, I think. I mean, even like 6 months of crunch time is terrible. Imagine 6 months of late hours, weekends, sleeping under a desk. But 3.5 years has got to be soul crushing. I'm surprised they even made any more games after that. I mean, that'd be a terrible experience.
Explains why they were burnt out so much, right?
Yeah, for sure. And really, to know nothing to show for it. I mean, Bloodlines was a failure. They shut down the company shortly after. So, and that's also one small point I was going to make about how difficult it is to be a contract developer, like where you just get a publisher for this game, get a publisher for that game. It's very difficult because when you sign on with a publisher, usually you have to have some sort of prototype or some sort of really, really good plan, at least. Usually you have some sort of prototype and a plan, and you have to pitch it. And during that time, you have no funding. You're all on your company dime, basically. Right. And until you secure a publisher, they then fund development on a per month basis until you finish the game. Once you finish the game, they're no longer paying you. And they then take the sales of the game up to the point where they recoup their investment, and then you start to get royalties. So before your game gets a publisher assigned to it, and until your game sells enough to get royalties, you're basically on your own company dime. And so that whole time you're basically just bleeding money. And so that's why being a one game company is so difficult because there's so many months where you're making no money, and so unless you're really really good at tucking money away in between here and there, which could also be considered illegal or questionable, you're basically kind of screwed. That's why they usually have two games to kind of overlap those dead periods, and or
Yeah.
three games or more. I mean that sort of thing was again, Peter Molyneux has a very checkered history, but he was explaining that process and how it was very difficult for him. And for Lionhead starting out, that's why he ended up selling out to Microsoft for after Fable 2 or whatever for Fable 2. But yeah, that's a very big problem. But yeah, and also I'd want to respond to early access. I mean, we've seen some games be in early access for like 4 years and then just get kind of quietly, just not even canceled, just like dropped. It's still available on Steam, but like nobody updates it, nobody does
Right.
anything. But then we see games like, for example, a really good Fallout like game that just came out I think last week. Came in early access early this year, and it's less than a year, regular updates, regular patches, regular content, and then it's released. And it's a supposedly really good game. I haven't tried it out since its patches, but very, very positive or almost overwhelmingly positive on Steam. I mean, the things like Kickstarter and early access do work. We have so little oversight and accountability that
Right.
people who don't have the management skills or the ethics to actually run these things properly get away with these really badly run projects. So
Yeah, and I think it's like it's so easy to meet this with what I would describe as like almost like cartoon levels of like absurdity in a response. And what I mean is like it's so easy to whenever loot boxes come out and there's a big scandal, everyone can pick up their torches and be like, "This is wrong. Oh my god, this is horrible." But a good portion of those people won't actually know why. And so like the thing that I always advise people is when you say that something doesn't work or that something is bad, always be willing to explain why. And it's like
yeah,
that to me is the biggest problem when you look at content creators, is just like if you use too many blanket statements and say like this is OP, this is not OP, this game's great, this game's whatever, it just like it makes it to where when people actually do take the time and effort to explain things, their criticism or their particular details don't matter as much anymore, because they don't want to hear that. They want to hear like the outcry of like loot boxes are all they want everyone to yell for eternity that loot boxes is horrible. And yes, I personally don't really agree that loot boxes are something that should be in video games. That being said, I have a very practical argument for such. It's not even necessarily like a very moral one. It's just more so having been involved in gambling as a youngin' online all the time. Old school MMOs had gambling in them. In fact, some were like supported features before that shit was illegal. What I'm saying is I've been a young, impressionable kid around the idea of gambling. And so even just from that very, again, simple perspective, I kind of you can formulate an argument against that. But somebody brought up a point on the MMORPG subreddit, a place I don't necessarily recommend going just because there's a lot of like very angry people screaming loudly, kind of like True Gaming subreddit as well, another one of those. Anyway, this guy makes a point. He says, stop hyping up future MMOs. You guys only do a disservice to yourself by hyping up these mediocre looking titles like Bless Online and Atlas, only to be massively disappointed upon release. There's enough trash out there on the market to be skeptical of anything that is slated to release in the future. Let's be honest, the MMORPG genre is probably never going to be what it once was. There's likely never going to be another EverQuest or WoW Revolution, so in short, keep your expectations and your wallet in check. A game comes out, you wait for reviews. If they trash it, you pass. So there's some good stuff here, and there's some bad stuff here, as I'm sure you can kind of see. And I think on a surface level, this seems just about okay. It's like, yeah, he's talking about Bless Online and Atlas, and those are bad, and you shouldn't hype those games. But then he's also basically saying don't hype up other games. Period. It's like you should definitely be excited about games, but you should be excited because of a particular reason. Whether or not it's that you've had a chance to play the game, you've seen other people play the game, or it sounds good. Point being is like, yeah, a consumer is going to make mistakes sometimes. We're going to buy games that we think are particularly good. But if we as a community just want to say that everything is shit, then it creates, again, another issue in that we will be endlessly critical of things when maybe we necessarily shouldn't have been so critical of them. And there's really good examples of this. And sure, I never am going to be somebody that says, oh, whenever a game is later on good, therefore it excuses its initial badness. It's like, yeah, I get those kinds of arguments, but to bring it back to Troika, I mean, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines was a a catastrophic failure for the company, but
Yeah.
now it's a pretty successful title, and especially posthumously, it's managed to sell, I think, either upwards or near 1 million copies, which is pretty good for a game that sold. How much was it like on launch day? It was very low. I think it was in the thousands. They sold in comparison to Half-Life's like hundreds of thousands.
Well, yeah, it was a sandwich between in the same week it was like Halo, was it Halo 2 or Half-Life 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3, I think was all in the same week. And yeah, it sold I did a graph on my video. Arcanum sold about twice as much as Temple of Elemental Evil, which sold about twice as much as Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. And Arcanum was like a modest success. Like it was successful, but it was a
Right.
modest success. So it was it's sort of a quarter of their first modest success game. So yeah, it did not do very well. But yeah, I think that the lead designer of Bloodlines said that yeah, after patches and after you know people found this hidden gem, it actually did well. And it was just so terrible that essentially Activision pulled the plug a month early, where they had a month of basically nothing to do until they were legally able to release the game, and that month could have probably fixed most of the
Yeah.
most worst issues, and even just delaying it a couple weeks probably would have helped visibility. But yeah, I mean it's the hype culture, and it can be equally damning for a game, especially a game that's been like hyped for years. Like I think the Division got a really bad hand because people were looking forward to it for years and it looked so good. So then when
Yeah.
they got a decent looter shooter, people were like, this is terrible. We were promised this, and you weren't really promised that. You formulated this in your mind. And in actuality, it was really just this.
Right.
I mean, they took out a couple things. They took out like drones and tablet features, which I was a bit disappointed about. But other than that, like the game was still really good. But I think that overhyping can also kind of lead to unreachable expectations, unmatchable expectations. But I think that one big problem we have right now in terms of companies treating us like the enemy or being very opaque and not transparent about a development anymore is because we have this simmering hate mob online that's just ready to get angry about the smallest thing to be angry about. And some of it's warranted, but
Right.
some of it is also just like, oh my god, this pixel is not, this puddle is not shiny. Where on this picture before it was shiny. Downgrade. It's like, and it's happened before enough times where we kind of have a point, but at the same time,
It's gone way
maybe
past that. Yeah.
yeah, it's gone way past that.
The
Like maybe
Spider-Man thing was a perfect example, actually.
yeah,
To bring it back to Clean Prince, that was an exact point that he suffered from, was that before he even had a chance to necessarily test it out himself, he said, look at the downgrade, it's horrible. And then the devs themselves were like, actually, it's just this one little thing in this one little area. We're sorry about it, but here's the reasons why. And so it wasn't like a big deal, and everyone, of course, has been enjoying that game. But that was an example of like how somebody took an issue that wasn't necessarily a big issue, but just automatically thought it was the same issue that was, happening previously,
yeah.
and tried to treat it like the same kind of way. And it's like, in that particular case, again, it's a perfect example of how, like you said, there's a precedent for things. Like you certainly, you look at something and you're like, well, that thing has happened before and it's been bad. But that doesn't necessarily mean that then anytime anything that's involved in that is bad by association. And that's why I don't like this mentality of like, oh, stop hyping up games. Saying stop hyping up games is like the same thing as saying stop hating every game. They're both extreme points of view that people suffer from. But the truth is often, as people say, a little bit somewhere in between. And in that particular case, my question to you is a simple one. Should you be allowed to hype up a game that you're looking forward to? Like, is that okay? Even just in a broad sense, is that okay?
Oh, of course. I mean, you can be the most zealous fanatic about a game, and there's no law against it. There's nothing against it. But I mean, like, I think as an influencer, I hate that term, but I'll just say it because it's technically what it is. Like, but as somebody who potentially could influence the decision making of other people. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've had several people actually say, I bought this game on your recommendation. I'm like, oh wow, that kind of affects you in a way you don't
Yes.
really realize, because you're
Yes.
like, oh crap, me just saying stuff into a mic based on a script I wrote actually can affect how money is transferred from one, source to another source. That
Right.
you kind of have a sense of responsibility, at least you should, because you realize that you could be parting somebody with their, help in the decision of parting somebody from their real hard-earned money.
Right.
So I think that you should, if you have an audience or a sphere of influence, you should be more careful about what you say. Like I say, I'm looking forward to what Obsidian will do with the Outer Worlds. I'm not saying, oh my God, day one purchase. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we should look at
Excuse me.
pre-release footage, analyze what they're doing, and see the details that they're saying. And if game looks really good, if we're able to play, an early version or whatever, or when the reviews come out and we're actually able to play it ourselves, and it's actually a thoroughly well thought out, fleshed out game, then yeah, I would give my recommendation. But for somebody to say, "Oh my God, you got to buy this," or you got to pre-order it, no, I think that's irresponsible. It's not wrong per se, but I think it's irresponsible as somebody who can affect other people's opinion. But um, to another point, you were talking about. Let's see, what we're talking about just before this. The
Excuse me. Well, we were talking about Troika a lot. Sure.
Troika. I had another point I was going to mention, but yeah, as far as hype and hate and everything like that. Oh no, yeah, I had a really good point about that. The irony of the hate mob is that they'll latch onto the smallest things and blow them up into, not all the time, but blow them up into sky high. Like we saw how this bag thing, which is a legitimate, false
Right.
advertising, and I think that should be definitely looked into. That blew up sky high, but Bethesda's gotten away with so many really, really, really big lies and things like
Exactly.
what was it? Fallout 3 had 200 endings or something like that. Or was it Fallout 3 or was it Skyrim? No, Skyrim has 200. Skyrim has infinite quests. That was one of the Todd Howard's lines. I think Fallout 3 had 200 endings. Other really, really
Oblivion
big
was
things.
individually placed textures. Isn't that what he said, or like models or something like that?
Yeah, these
Handcrafted
NPCs
dungeons. Isn't that
are
what he
not
also
are not
said?
scripted. Yeah, they had one guy on the dungeons on Oblivion. But they become memes, but we get most angry about like canvas bags and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And one of the perfect examples was the original Fable. I don't know if you ever played it for the
I
Xbox, but
did. Good game.
really good game. Yeah, um, not not the hype that it was hyped out to be, but you know what the
Definitely not.
during the development phase, as Peter Molyneux is most known for being the hype master, he mentioned things like built-in cooperative multiplayer on the original Fable. Talked about all these different interactions, and people would like, you could like marry, you could have children, you could do all this other kind of crazy
He
stuff
talked about the
interacting with the
ripple
world.
effect. I remember
Yeah,
because I
yeah,
saw the
yeah, the butterfly
trailers.
effect, all this kind of stuff, all this kind of stuff, right? And and casually mentioned that you could plant an acorn and it would later grow into a tree. Guess what? Out of all those things, what the biggest controversy was about? Planting an acorn. That was the big controversy of the original Fable, was that you couldn't plant an acorn and it would grow into a tree. Even though he mentioned explicitly a couple of times that there was going to be full co-op and multiplayer in the game, and there wasn't in
Hmm.
the final version. But that's the kind of weird thing where we pay so much attention to the small, minute details and not look at the bigger picture. Like, was you know sometimes, and sometimes we attack the right targets. But I think that's the best thing that I would say, is that you know undirected hate I think is wrong, but criticism is totally warranted, especially when there's a valid target. Like
Yeah.
this particular thing says that there's going to be 20 levels, there's only 12. What happened? This guy said that there was going to be 200 endings, there's only like 5. What happened? And that there's such a long marketing process now between E3 and Game Awards and all this kind of stuff. You say a lot of things, and a lot of developers are freaking terrified of even mentioning basic functionality about their games. Like one example recently was when they mentioned that, oh yeah, Cyberpunk 2077 is going to be a first person game. and people are like, what? And it's like, that's what the game is designed. I mean, it's not a franchise. It's not like they changed it from a previous game. The first video game adaptation of Cyberpunk 2033, I guess it was the original tabletop game, will be a first person game. That should be like, oh, okay, it's a first person game. But
Right.
people, I guess, weren't expecting that or something like that. And so there was like a mini controversy about that. And I'm like, maybe that wasn't what you expected, but that's the way the game is being designed.
Well, I
And
think
it's just so weird.
expectations versus what's promised, right? That seems to be like the main crux of kind of like the, I guess, point of contention here is like you mentioned, when someone says like, here's 20 or here's 15 levels of the 20 that we promise, you can easily be like, wait a minute, where's the other 5?
Yeah.
But whenever it's more like a general claim that somebody makes, and then people have this expectation that that means some great thing, which again, it happens. And I'm not saying it's not necessarily a developer's fault for like overhyping people or not overhyping people. Like in the case of No Man's Sky, well, certainly, at least initially, gave you that impression that you're going to experience a lot more than you actually did. I can't help but see the same thing that you do, which is that the mob is useful. We need the mob every now and then.
For sure.
Right? Whenever Disney had to spank EA over the whole Battlefront thing, and Jim Sterling was like on the forefront, of all that stuff, like that was hilarious to me, and I was right there with the mob saying EA. But in that particular case, it works. When it then becomes the mob is got nowhere else to go, and so they decide to get mad about, in this particular case, a game not being exactly what they expected. It's like, it's a little bit different. Is it what you expected versus what they actually advertise their game as being? And of course, there's always going to be some overlap, and some people are going to completely miss the mark, and sometimes developers will, in some ways, mislead you. But generally speaking, I think the best thing is that we are cautious of mobs because they help us, and they help us get certain issues brought to the forefront. But I think that in this particular case, like when you talk about hyping up games or whatever else, if somebody's telling you, as you said, to pre-order everything, that's suspicious. If they're saying, hey, buy this through my affiliate link, yeah, you probably maybe are a little bit suspicious of their intentions, right? Because that gives them some sort of money. But if somebody just says that they're excited for a game, it's crazy like how much people want to pin you to something. And what I mean by that is that I get that all the time where people will say, oh, so you had fun playing this game. Should I buy it? It's like, well, I don't know. Like, what do you like in games? What do you necessarily enjoy? I can't tell you if you would like the game because I don't know you as a person in this particular case. I could tell you if I like the game and the reasons why I like the game. Maybe those reasons can impact why you like the game. But I'd never say to somebody, you would 100% like this game. Because that's just something that you shouldn't like ever say, and you shouldn't feel good about saying. But at the same time, I don't like the kind of culture where it's just like, so then just burn it all down. It's like, no. Like let's wait a little bit. let's do some other things first before we just resort to burning it all down. And I actually want to move into something not as serious. We had a couple other topics that we didn't necessarily get to, but I wanted to talk about some of the events of the year, a bit of a reviewing of the year, but also hand out some make-believe awards, since we can also do that. We can have our own show and hand out awards that might not necessarily mean anything. Unfortunately, we're not going to have any exclusive trailers, so we're not going to get any big viewership here, but that's okay. We'll live.
We called Schick Hydrobot, but he was too busy. His schedule was filled, so he can't be on.
Prior allegations, something about a shoot or whatever else. The first thing that I wanted to kind of get into is just, I guess, a review of the year. Just kind of thoughts from both of us on what you remember of the year, because I have a horrible memory, so I won't hold it against you if you don't remember everything. But just, I guess, your thoughts about the year, your closing thoughts, and maybe what you look forward to going into the next year.
This year's been like 10 years long. So I forget that's like, that was this year,
Yeah, like, exactly.
This year was one of the biggest, most funded and most probably AAA looking Kickstarter games, which was Kingdom Come Deliverance, which has way too many names. But that was a pretty big highlight to show that a big open world CryEngine game can actually get released within the boundaries of a Kickstarter. I think they had to go for external funding as well, because Kickstarter quite often isn't the entire budget for a game
Right.
usually. But that was a big highlight. I think that we are starting to see more community. I don't like to use backlash, but I think that in the right way, community input and community basically when they speak up against something bad, it can be pretty helpful. Like, I think Battlefield 2 was last year, but within this last year, I think we've seen some positive community uh, retaliations against bad
So
ideas.
the mob
And
can work is kind of what you're saying.
yeah, a mob
Okay.
can work. Like in Battlefield 2's thing, I think we actually made progress with that. I think we actually worked out things and kind of held EA's foot to the fire when it came to actually correcting some really bad game design and some kind of predatory monetization and things like that. But otherwise, I mean, I think we're seeing that EA and or sorry, EA, E3 and Game Awards is just as ridiculously monetized and cut up with ads and native advertising and commercialized as possible and as ever. But
Right.
I think that we're starting to see more. I think overall the community is wisening up against certain things. But again, this is the more heavy research online community rather than the average,
Right.
game purchaser, which is a small portion. But I think we are getting a wider version of that. And which is cool about that is that because we have a more, we're starting to grow a wider, I'm not saying I'm necessarily more intelligent, but more well researched, you getting hyped and buying the next Call of Duty has nothing to do with your intelligence. You just tend to kind of go with what's popular and what
Right.
the average consumer is more into. I'm not saying you're not intelligent. I'm just saying that you probably don't spend hours every day looking at, trailers and articles and stuff like that. But we're starting to get more of an audience like that. So I think that potentially games that cater to more of a hyper consumer audience, I think that's becoming more of a viable market. So I think that's probably the highlight of the year for me, the takeaway from the year for me, personally.
Okay. Yeah, and I would probably say that that's pretty similar to my thoughts in regards to this whole recent, I guess, drama about certain changes and the backlash against Bethesda, Blizzard, and all of these different companies. EA, of course, the Battlefront thing, or Battlefield thing that you mentioned. I think that's almost like the general audience is catching up to the more like elite, gaming audience, because some of the more kind of elitist gamers or someone that I would describe as just being hardcore, someone who plays maybe over 20 hours a week or something like that. That person, I think, kind of already knew the rundown on some of these companies. I'm not saying all of them. Obviously, Blizzard was one that I think definitely suffered a lot of irreparable damage in regards to their kind of like the history. Obviously, stemming back from just this year. I mean, everyone's going to talk about the you don't really want that thing that they said about WoW Classic and now WoW Classic's like a thing or whatever else. But point being, I think this is definitely the year. 2018 was the year where the general audience is kind of catching up to some of the more kind of topical discussions in gaming. But in particular, it's a good thing, right? When it works. And in other ways, it's a bad thing, because then you have people essentially not knowing why things are bad and just kind of like disliking things on a kind of a base level of sorts. But I think that that's inevitable. So I'm not necessarily saying that means anything in and of itself. I think we're at that stage now where it's like, kind of like you were saying, people are becoming slowly more researched, even if at the end of the day, a consumer is just going to spend their money on what they want to spend their money on. I think people now are starting to kind of realize, hey, wait a minute. This doesn't seem like as much as I used to get when I paid for games that were the same price, right? So people are starting to kind of catch up to that. But I would say other remarks for myself would definitely be in regards to MMOs. We're not much further than we were in regards to whatever game is next to newest and greatest thing to come out. We haven't really had any significant ones launched this year, and the only ones that I can think of are in early access, pretty much. There isn't a whole lot of like full launches. And then in regards to, I guess, my view on all of that, it doesn't really change because the Kickstarter MMOs are going to take longer to make. Obviously, just like a normal MMO takes 4 to 5, 6 years to make, period. So these games are obviously going to take longer. But I would say next year is going to be huge for MMOs. And I think that I could say that pretty accurately because a lot of these MMOs are promising either to launch, like a soft launch this year, coming up, 2019, or set to launch by the end of the year. So 2019, I think we'll see a lot more progress in regards to MMOs. Whether or not it'll be exactly the kind of progress we want yet, probably not. It'll be small steps, but generally speaking, it's been an uneventful year in regards to like new titles. But obviously, current MMOs have had, their share of drama as well, and obviously, some of the biggest ones are going to be about the mobile market. Everyone's going to mention that. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more later because we have a section where we talk about the most worrying trends. Mobile gaming is certainly a very worrying trend for me. But I'll end my year in review in saying that despite my criticisms, I generally think that we, as a community, as gamers, as an ecosystem, we've done a generally pretty good job this year of trying to like say when things are bad and when things are good. Is probably not as defined. So this year might seem a little bit more hater centric. But I think that's just because people are, as this, post that we just talked about kind of illustrated, they're afraid to be hyped. People are starting to get afraid to be hyped for games. And I understand that. I mean, people tell me all the time, Nerd Slayer, why am I going to be excited about this next MMO that promises to be out when the other ones promised the same kind of shit and they weren't very good? And it's like, well, I mean, technically speaking, there's not a whole reason why you should trust them. Other than, obviously being able to see their product work, test it out yourself, and maybe review it extensively. But I'm certainly noticing a lot more of that as well, which is ultimately good. The first category that I wanted to get into is, of course, probably one of the fan favorites, and that's going to be the worst company of the year. And I wrote a couple down here for you and I to look at, but you can feel free to do anything off the top of your head. I don't care. But for the worst company of the year, a couple of the ones that we have here, of course, are going to be, we're talking about game development companies here, or in some cases publishers, but we're talking about Bethesda, Blizzard, Tryon Worlds, Telltale, EA, and I even mentioned like Take-Two or Rockstar, depending on if people want to also mention that. And I think we could probably take a little bit of time to talk about each one individually, and then maybe kind of explain which one we think kind of is most egregious. Let's not start with Bethesda or Blizzard first, because I feel like we've already made those arguments. But what do you think of Rockstar and their recent making beans cost more than diamonds whole thing about microtransactions and their economy? What's your thoughts on that whole thing about Rockstar?
Yeah, I think it's a specifically with Red Dead Redemption 2, right, where they're
Right.
kind of over monetizing, and it's actually really. Oh, you could almost probably get a economist or marketing or psychologist to get in here to probably pick it apart more. But what's even more fascinating is that Red Dead Redemption 2 is set in the early 1900s or late 1800s. I'm not sure which era it was, but and so the actual dollar value seems very low for these items because back then, $10 was like, damn, wow, that's a lot of money.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, they've been really extraordinarily successful with their shark cards with GTA 5, and so where there's money, they set up systems to make more of that money. So they know what they're doing. I also think they're probably one of the few companies that actually monetize their ports, like to a large degree, where they GTA 5,
Right.
I know like at least 3 people personally who have bought GTA 5 3 times because they bought it on the 360, they bought it on the, Xbox One or the PS4, and they bought it again on the PC when a better port came out. And I think that's
Right.
purposefully staggering your releases like that. I believe I personally believe they're working on a PC version right now, but they just don't want to say anything about it. I think that's kind of scummy as well,
Mm-hmm.
knowing that people are going to not be able to help themselves and buy the game.
Right.
That's why I haven't played it yet, is because I don't want to buy it on console,
Same.
only to have to buy it again on PC, which will have, unlocked frame rate, better resolution, etc. But yeah, the monetization thing I think is a bit scummy. It is. I don't necessarily think it's game breaking, but I do think it's definitely they're getting a bit greedy on that, especially considering that it is a fully paid game, which will probably have DLCs and expansions and whatever down the road, just like all
Right.
the GTA games have had. So I mean, they do have a business model that has worked, and with their games, I mean, they don't even need the online or microtransaction, income anyway, because well, didn't GTA 5 sell 90 million copies or something? It was something absolutely asinine how many copies that GTA 5 sold. It was something,
That might be true, but they made $1 billion off of GTA Online, I think, in 1 year. So,
yeah. But I mean, it's like, come on, guys.
I think the answer is that they're getting even more. So that's why they're doing even more, because they're getting even more.
Yeah, 90 million copies sold. But to put that in perspective, Skyrim sold something like 23 to 25 million. So GTA 5 is by and large one of the most successful games ever made, like as far as number of copies sold. So I'm sure Red Dead Redemption 2 will do very well as well, but I just find that kind of like really, just from quantity alone, you're going to be making so much money. Do you really need to like nickel and dime everybody after it? So yeah, I find that a bit scummy.
Yeah, and I think that they are at the early stages of what we're already seeing with Bethesda and Blizzard. I think that they've already been doing this, as you mentioned, with GTA Online. They've already gotten some backlash on it, but not enough in order to kind of like really do anything. So I will say, even if it is like, super snail pace, slow progress, at least we are coming out and saying, hey, this isn't cool, Rockstar, to do this with Red Dead Redemption. But I guess the thing that annoys me about it all is just kind of like, they've already done this before. So like,
Yeah.
when does it have to keep being a story until people are just like, just don't buy it? Like, if you don't believe in that sort of thing or you think it's wrong, don't buy it, because they're going to do it. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when and how, right? And at this current point, somebody made a good point. They think that what they release with these games could theoretically, from the investor perspective, actually be the more egregious version that they're already willing to kind of downsize in certain microtransaction ways. And I know it's a little bit conspiracy, but it kind of makes sense in that a lot of the time what companies will do, they'll do something, and when they get enough backlash, they'll be like, okay, that wasn't worth it. We won't do this anymore. But for some companies, it's actually a risk versus reward, because there's a lot of risk in doing it, but they could potentially gain more money even if it gives them a lot of bad publicity, right? I mean, companies can make money sometimes even if people aren't necessarily happy with them. And so I kind of see it as like the beginning stages of like a Bethesda or a Blizzard. But in this particular case, it's just kind of like, again, we already had the knowledge before that they were probably going to do this. I think it's maybe time to stop, as people have said, and I hate that saying, but maybe stop pre-ordering these games. Stop giving them more like restitution to keep doing these kinds of practices. Because I'm with you. Like, apparently, I looked up that they've made with GTA 5 so far $6 billion in revenue. They don't know if that's obviously all game sales. What portion is only game sales? It's hard to know because you're only really knowing what's released, and that's not often from like another source of another source. So it's like you're getting maybe not the most official look at something, but it still could be very close to the truth. But I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of money, and people who ask the question of why more, why not, I think is what their answer is.
Yeah, I mean, you put that in perspective, that's 3 times as much as the most successful movie ever made. So
Right.
that's an incredible amount of money.
It's more than the Star Wars franchise, apparently, is what people are saying. The Star Wars franchise, I think, was $4 billion. So GTA has eclipsed it by 2.
Yeah, just one title. Yeah, that's nuts.
Man, all right. To get into EA, and everyone on this list is going to get a little bit spanked for the award show. So EA has had a lot of drama, obviously, over their whole DICE thing, the whole Battlefield. People are saying there's way too much drama to even possibly go into all of that, and I don't follow those games enough to even begin to start. But basically, there's been a lot of drama about Battlefield. The most, in my opinion, credible reasons to criticize have been obviously game mechanics, progression. People said that it was like extremely grindy. It was extremely behind paywalls. Like nearly all of the customization options. The base kits are really weak, or at least they were. Until they did manage to do some level of change, which was why maybe I won't put EA at the top of the list this year, but I still have to put them pretty up there because people, again, will often forget what EA's been spending a good portion of their year doing, and that's fighting against legislation that's potentially going to restrict them from having more loot boxes. So EA might not be in the public eye necessarily, but they've been trying to fight against Belgium in these different European countries who've made rulings that loot boxes are gambling. And again, for people wondering why, it's because it's their money. So even if they think that they're going to lose in court, they basically have no choice, because what people are anticipating is a cascade effect in Europe that these other countries potentially are going to also say, we don't agree with this. And that happened to some extent. Australia mentioned something about it. Australian Parliament did. I believe a couple other countries as well. I don't remember them off the top of my head, but a couple other ones also mentioned possibly introducing some legislation to stop these loot boxes. So I'll still put EA up there on my list, but yeah, maybe not the most egregious, at least like visibly yet.
Yeah, I definitely think. I mean, they're definitely in probably the top 3 for me.
Right.
But yeah, I think that the Battlefield one thing, just to very briefly go over that, I think the Battlefield one is probably the biggest problem with the year. I mean, I think that just mocking your fans is always a bad idea, regardless of their actual stance on anything. But that was definitely a big factor. I mean, what a lot of people were actually asking for is like, hey, this isn't really, weirdly enough, some of the things that I found most distasteful about the original reveal trailer were actually somewhat historically accurate, like the actual the arm appendage that the woman had or whatever. That's that existed around that era. I mean, that character would be impossible in actual 1930s, 1940s, but some of the things that you wouldn't necessarily think were realistic actually kind of were. But the fact that people are saying, hey, this doesn't look like legit World War II battlefield, and they're basically told you're not educated, is a very poor response. I can't think of many worse ways to say that. But I think probably the biggest thing that with Battlefield's 5's poor release was probably committing the biggest sin in marketing, which is not making people excited. I think that's probably where they failed the most, is that regardless of all the specifics, I mean, there was a small but very vocal backlash against it. I mean, it was actually pretty big. That had a really big negative on the initial YouTube trailer had like 90%, 95% download or something like that.
Which
this is a pretty big backlash.
Yeah, it could be a brigade, but at the end of the day, it's a big backlash, whether or not.
It's a big backlash because, there's hyper fans that would upvote it. So, I mean, there was a definite, I wouldn't say 95% of all Battlefield players disliked it. I'd say it's probably a smaller portion, but it was a big enough backlash to totally nuke the like-dislike bar, at least. But I think they really, really mismarketed the game. And on top of it, snuck in some more, as EA is going to do, snuck in some more, underhanded game design that made it more grindy, made you more likely to spend money on stuff. So yeah, I agree with you. It was just poorly marketed, poorly monetized, just typical EA crap. So
I think my biggest issue with that whole discussion is and I've mentioned this on my Discord before, but I don't often like when people talk about historical accuracies, because in the case of the Battlefield IP, it's never necessarily been a paragon of that. I mean, it literally has like a futuristic version where I mean, there's lasers and flying cars and whatever else. That being said, I do attribute that to bad marketing, because if you can't accurately advertise your game, you're going to have people pissed off. So like if you advertise your game in a way that makes it seem realistic, or you're trying to like offer some sort of realistic situation. For example, I remember the game what was it? It was it Band of Brothers? Was that the name of the game franchise that Gearbox used to make games for?
What? I think it was Band of Brothers. Yeah, it was World War II.
Yeah,
I think it was World War II, wasn't it?
They did Operation Market Garden, I think, in one of them, or whatever else. It's a famous operation in World War II. I believe World War II. It might be World War One, but basically it's a operation where they're greatly outnumbered, but they have to go over this like bridge and pass over this bridge. So it's like this like crazy battle of sorts.
Brothers in Arms. Sorry,
Brothers in Arms. That's
Band of Brothers was a TV show.
Yeah, Band of Brothers is a TV show on HBO, wasn't it, or Showtime or whatever?
Something like that. Yeah. Also served as inspiration for Gears of War, weirdly enough.
That is weirdly enough. That so yeah, like that was like an example to me of like it kind of advertised itself as like shell shocked trailer, and you're like a soldier who's kind of into this thing, and you're kind of don't really know what you're getting into. So I really like that game because it showed other aspects of war besides just like the cool parts. Obviously, people remember Spec Ops The Line as well. These are games that can communicate very like authentic seeming worlds and experiences, and don't try and mislead you into thinking that they are or aren't. And I think in Battlefield's case, they're probably better off if they just play up their arcade parts. I mean, people love that about Bad Company too. Like people like the arcade aspects of Battlefield. It's just that it's still hiding under the guise of being like a Battlefield, where it's more like a, you know, a play zone or something of sorts. That's why I liked Bad Company. To me, it always just felt like we're just here with a bunch of toys and we're just kind of like doing a bunch of crazy things and doing these objectives. It wasn't really about like fight for this troop or fight for this side of the troop. And I get why that's important, because tribalism is a great way to inspire people to want to play a game, to tell them that, hey, you could fight against a certain kind of force or whatever, invading force is a good way. And I like the idea of these open campaigns that Battlefield does, especially like the new one has started doing that as well, where they have these like week-long campaigns. All great ideas, but yeah, they stumbled a lot this year. EA did. It just wasn't as in the public, except for the Battlefield things. And if anything, I felt like EA didn't even get as much pushback on that as they should have. I felt like it was more just like people were just hating on the game in general, instead of maybe delivering some more of that criticism to EA. But anyway, I wanted to talk briefly about Tryon Worlds and Telltale, and that's just because they're two companies in general, or sorry, just in a general sense, who did something very similar, where they kind of shut down abruptly. In Tryon's case, they were acquired by Gamigo. In Telltale's case, they obviously just kind of shut up or closed up shop. But I wanted to bring up both of these in terms of worst company, because it's kind of like when you know that you're going to shut down and you don't tell anybody, for good reason, obviously. You don't want to tell them that you're going to shut down your company. But then you shut it down. None of those people get any sort of severance package. And then also you're expecting, in the case of Telltale, to still keep selling games. It's just, there's something scummy about all of that. And the whole Tryon Worlds thing in particular, I talk about it because I just did a video on them with Rift, but what they did is basically they cut their losses, right? They were acquired by Gamigo, they cut their losses, the investors got their paychecks, and are probably, you know, more than happy to have gotten the amount of money that they got, because I mean they spent millions and millions of dollars to acquire them. But I can't help but feel bad in both cases for the developers behind the games. They get shafted. They get no promises for anything. There's no sort of unionization. There's no sort of like code of ethics. They're crunched out their minds, especially Telltale. I mean, they have some of the most like egregious crunch stories, and Tryon probably wasn't much different in that regard, where these companies have insane crunch. You expect so much from your workforce. You don't necessarily pay them appropriately, or at least incentivize them to want to do well on a project. For example, like Blizzard used to do revenue sharing. And people wonder, why would you do revenue sharing? Well, because it makes you want to care about the product, right? You care a lot more if your name's attached to it and you can make a percentage of it versus just getting paid to work as a contractor. In 2018, man, and I mentioned this whenever I talked about the recent changes or addition of a union of sorts. It's very early coming in the UK right now, but just seeing some things like that come around, I think it has me a little bit optimistic. Unions themselves aren't necessarily inherently good or whatever else, but as long as they represent the people's interests, or in this case, the developers' interests, it's the best that we could ask for. It's just crazy. In 2018, we still have scenarios like Tryon Worlds and Telltale happening. And I just really, after all of that, my remarks are, I wish there's more regulation that can protect these developers, because clearly not having regulation ain't helping them. And they're getting either paid less than they're worth, or they're getting told to work insane hours, or they get fired. And it's just, man, 2018, we still have this industry like this, man. I just hope that improves.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't hear about Tryon as much. You'd probably be more familiar with that. Did they get any sort of severance or parachute or anything like that, or were they just fired outright from Tryon?
So from Tryon, they were fired outright. Excuse me.
So they were just completely just acts
I
just
think
like a
I think they might have let their here, let me pull up the article right now. I think they might have let something go for a little bit as like a consolation, but
yeah. While you're pulling that up, I just was going to put my 2 cents in with Telltale. I mean, Telltale saw the writing on the wall for a long time. I'm sure it was not a surprise when they realized that they couldn't pay their staff anymore. So I'm sure that they were basically trying to keep appearances, kind of keep it all under the rug, and then like hope that one of these future. I know that they're working with something with Netflix for Stranger Things, I think, and they
they
were
were, and Netflix
possibly
dropped
going
them.
to. Yeah, they're gonna try to nail a couple of these products to keep it afloat. But I mean that's not only, as far as I know, illegal in California law to just to fire a bunch of people for no reason, but also especially since they weren't shutting down, they were like drastically downsizing so that they could finish the contracts they were currently on, which is even scummier. If they were just
Right.
shutting down and everybody has to walk away empty-handed, then that'd be one thing. But no, they were actually maintaining a small core team to work on their games. And yeah, that has to be pretty. That's a pretty scummy thing to do, to put hundreds of
Excuse me.
people's of actual lives on a hope that you can like nail one more, you know, job and keep everybody afloat. I mean, they should have been a lot more transparent with their
Yeah.
people. They should have allowed, hey, you can turn in resignation. This is we're here for you. We're gonna try to make it work, but honestly, this may not work out. So if you need to turn in your 2 weeks right now, then go ahead and do that. Like that would be respectable. It wouldn't be obviously best for them, but it would
Right.
be not lawsuit, not oh my god, I'm out of a job. Because I mean, a lot of people, myself included, work paycheck to paycheck. So the idea that we can somehow scramble to find a new job, especially in a very specific industry in a very specific area. I mean, they're also, aren't they like San Francisco, which is incredibly
Yeah.
high cost of living there.
Yep.
So yeah, that was particularly scumming of them. That was not cool.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I think that in that particular case, it's easy to say that, excuse me, Telltale is much worse because it essentially was a gamble, is how I told the story, where the upper management was just like, we're going to pray that this new Walking Dead game does good enough. And the thing is that it wasn't a bad game. It was actually probably one of their more decent games that they've done. Sorry, the season 2 or whatever. Their first episode was probably one of their middle end types of games. So it wasn't necessarily like a bad response. If anything, people were quite happy compared to where they were making games previously, but it wasn't a smash success. So no matter what, it just wasn't enough to keep them afloat. And obviously them losing other possible business relationships, it's speculated that either they lost the one with Lionsgate or Netflix. Point being, either one pulled the plug. And if that's essentially all it takes to end your company, is getting rid of one of your customers, people speculate, or there's an old saying in business, that's not really a business.
No.
If you pull out your biggest customer and you just fail, it's not really a business. And I just feel bad for those devs. And in Trion's case, luckily, it wasn't exactly that same scenario, but I did double check, and they weren't paid any type of severance, and they were abruptly, as it states, laid off. So that usually means you're not given any sort of warning or any type of care package. You're just told you need to vacate the premises, which is just horrible. And
Yeah, quite
but
often actually escorted, because people take that pretty personally when they're just fired for no reason. So
yeah, and I mean, that means there's only 2 other companies to mention, and ones that we've mentioned quite a lot. So between Bethesda and Blizzard, who do we say is number one? That's I feel like that's the biggest question. Who's the worst company of the year out of those 2?
I'd say Blizzard, they let go of either optionally or forcefully let go of 100 people with a one year pay, and greatly, and they also, one thing we didn't mention was that they did drop Here's of the Storm without pretty much any warning, which did affect a lot of people's, a lot of esports teams shut down, a lot of things like that. That did affect a lot of people. I mean, that kind of goes and comes with the industry. I mean, I'm assuming that these teams probably got the idea that this game wasn't necessarily number one in the industry, so if they weren't making plans to kind of adapt, I think that's a little bit on them as well. But I think probably the most public problem that they had was a drastic miscalculation of people's response to their BlizzCon announcements. They had some good things, like I think Warcraft 3 Remastered is probably going to be pretty good. But yeah, I mean the Diablo mobile was pretty poorly received. But as stupid and I think as bad marketing as that was, I don't think that necessarily ruined anybody's lives or actually screwed over any current customers. Like, if you don't like Diablo Mobile, which I don't, and many people don't, just don't download it. Don't play it. It sucks. It sucks that we're not getting Diablo 4, but it's not going to ruin your livelihood or necessarily, screw you out of the money you paid for. So I think out of the two, I definitely say Bethesda's worse.
I think that's kind of like the same conclusion I got, honestly. It's because when you look at it, Blizzard has done a lot of silly things and definitely stupid things. But I mean, if you want to talk about like most egregious things in terms of like hurting somebody's chain, like wallet or affecting their livelihood, it probably would be the ending of the Heroes of the Storm esports scene almost just overnight. Because having been in esports myself and been an aspiring pro, I mean, when you dedicate years of your life to being good at something that they essentially can just end overnight, it's obviously it's a massive shock to you as a person and to your livelihood. But more specifically, my issue with that actually isn't that they ended it. It's that they started it in the first place. And what I mean by that is that Blizzard is strange because their first esports scenes, StarCraft obviously is the biggest, was created by the community, essentially. Like, I mean, Blizzard didn't force it to be an esport, but they kept trying to force Heroes of the Storm to have an esports scene. They kept trying the Heroes of the Dorm thing. They kept trying these pro events and whatever else. And I mean, let's be honest, it just never really caught on with people because they're just like, I mean, if Heroes of the Storm is fun, and having played it for a long time, having been there since Alpha and played it more recently, it's come a long way. It's a much better game than it ever was before. That being said, is it an esport? I don't know about that. Like, I'm not trying to belittle anyone's career choice in that game, but what I'm trying to say is that because Blizzard has started to do this new thing like they did with Overwatch, where they're essentially creating esports, it's a very dangerous precedent. And we're only seeing the very beginning fallout from that with this particular thing with Heroes of the Storm. To bring it back to Bethesda, though, you can't get any worse than that. I mean, it's just like week after week after week after week following the launch and even pre-launch of the game. It's almost like when somebody goes into a room to a record player and turns on that record that has a bunch of scratches on it, and you can hear it skips every single time, and you're just like, does no one like hear that record keep skipping? That's what you start to feel like with Bethesda now. It's starting to become almost like a broken record where everyone's like, all right, what else is wrong with Fallout 76 this time? They leaked customer info, like a receipt, credit card information was even seen by some people. Obviously the whole nylon bag thing. There's the whole aspect of, as we mentioned before, a game that essentially has been reliant on its mod community, launching a game without any sort of mod support or mod community. It's Bethesda has to be clearing away the worst of the year, just because their mistakes seem a lot more egregious in comparison, I feel like, than Blizzard's in this particular regard.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say Blizzard is definitely up there. I'd probably say that even Telltale is a bit worse than Blizzard in terms of actually directly impacting, hundreds of people's lives, outright. But as far as, I mean, esports teams for sure, but I don't know how many esports teams there necessarily were. And honestly, it's partly due to the fact as an esports team owner, you should probably have your finger on the pulse of where things are going. And if you see that you don't really see much of a future for a particular game, you should do that. But as a brief note on Here's the Storm, I think that the kind of artificially driven esport game will always kind of be a problem, because without the community creating something like StarCraft was never, they didn't even think that esports were possible when they were designing StarCraft.
The movement quirks of the game were basically a defect of the engine. as the lead developer on
Yeah.
StarCraft said himself. All
Yeah,
the
yeah, I mean,
quirks, with like the dragoons, they can't like move in like a real pattern. They just like skip around. I'm just like adding more credence to the belief that it wasn't really meant to be an esport.
no, it's totally accidental. Like maybe some online play, maybe some LAN matches. That's it. But yeah, that was completely organically grown. Like nothing synthetic about that. The StarCraft online scene and esports and everything, that was completely organic. But to put your money on what was, I mean, I remember when, what was it? It was, what was the name of it was something battle arena. It was literally a joke. Here's the Storm was literally a joke when it was originally designed. It was a
Dota All
fake.
Stars.
Yeah, I think it was Dota All Stars or something.
It was initially Dota All Stars, but they didn't have the rights to the name Dota.
Yeah, so it was like Blizzard All Stars or whatever. It was a joke parody mini game based on the StarCraft 2 engine, I think it was. And that's how it started. So to put your money on esports based on what was originally a joke, I think that was betting on the wrong horse. But yeah, I think that Telltale ruining essentially the livelihood of hundreds of employees was probably the worst in that regard. But Blizzard effectively uh essentially ripped off millions of customers, which I think in terms of scale is probably worse. But yeah, just that people underplay how it's just weird how deceptive they were. Like regardless of the bag, regardless of all the, like the knickknacks and extra stuff, which were pretty bad, the game was just essentially it was the entire presentation of the game was to misdirect people from what was actually being done. They said that id Software, Arcane Studios, Bethesda Game Studios, Bethesda Game Studios Austin, Bethesda Game Studios Montreal, and like a couple, or it even said the guys that work on um, Elder Scrolls Online, the ZeniMax Online Studios. They said that all these companies were working the game, which is highly, highly suspect, if not outright misleading. Like,
I mean, considering ZeniMax just announced that they were going to make another MMO, I find it hard to believe that they're working on this thing.
yeah, unless they said that the intern from id Software brought coffee one day, like that's really misleading. They said that it was the biggest project they ever worked on. It's clearly a B project, not nothing against the developers, but this is not their big release. This is a spin-off. So with all that in mind, and then them saying that all these studios came together to make their most ambitious big project ever, and you look at the credits, and some of the credits are like people who've worked on maybe one game. Like this is how bad it was. This is how bad they wanted to trick you into thinking you knew who was making this game. Fallout 76 did not launch with credits.
Excuse me.
Fallout 76 did not launch with credits. They patched in credits a week later.
That's
Like
because credits are a feature. No, I'm just kidding.
It's a feature.
They're
Right?
a bug, not a feature. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm not going to assign malice where it could just be ignorance, and obviously there's a lot of ignorance involved in this game in terms of whatever we.
Well, that's the thing,
but
though, is they've opened themselves up to speculation
Yeah.
because they've made so many like strange things where we're just all sitting here like there has to be some greater reason, right? Like for example, the credits thing. I know it sounds minor to some people, but for me, I am kind of wondering why would you wait to put that in? I don't know. It's just like a really strange thing to me.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I forgot to put my name in the game I made. Like whoever, like I don't know, it's pretty wild. And yeah, if you look at the credits, like the lead director or whatever, it was just very suspect. The beta, actually, the credits were like one thing: game design, Bethesda Game Studios. That was the entirety of the actual game credits in the beta version was game design, Bethesda Game Studios, which isn't even a person. That's just a studio. Like very, very weird. So yeah, they mismarketed. They said it was a completely you could play it, solo just like a single player game, which is not true. You have to be online all the time, and the game is not designed to be played solo, and like all these other things. And yeah, I think that as far as the punching bag and just the unthinkable number of stumbles and bad decisions and rushed products and misleading marketing that they've done this year, I think they definitely take the cake for sure.
Sorry, somebody in chat said, I don't agree with your assessment on HOTS. It was not a joke game. Adanya says this. No one said it was a joke game, though. We were just saying it wasn't supposed to be an esport. Like, I mean, to explain the distinction to somebody, a game that is typically designed to be an esport from the onset already has like this weird thing because it's not going to appeal to a larger audience. Esports in general don't appeal to the larger audience, and I know they have slowly started to. And esports is becoming a part of even like cities in like America, for example, and obviously it's a huge part of Europe. Even in particular countries have massive esports scenes. But generally speaking, every major esport game did not start as an esport game. Again, it's a very simple thing, and it might not seem like a big distinction, but if you look at League of Legends, for example, it first and foremost was created as a game that was supposed to be fun, and then it became an esport. There's a little bit difference there because it's not created to be a business. It wasn't created to be a esports business, a professional business. It never had professional rule sets or any of that in the very beginning of the game, right? All of this stuff kind of came later on, and the community helped define what the competitive scene was. We said the best way to play the game is to support and an AD carry in bot lane. Like the community is basically the one that decided that. It wasn't like developers saying, so for each role it goes to... No, in fact, as most people will remember who played League back in the day, everyone just went to every lane. It was just kind of like random. There was no esports like rules or whatever else. But when you take games and you essentially force them to be esports, and in this case, what I mean by force is you take any of the rights away from other tournament organizers to make esport tournaments for those games, which is what Blizzard does, by the way. And then you wonder why the scene can't really grow, right? Like if you look at CSGO, for example, once again, a game that wasn't created to be an esport, but is a pretty good esport. It's a good esport because it has a amateur level, it has a like amateur to pro level league, and then it has a pro league. And then it has like the pro league, like the pro league, whatever league you watch, like Face It, E League, CSL, etc. Like whatever league you specifically watch, they have also leagues for that given tournament organizer. But let's say you and I have a team, we can go compete at Face It, we can go compete at this event, that event, this event. There's like we don't have to only compete at the quote unquote international, right? To use like a Dota example. There's no like, we don't have to only compete at the Valve big sanctioned like yearly events. Valve doesn't do it that way. Why? Because it doesn't really work for esports. People keep trying to make esports like actual sports. And I mean, I'm sorry, but we're just different. And it's very clear that we're different because people keep trying to do the same kind of model, which is what Blizzard did with Overwatch, which is, again, why I take issue with it, is that they essentially created this esport, even though many of us who were involved in the very beginning of the game were like, I don't know, you guys don't even have 64 tick or 60 tick servers yet at the time. They didn't even have anything above a 20 tick server. And you're trying to organize like esport events. Again, all this has changed since then. They've got a spectator mode, etc., etc. But at what point is a game going to become an esport? And at what point is it you're just trying to force a game to be an esport? And in the case of Heroes of the Storm, I don't have to give my opinion because kind of like the facts already back it up. You know, like if people aren't watching it, hence why they're not showing it anymore, it doesn't necessarily matter what the reason is. It just matters that it didn't really work. But I would argue that it didn't work because they forced it to try and work instead of giving it time to maybe create its own kind of community. Because creating one large tournament and hoping to do some big world, this is the world tournament. Remember WCG? World Cyber Games was like this big, like it was like the gaming Super Bowl of the world. It went out of business very quickly. Why? Because I'm sorry, it's not a one-to-one comparison between sports and gaming. It's a little bit different in some respects. Football has been around for 100-something years, right? Soccer's been around for hundreds of years. Baseball and these things have been around for a long ass time. Games are actually not that old. I mean, some of these esports are within our lifetime. You and I in particular. We've lived during some of these esports blowing up or not blowing up. And so the main point is that a game can be an esport and it can be forced to be an esport. But when it's forced to be an esport, there's a lot more dangerousness that goes into that because overnight they can decide, this really isn't worth our investment. Oh, wait, that's what they did already. They did that with Heroes of the Storm. Overnight, they can kill an esport, right? Whereas if you allow it to grow on its own, create its own ecosystem, get its own sponsors possibly, then possibly help it organize tournaments, which is what major companies typically do, then you'd have a much better experience. But for some reason, Blizzard, they don't like that kind of like mentality. They don't want it, which is weird. Again, it's totally weird because it goes against what Blizzard stood for at one point. But now it just seems like they just want to force things to happen, whether or not their community kind of agrees with it or doesn't agree with it.
Yeah, I think you have a good point there. And also, like, for example, a lot of the biggest esports nowadays evolved from the community. And the community, like, for example, Super Smash Brothers is a great example. That was completely community driven, completely organically created by the community rather than being governed and decided upon and micromanaged and patched by a company. And I
And
think that's a great
restricting
example.
people's access to it, right?
Yeah, and I think that, like, the reason why football and stuff it does so well is that nobody owns the rights to football necessarily. Football can be played by anybody. So if you don't like Super Bowl, you can do your own tournament. You can do, the Rose Bowl or anything else. You can do whatever the community wants or whatever your particular organization of events want. And I think that if you get too involved into the nitty gritty as developers, you can kind of constrict your community from growing or creating their own events. And maybe I'm thinking developers would be best to simply make a game that has a lot of those tools um, available, like spectator mode and different custom servers. Different options you can set for servers. Like what if the community decides that this particular feature is not good for tournaments? They can turn it off, or they can
Exactly.
minimize. Create the tools for it, and then let the community have it. I think
Right.
that's the better way of going about it.
And again, that's already been proven in so many other different examples. For example, the recent Black Ops game, the new
Blackout.
yeah, no, Blackout's the name of the BR version. Is it Black Ops 4 or 3? Sorry, I've lost track at this point.
Black Ops 4 is the recent game, yeah.
Okay, Black Ops 4. They announced like their, official tournament series or whatever. And the first thing that pros did was say, this map is not good for esports because of this, that, and this unfair measures. And they went down the list and basically critiqued the entire list of what they had given them. Why is that? Well, the pros know the game at a competitive level better, than the developers do. The developers understand the game on a more core level because they help obviously create the game. But when you're talking about competing, competitors know how to compete. Not every developer is a competitor. So it's like that's why sometimes it isn't a good thing to put the onus on the developer to create a competitive scene because they themselves might not even know how to do it. And I mean, again, that's been proven in so many different cases. And that's just a minor example of where the professional scene is like, wait a minute, no. These things are widely unbalanced. You cannot put these in a pro game because of this, that, and this reason. And the developer saying, well, we're going to keep these in the game. In this case, Activision is like, we like these aspects in the game, right? Because do they really care about competitive integrity? Probably not. They want it to be exciting, right? That's why they're keeping in these like abilities, these flashy abilities in the game. The pros don't want that because they're not used to that. But again, maybe they're trying to kind of make that the new thing. Again, it fucks with the rule set. It's almost as if let's say some new football organization pops up. They've got all of the money, but they say instead that we're going to change the rules to something completely arbitrary. Well, guess what? It fails, rightfully, as it should. Right. And that's kind of what's been happening, I think, in esports to some extent, is people are taking things that are probably fun and certainly enjoyable, but maybe aren't necessarily meant to be some super competitive game. And if it is, then let it become that and then help kind of nurture that instead of just trying to force it to be this damn esport. I mean, I hope that we get out of this mentality of everything needs to be an esport. It doesn't. Not everything needs to be an esport.
Yeah. And then when you get these like community representatives who say like, we're putting $1 million into this tournament and everything like that. And they just like throw that out there. And it's like, you can't just throw money at it and make it interesting for people. I mean, yeah, people want to make money, but it's all about the competitiveness. It's all about the game. It's all about the gameplay. Like if a game is really good to, really competitive, it will generate an audience. If people play it and they realize this has got a lot of competitive material in there, it will generate an audience. You can't just throw, millions of dollars at it as prize money and expect it to actually, because then they're just basically doing the motions to make the money. I mean, at that point. So I definitely think that if you get too hands-on, you can kind of choke and constrict a community that would otherwise take off. And I did want to not correct myself, or explain when I explained that I don't think Heroes of the Storm is a joke. I think that I don't think it was based on an actual joke. It evolved into a game that had a lively esports team for a while, or esports scene for a while, but Heroes of the Storm was based on a joke, bonus game bundled with StarCraft 2 called it was, I think, original Blizzard Dota, then they changed it to Blizzard All Stars. Now it was just a joke game. You can watch the original trailers, and it was tongue-in-cheek humor. It evolved into a real game, but I'm not saying that the actual game was a joke. I'm saying it was based originally
I
on
understood.
a joke. Yeah. But somebody in the comments said disagreed with it, but I was just
fair enough
clarifying what I said. Yeah.
Okay, I'll move on to the last negative thing we'll harp on for the podcast, and that's I wanted to talk about Clown Fiestas, but Fallout 76 kind of, I feel like, is probably going to take the crown in what's considered the Clown Fiesta of the year. So instead, I'll talk about some of the more worrying trends of the year, and so this category is most worrying trend of the year. And obviously, there's a couple options here. If they're not here and you know of them, you can feel free to mention it. But the first one for me was certainly about Kickstarter. And it's just like, when is this Kickstarter bubble going to burst? And is it going to burst? I almost feel like bubbles inherently have to burst at some point. How much, I guess, of a ramification that will create, I'm not entirely sure. But Kickstarter, for those who kind of aren't familiar with the idea of it, it's a platform, as is Indiegogo and GoFundMe and a couple of these other places, essentially where game developers nowadays have started to realize we can take our ideas and our team there with a less budget and hopefully find some way of getting our game crowdfunded. Sounds like a great idea, right? I mean, it's an idea that I wish I would have had when I was younger. Maybe I would have tried to create a project, but point being is it takes a lot of the power away from the publishers. And in this particular case, publishers are creating a majority of our issues in gaming. So that's a good thing, right? To get the positives out of the way. Giving people who don't necessarily have the monetary resources or even just outlook or publicity to reach a wide audience are going to have more success using a Kickstarter platform. The problems with the Kickstarter platform is that there's essentially no kind of there's no backup or security for the person who kind of pledges, right? Because it's like, what are you necessarily pledging on? Like, some would say you're pledging on a game. That's the simple answer. But it's almost like you're pledging more on an idea, right? Because at that current point, as you and I know, before a game becomes a game, it's an idea. It's an idea that somebody wrote down. Either they created a bunch of characters to fit this lore, world, or whatever else. They have a bunch of different people that work together on a team, and they create this given world and game. And that's what we end up playing, essentially, is all the created work, so to say. But ideas, obviously, on themselves don't make for good games. And that's typically because the difference between an idea and a game is like the game is the one that you can play. The idea is the one that they basically promise to you that potentially you could play. With Kickstarter, MMOs, and MMOs mainly have, I think, been suffering from a lot of this because of the whole Star Citizen thing has been reaching high levels of funding, but also just a lot of different MMOs coming out of the woodworks and somehow getting some level of funding. The reason why this is a very worrying trend for me of the year is because how is this any worse in some cases than pre-ordering? In fact, it's even worse than pre-ordering because when you pre-order, you can still issue a refund from your, let's say you buy a game through Steam, right? You can still get your Steam refund. But in regards to a Kickstarter platform, I'm sure you could probably get your refund, but does it have the same level of success rate, or is it as easy to do necessarily? That's where I'm a bit worried, is like, where is this money coming from? And are people going to want this money back when they start to not necessarily like the products that are coming out?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. But first, I'd like to clarify that I think you're talking about crowdfunding in general, not necessarily just Kickstarter.
Yeah. I am.
Yeah, I mean, there's Indiegogo, there's Kickstarter, there's various other, there's like
Kickstarter always unfortunately gets called Kickstarters, right? Even though there's other.
It's like Band-Aids, like not all adhesive bandages are Band-Aids, but Band-Aid is the most popular brand. But I would like to clarify that because I think actually Kickstarter as a platform has gotten better over the years. There is more accountability. There's more rules. Like,
fair enough.
You have to prototype. You can't just push an idea. You actually have to have a working prototype. quite often games actually have like a little demo attached to it. I think there could be more oversight since they are actually taking your money and taking a cut of it. They should have more responsibility, and even if they do have to take a bigger cut, just to make sure that people actually are held accountable for what they back. I think that would be a good idea, because I think that the lack of accountability is the biggest potential problem. I mean, not all things are going to work out, obviously, but there have been many cases of crowdfunded projects that just, not games and otherwise, just they just blow all the money and then split. I mean, it does happen, but I think probably the most egregious example isn't even the most successful or prominent Kickstarter. It started on Kickstarter, which is Star Citizen. It only raised 2 million, which is a lot of money, but it raised 2 million on Kickstarter, but it's now, I think, close to, if not exceeding 200 million.
It's exceeding.
Which that money, like the Kickstarter money, is one thing, but everything past that has been, they've basically created an entire business, a fundraising business about a game. And that's not even an exaggeration. Like their entire business is revolved around fundraising.
Right. Yeah. It's the stretch goals and all of that different stuff.
Yeah. And that becomes another monster in itself when your purpose is to, when like no company's purpose, company's product is money. Like every company has to have something to offer to gain money from. But it's almost like they're like, these guys, the CIG games, is that who they are, or Cloud Imperium? Yeah,
Cloud Imperium. Yeah.
They've almost made money as their actual business model, like the generation of money as their entire product,
right?
Which is really weird. And honestly, like I put this in perspective on a tweet. It didn't get a whole bunch of traction, but I looked it up. Theoretically, a game like that's funded by its fans has already gotten an audience, so you don't necessarily need to market to that audience. You already have paying customers, right? If you make the money you need to make the game, you don't necessarily need to spend a bunch of money on marketing necessarily, right?
Right.
That's usually half of the game's budget. So I'm taking the production budget. You can look at the entire production budget of Mass Effect 1, 2, 3, and Andromeda, and that in its entirety is less than the money that they've raised for Star Citizen. Almost like half. They've raised almost double the entire budget for the entire Mass Effect series. So this is no longer an indie project. This is no longer a small little like, oh, these a couple of guys want to make it. This is probably the most expensive game ever made. Probably. So the idea that we're not holding them accountable because of some weird, oh, they're just these little guys. No, they hire like 400 employees. They're a huge organization. So I think that the fact that they're taking all this money directly now, rather than through some sort of oversight like Kickstarter, is now probably the biggest problem. Because if it was Kickstarter could eventually say, hey, this is now 4 years overdue. Hey, what's going on? You need to now give refunds. Like this has happened before with other projects, is that when a project went overdue, or they weren't delivering on their promises, weren't giving stretch goals to the customers or whatever, the kind of it was like a mediator, in this case Kickstarter would actually be able to come in and say, hey, this isn't right. But I don't think they can really do that with Cloud Imperium, because the vast majority of the customers were paid directly. So I think the lack of oversight and the lack of accountability is the biggest problem with that.
That's a good point.
I love the idea of kickstarting. We've seen, I just mentioned Atom RPG. That was a Kickstarter that succeeded in their kickstarting, and they launched their early access version of their game the day of their expected Kickstarter release date, I believe, or within a very short amount of time of that. And they did early access for less than a year and released the game. Ideally, they would have finished the game by the time, their Kickstarter window was up. But I think the next best thing was they released it in early access on Steam, and then they got it done, and now it's a completed game. It's a 1.0. So I think that's a great example of how both of those systems, both early access and Kickstarter in particular, could work. But when you have these monsters that become gigantic black holes of money that and it doesn't go anywhere. I think that's where lack of accountability really shows. Like, with a publisher can say, "Hey, we need a game, or we're pulling the plug." That's at least some sort of accountability. I mean, we've seen cases like one of the earliest big Kickstarters was the adventure game with Tim Schafer. What did it end up being called? It had a really forgettable name. Um, Whatever that game was, his first big Kickstarter raised a couple of $1 million. We saw then that, like, oh my god, yeah, screw Activision and their bad decisions. Let's back Tim Schafer. Let's now that he's not constricted by this publisher, let's see what he can do. That was all of our opinion of that. And then, like, 2 or 3 years later, he releases half the game and starts selling that to be able to fund the next part of the game. For some reason, 10xing or 20xing their proposed budget wasn't enough money, and like we start to see, oh, maybe it wasn't Bobby Kotick of Activision's bad decisions. Maybe he actually had a point. Maybe Tim Schafer's not a good manager. He's a great game designer, amazing game designer, not a good manager. So I think that we probably need to look at that and see, like, maybe without any oversight or without any accountability, just funding millions of dollars to throwing millions of dollars at these people who may not have the best management skills isn't the greatest idea, because at this point I think they've probably spent a majority of their money that they've raised on Star Citizen, and honestly there's not really an end in sight at this point. I mean, they say that there's going to be something released next year. They said that 4 years ago. So it's definitely, I think, oversight and accountability and holding people to their promises is a necessity. But I still believe in the model. I just think that it definitely needs to have some reliable oversight and people that are actually going to do something about it.
My dogs are going crazy for some reason. I think that's a good point, because like I still believe in Kickstarter as well, and I will continue to believe in it. And that's essentially because without something like Kickstarter, I don't think I'll ever get the kind of MMO that I really want made anytime soon. Because I mean, when you look at these markets, it's obviously, it typically takes somebody willing to do something more risky to then attract the attention of a bigger company who then wants to do it bigger and better. So in this particular case, we need other types of funding. Otherwise, the only games that we're ever going to get are basically the exact kind of games that people want to monetize at the moment, which is kind of what we're seeing, obviously, with some of the games that are coming out now. They, in many ways, seem like almost rehashes of themselves. And when you look at companies like Amazon, or in this case, even Wildcard to some extent, and they're not necessarily pushing anything forward at all with their newer titles. In fact, in many cases, they just seem like re-releases of their older games. And in the case of Atlas, it literally seems like that. It's got the same old school menus in it. I think the early access thing is certainly a lot more worrying than the Kickstarter thing, because you made a good point. I think the Kickstarter bubble often gets attributed to CIG, but it's not a one-to-one kind of comparison. You can't necessarily say that they're necessarily the same thing. I think a bigger problem probably has to be early access, because early access, as I put here in my notes, it kind of strikes me as this like crutch that basically keeps working. And people keep wondering, why do more games keep launching in early access? We don't want these early access games. Well, apparently you don't speak for everybody, because enough people are buying them to where they're proving time and time again, maybe people do want an early access game, or at least willing to pay for an early access game, as long as it's somewhat comparable to the kind of game that they want to play. And so it's kind of like, my problem with early access is not in and of itself. I've mentioned that before. I don't think it's inherently wrong. I think the wrong thing that's been happening, and been happening more and more, obviously, with even big publishers and big developers, is they're using early access as basically its crutch to not have to get criticized. I mean, we've seen that in some games, like with Bless Online. I think it kept its like embargo for a certain amount of days until after, and so you weren't getting any reviews because it was like an early access launch. So they found some way to somehow bypass being reviewed on on Steam. I remember I was there during that whole thing. That was strange. And so it was this horrible game that essentially people who were playing it couldn't review. They couldn't actually leave a negative review. And so many of them, of course, wanted to get refunds. They would just get a refund, but they get a refund without actually negatively reviewing the game. So it's like things like that these are things that early access allows essentially to happen by nature of the kind of aspect, I guess, that it is, which is kind of like the nature of an unfinished game. But where do you draw the line with early access? When is it considered good, and when does it, I guess, get into its not so good territory? Would you say?
I mean, I've seen some great games come out of early access, like Darkest Dungeon was in early access for a while, and they learned a lot of things. They made some mistakes. They immediately took those mistakes and made those changes optional, so people could just turn those off if they wanted to. Like they did a great job. I mean, I think early access, and we saw like I think the Escapists and Prison Architect and other games that were in early access for a long time. They wouldn't have really been possible if they hadn't had those years of support and stuff, and they end up being really good games. But I don't think you can really objectively say, oh, those are good and Arc is bad, or Atlas is bad. Like they all took a long time, but they eventually became good. I just think that, I mean, what Steam up until this point has been taking 30% of the cut, and yet they claim no responsibility. They eventually added that little blue box that says, "Hey, this could never change past this point or never be finished." But I don't think that's really enough. I think there should be some sort of, just like Kickstarter has some oversight, and they only take I think 5% or something like that. They take a very small percent. Um, I think Steam should hold some responsibility for what they sell. I mean, if a game is broken or it's falsely advertised, they should take it down from their store. If a game is not being updated anymore, or the updates have been extremely badly received, or they're missing they should be able to actually set up they should be required to have a development schedule. If they're going to be developing it in the public sphere, they should have a development schedule, I think, and have it so that if they fall drastically behind their milestones, they should have their sales suspended. I don't think they should be able to sell anymore until they're back on track with what they promised to deliver. I think something like that, approaching that direction. I think, because I mean, I know everything's a lot harder in practice than it is on paper. Game development is incredibly complicated, but
Yes.
if you're going to be taking money up front, you then have to essentially answer to that audience. I mean, I don't think you should have to answer to every single player's critique, or otherwise every game would become a complete mess. But
Right.
if you say this is the game we're going for, and we need X number of months to get it to beta, and then X number of months to work out the bugs until its final release. And in this stage will be art, this stage will be features, this stage will be adding multiplayer, whatever. Lay out your business plan, and then people have a transparency and people know what you're going for. I don't think that's too much to ask of an actual company that's proposing a product. I mean, I think you'd expect that from people who are buying into a product. I mean, in a perfect world, I said that early access may not be the best idea in general, but at the same time, like,
Especially with the bad publicity just surrounding it, right?
yeah, and it could also kind of nerf your launch. I mean, how many games have come out of early access and kind of been failures because everybody already bought the game, or it's
Experienced it. Yeah, I know what you mean.
not really a big deal. But I think some sort of planning and some sort of accountability, like, okay, you haven't gotten to beta within Q3, or by July, okay, your sales of that product will be suspended until you have met that goal and are back on track, or something like that. I don't know, maybe that's too harsh, but I've seen too many games just kind of live on promises, Star Citizen, for years and years and years, or months or whatever, and not really not get anywhere, or like halfway through they realize they need to scrap their engine, or decided to take it to a completely new direction. And we see that with a lot of Kickstarters too. I was a backer of a few who just got completely morphed into something that was not promised, and then eventually dropped to only be picked up by somebody else, or just left. So I think that structure and accountability, just like, because these are $1 million projects, some of these things, they're not
Right.
small beans. I think that it's not too much to ask a little bit of accountability and a little bit of organization for multi-million-dollar projects. I don't think that's too outlandish to ask for that.
I'm in agreement. I think that it's a bit interesting. There's somebody in chat. I mean, he's affectionately called himself Trollface, but he's been essentially kind of a type of rhetoric that I encounter a lot, which is very much like, you can never ever blame the corporation. you have to blame people who are willing to buy whatever they make. And like that kind of reasoning to me is basically why this shit's in the situation that it is in the first place. Because it's so easy to say that, yes, everybody makes the rational decision and everyone always pays attention to the context and knows that everyone, that this game has done this in the past and whatever else. Majority of consumers don't think that way. Majority of consumers, as you mentioned, think, here's my money. Am I going to get X amount of enjoyment out of it? And so many of them, they don't care about all the other aspects that go with it, except until it starts to hurt their version of the game or their view of the game, which it's already started to hurt. So now you're seeing a lot more outcry of people not being okay with these kinds of things, because that's basically the only way you can actually start change, is by saying this is wrong. So should we do something about it? And then, of course, the next line of dialogue is, what do we do about it? And the simplest thing to do is to not spend money on those given games. Or as Cups and Lantern pointed out, early access is an investment. That's a good point. It is. Early access is almost like an investment of sorts. It's like, if you're a gamer, do you want to invest in a game that could be good? Or do you want to buy a game that is good, potentially? Obviously, most people are going to choose the one that is good. But they're a lot more willing to kind of go through and sift through the bullshit in order to get to the good thing. And that's kind of been proven by humans in general, right? I mean, look at our surviving on this rock, so to say. Like, it starts as a very kind of visceral and simple kind of feeling of like just fulfill this need or whatever else, but it obviously creates a lot more issues. And I wanted to bring up, actually, the early access point is just about finished, but I wanted to bring up something else. I don't think we need to talk about Blizzard losing its reputation as a worrying trend already, because we covered that ad nauseum. They are a worrying trend. And as for the push to mobile gaming, as I mentioned here, I don't really have anything more to add to that. We've talked a lot about that as well. Mobile gaming, again, in and of itself, not wrong, right? Nothing morally wrong about playing a game on your phone. No. But why does mobile gaming become problematic? Because it's the most used piece of like technology, right? Everyone uses their phone comparatively to your PC. Generally speaking, you're going to use your phone more so. You can use it to call, you use it for work, you use it for school, you use it for enjoyment, whatever else, right? The problem with the mobile gaming market is because it's so accessible that even kids can access it. And so there's been tons of lawsuits considering this. In fact, as I mentioned last time, Apple literally had to change their free to get, because games were essentially charging microtransactions. So they weren't free technically, right? They were free to download. So now they've named it Get. And so it's like some like middle ground in between. But point being is, if nobody said anything about that, kids would then continue on to keep buying things or downloading things on their parents' phones or on their phones that are free under the guise that they're free, and then potentially realizing that they need to spend more money. So the business practices, again, the problem with mobile gaming is that it can be very predatory because you're always on your phone. And what better way to make somebody spend money than to use some sort of energy or exhaustion mechanic, which essentially means you have to wait till the next day to play the game, or you spend money. And so what's more egregious than that particular thing on the PC? Nothing in and of itself, but you increase the level of accessibility. And now you have an issue that reaches far more people than MMOs can reach right now. Now mobile games can basically appeal to just about everybody, right? And that's kind of where the issues lie for me. Is that it's a market rather that's very, very, very easy to take advantage of.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like I said, there's absolutely nothing wrong with mobile devices, just another platform in itself. I mean, literally, you can play the same games you play on PC. A few of them are been ported over to Android or iPhone, and they're totally fine. They're great games. But
right,
the problem comes. I think the biggest problem that mobile game, and it's now seeping into other types of games as well, which is designing game design that revolves around business model, where you actually design gameplay mechanics in order to push more money. In order to get people to buy more money. You're not thinking about, would this design actually make the game more enjoyable? Would it make the combat more balanced? Would it make, progression more rewarding? No, this mechanic was specifically put in here to waste your time unless you cough up money. And that's the most dangerous thing I think we're seeing in games, where
Exactly.
they're like, we see it, we get people get caught all the time, like, hey, we just added a couple zeros to this settings file to make it so it takes 10 times as long to unlock that weapon you really, really want, that shiny golden weapon. And a lot of this has been documented for a while. I mean, a lot of stuff is as old as slot machines, where you see the box pop up and it like shake around and like,
Yep.
ding, ding, ding. And it's exactly the type of excitement, the exact type of slow delayed reveal as a slot machine would have. It's all based on like gambling and addiction, research and things like that. It's really kind of evil in that regard, but because there's some people that actually have problems, the people that can't stop themselves.
Okay, and that's kind of where I want to open up a little bit more of the discussion, because that's actually the point that I wanted to move into before our last section of the award ceremony, so to say. And that's the specific idea of how marketing can mislead you, how developers can mislead you, how publishers can mislead you, but above all else, how you can mislead yourself, right? And this is an often thing I see mentioned, like hand in hand with loot boxes, and people will often have this, I'm sorry, this is your opinion, but it's very elementary one, but they will typically say something along the lines of, oh, then just don't buy it. And it's like, I don't think you're understanding like how this is actually a serious issue for some. And again, as somebody who, if people don't know my history, my family has a particular history with abusive substances and addictions. And so that runs in my family, essentially. And what I mean by runs in my family, I mean specifically the genetic trait that essentially makes it to where I have to get a lot more enjoyment out of something to have a normal level of enjoyment, right? That's typically what people who have issues with addiction have. They suffer from that issue. They require more of something in order to get the enjoyment of it. And so imagine that person, right, is undiagnosed, because most of them would go undiagnosed. And they got this game for free. Like, let's say back in the day when you could download Apple app for free or whatever, like it used to say free. And the next thing you know, it's like, just like spend $1, dude. $1 and you can play the game again. It's like telling an addict that is the most powerful thing you could possibly do to get them to be a repeating customer. It's just like, come on, dude, just a couple more dollars. Like, and then look at these Clash of Kings or whatever else. Like, and I mean, you already brought up King themselves, the developer publisher, who, I mean, in many cases is the reason why I'm getting spammed by all of these invitations to join their Candy Crush game or whatever other game they have these days. Those games make hundreds and hundreds of $1 million in a month, right? King makes hundreds of millions of dollars. Would you then argue, let's say like a rhetorical kind of situation, but or a question, would you argue that what they're doing is wrong? Most people would probably say on a base level, not necessarily, right? They're not making anybody download this, right? They're not making anyone do any of this stuff. But guess what? That's not where it starts. It doesn't just start with you as the consumer. Like, I walk into a store and I know exactly what I want because advertising doesn't work on me. I love when people act that way because it's so silly. Because as someone who has been to school for business and specifically for advertisement and psychology, I took a class on that, for example. And nothing really strange about taking that class. If anything, it just kind of made my already like perceptions of things a little bit more, I guess, real to me. But, you know, very specific concepts. And I've mentioned these before, but you'll learn that for an advertiser, the best thing that they can sell you, or the best thing that they can sell to you, is the idea of it's limited, right? Limited edition, limited this. There's only this amount. When WoW or Blizzard says you can only get this mount during this sale, but then in the fine print says it could come back at a later time, they're literally misleading you, right? But to the majority of people, they might not necessarily notice that, and it might not necessarily seem like a big deal. But again, to use the own slippery slope fallacy that most people use whenever they have this kind of discussion, which is like, if you police this, they'll police everything. It's like, well, if they make money from this, why would they not continue to make money from this? They will continue to make money from whatever practice they found that's very effective at making money, unless people talk about it and unless people band together and say, this is not okay, this is not just. It's a bit strange whenever I see people kind of bring up that rhetoric where it's kind of like, they think that, let's say we walk into the Steam store or you walk into any type of grocery store and you're thinking about what you want to get that day. Do you really think that you're above marketing? Because if you think that you're above it all, you just fundamentally don't understand how business works, because majority of us fall for marketing in some sort of fashion. For example, me as somebody who really, very much, appreciates particular products and their boxing, coming from old school games, I love nice covers. I love like maps inside. I love really cool game cases and that type of stuff. So whenever I go to a grocery store, sometimes I'll buy an item just because I think the packaging looks really cool. And I want to see if the product matches what the packaging looks like. Obviously, it doesn't always, but in some cases it does. But those are particular aspects I like, for example, about a product. But that's advertising, right? That means advertising worked on me, is what that means.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we gone to like, oh, I know, Black and Decker. I'm going to get that one over the other brand I don't know, because I at least know about Black and Decker. It's not because Black and Decker is necessarily better quality. We are familiar with that brand, and therefore we place higher value on that. Obviously, they must be doing better because I've heard about them. Or getting the more expensive jar of jelly because they've got the Smuckers or some other brand on it. It's like that sort of association goes a long way. But more insidious than that, I mean, that's just brand recognition. But more insidious than that is like literally the free-to-play strategy is so horribly broken and terrible in a lot of games. Some games are not so bad when they actually limit you to what you can actually buy in a game, but when a game is just about gems or buying more energy or getting all those cool items you can't normally get without grinding the game for 1,000 hours, those games are quite often supported by like single digit percentages of the actual audience. And so you're making not just mobile games, primarily mobile games, but you're making games that are literally funded by addicts. And if you place the word whale, they call the hyper customers who spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars on a free to play game called it a whale. If you replace the word whale with addict, it seems a lot more sinister, but it's just as true. I mean, you shouldn't pay $2,000 for Clash of Clans. There's no reason to do that, but there's some people who do, and they make up for the thousands of other people who don't pay any money to Clash of Clans. So Cash of Clans. That's
it's basically what it should be called. No, but I mean, on that point, you're right. It's like at the end of the day, sure, you don't hold it against somebody who is necessarily like a whale, right? I knew people like that in MMOs who they had a lot of money, so they just spent a lot of money.
Yeah.
But those particular people, the unfortunate thing about them is that they are part of the problem, because they are what keeps supporting these kinds of business practices. I did a video on microtransactions. And funny enough, you mentioned it a little bit, but the most common form of microtransaction back in the day was an arcade, right? An arcade essentially was designed inherently, in many cases, to make it to where you lose. That way you put in more quarters, right? But as long as you got your enjoyment out of it, none of us ever had a problem with it. I personally didn't. I never had a problem spending more money on an arcade because it's like, I'm getting more enjoyment out of it, so I guess it's okay. But you see how that can slowly become even more sinister and start to become, well, it's not that we just designed the game to be more difficult purposely so you have to put in more quarters. Now we specifically make parts where you maybe have instant kill moments if you miss something. Or perhaps we change and rewire the economy to where now whenever you get those grenades, they're actually worth less than they were worth before. Right, these are other types of things that you can start to do. And free-to-play is like the perfect example of this. Free-to-play, to use a slightly political term, it kind of reminds me a lot of like the idea of like the free market.
Yeah, I
Free
was
to
gonna mention the
play.
free market actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a great idea. Free to play. You get to go in there. You get to choose how much money you really want to spend. Like if you just want to put $5 into the game, that's fine. That's your choice, right? That's how free to play started. Maybe you just spend a little bit of money. Maybe you spend money periodically. I've spent probably a couple of $100 on League of Legends, mind you. I've gotten way more in enjoyment for that than I have for those hours spent. But of course, that's because I managed to be kind of like what's the word, like responsible in that particular regard.
Yeah.
But there's other games where it can quickly get quite insane, and that's because developers and publishers realized there's things that you can do that completely change the game. For example, when Nexon essentially invented microtransactions or free-to-play games, what they did was made one of their small sub-based games that was going to die anyway. They made it free-to-play and sold like a very limited amount of costumes. And guess what? It was widely successful. So Nexon started to do that to all of their games in Korea. And next thing you know, a lot of other Korean publishers are following suit. For example, NCSoft, despite what most people think, wasn't a free-to-play company. They didn't make free-to-play games. They made sub-based games, Lineage 2, even at first. Obviously, Guild Wars 2 is a buy-to-play game, but that's technically made by ArenaNet, which is a subsidiary. Of course, there's other examples like Ion launched as a sub-based game. Blade and Soul was kind of like the first game they launched as just a free-to-play game, and I think that's basically after all of this, kind of change in the market happened. And the reason why I don't like the rhetoric where it's just like, well, you spend money on it, it's your fault, you're a dummy, is that you're essentially admitting that you don't think there's any conceivable way somebody can impact your perception of something. That's essentially what you're admitting. You're saying that there's no way somebody could change your perception of something. And I'm here to tell you, they can. And they do all the time, every single day.
Yeah, I mean, I to jump on that a little bit, I was actually going to bring up the free market and kind of why I'm for the free market, but at the same time realize that a completely free market could be very bad. Like,
Right.
I believe that if you have a product that somebody wants to buy that you want to sell, you should be able to sell it.
Right.
But then there's the factor that kind of why things start to get regulated in say United States, where like people would sell burgers with like bacteria and like diseases. You could potentially contract something, a sickness or illness or whatever from this
Right.
burger. We know that if we go to McDonald's, it's a 99.99% chance that food will be disgusting, but it'll also probably be safe for us.
Yeah, you won't die.
So
Yet.
it won't die. We may hate ourselves later, but we won't die from it. But the idea that there's malevolent entities or people that would sell something that either knowingly or potentially through their neglect or ignorance be bad for the person. That's why like we don't let people sell unsafe, tools or food that hasn't been kept properly or things like that. So there is a certain we can usually agree that we shouldn't let people sell unsafe food and
Right.
other devices that could hurt us.
Right. Exactly.
But and you could expand that. I'm very much about capitalism and free market and things like that. I think that helps civilizations grow, but at the same time we have to realize that sometimes people can be very bad. And like for example, remember the whole drywall thing from China where they would actually put toxic material in Chinese drywall and people got sick because of it, like lead.
Or how about
poisoning,
asbestos?
like
Asbestos.
asbestos. Lead used to be in hats. People used to go crazy. The Mad Hatter was literally inspired by lead poisoning in hats.
I've heard about that.
So things like that. We shouldn't let people sell those. And in a way, mobile gaming kind of fits in that category because you shouldn't put that sort of gratification at a cost. You can only spend a couple more bucks and get so many more gems, and man, you'll be able to play more and get that cool costume and just a couple more bucks, or spend $5 more and you'll be able to do a slot machine and see if you win a costume or a cool new item that you really, 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 really want. I mean, people have admitted like spending $2,000. Like I think one of the guy on the E3 or Game Awards said that they spend $2,000 on like a Star Wars pay to win game or something like that.
Yeah, one of those exists. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it's very predacious, I guess, in that particular way.
And it's like a disgusting business model where you have to get like 8 pieces or loot box, like 8 separate pieces to unlock a new hero. Like you can't even win it once. You have to win it like 8 times to unlock a hero or something like that. I forget which one it was, but yeah, I mean, it's obviously set up for, to take advantage of the people who have the money or, can't help themselves from buying that. And I believe that a certain amount of, responsibility for what you buy is definitely in order. But yeah, it's really a that sort of thing probably isn't good for people who have addictive personalities or whatever. If you have you know, I don't know the genetic side of it, but if you have a problem like that, throwing those things at people probably isn't a good idea. And even if you take away the whole market and addiction and everything out of that way, it's just a bad game.
But that's the other thing is it's not even
Yeah,
like if we're gonna trade in terms of like my
yeah.
money for my enjoyment, you're not even getting good games on the mobile market. And you're not
No,
even
it's
getting
just a
good
bad
games in some
game.
of these cases that have these really terrible business practices. And so it's like we're not even just complaining about the business practices, we're complaining about the business practices and the game shit. So it's like my issue with mobile gaming market is not that it's very inherently predacious, which in my opinion, again, I think it is. I think it's very
Yeah.
predatory. But that being said, I'd play KOTOR 1 on it. I'd play KOTOR 2 on it. I'd play a good RPG on my phone if it was good enough. That being said, is it going to be better than a PC game? Probably not. It doesn't need to be, though. It can fit kind of like a niche and fulfill a different niche. And that's why I think these games, for example, like Hearthstone, that allow you to play the game on your phone, it's a brilliant idea, right? Why not use it as an extension? Same thing with old school RuneScape. Why not play it on your phone? It seems like the perfect kind of game to play on your phone. But it's also the perfect kind of particular, I guess, electronic that is probably the easiest to manipulate because it's already manipulated. Your calls aren't necessarily private to you, by the way. Sorry if people don't know that. Your company, the company that pays for your line or you pay for your line, they have records of everything that you've said or said before, even if you necessarily, in some cases, delete them. What I'm trying to say is that this is an object that has a lot of power that people treat so flippantly. And meanwhile, it can create hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars for people in ways that we wouldn't necessarily argue as being very fair or whatever else. But I mean, really, to put a bow in that kind of argument, my biggest issue with that kind of thing is again, it's shout out to my friends on the spectrum out there, because I have some people in my channel who I talk to very closely who are on the spectrum. I don't mean to say this in an offensive way, but it's a very autistic thing to do, is to completely ignore social context, right? That's typically something that's attributed to the spectrum or particular range of spectrums called autism, right? Because it's a broad range of things. But generally speaking, one thing that an autistic person will do is ignore context of something. And so they'll just say, well, why is this thing wrong in itself, right? It's not wrong. Free-to-play games aren't wrong. It's like, well, yeah, in itself, it probably isn't wrong. But here are all of these other examples where it's proven in the past to not necessarily be the most fair type of business model, right? So it's like those types of people, I think, maybe are having those young thoughts that we used to have, where you think that you're so right and you know exactly how everything is, without taking the time to actually understand that. For example, even just like you said, even just looking at a person's mental state, you can already greatly change the way that they'll act as a consumer. Now, what if I could tell you, as a publisher or developer, you can engineer somebody to want to spend more money? Well, they already do that. And that's kind of where the problems arise, right? But anyway, to get to our last category, something less depressing, let's talk about some of the most exciting trends of the year. And there are some very exciting ones. For example, we were just talking about free-to-play. Why not talk about Path of Exile? They do a great job with free-to-play. They're very fair. There's nothing that you can necessarily buy in that game that's considered pay-to-win. And they don't gouge you at every single second of the game in order to get you to spend more money. I think that they deserve to be mentioned as a positive trend of the year, because although free-to-play, unfortunately, is a form of gaming that's, not it's unscrupulous. It certainly doesn't have the best reputation at the moment. Raf Koster, a big MMO designer, of course, behind Galaxies and Ultima, said something that I found very interesting. He said just a year ago, I believe, that the future will be made of almost completely free-to-play types of MMOs. That's his kind of, I guess I would say hypothesis. And he bases that off of how expensive games can be, how expensive MMOs have continued to be and only raised in certain costs. He did data talking about how much it costs for a megabit of data versus how much it costs to have a customer, and these really interesting analysis that I'll link later in chat. But essentially, he thinks that free to play is kind of like the future, and I mean, it's kind of been proven to be the future. If you look at it, subscription based MMOs, I mean, the only one essentially that works at a grand scale, only two I would say, is probably Final Fantasy 14, and obviously WoW is the biggest. But there's not a whole lot of other examples of subscription games obviously having that same level of success. But anyway, to bring it back to free to play, I just wanted to remark about Path of Exile because I'm happy that they do a particularly good job at that, and they don't get enough credit.
No, they don't. I think that Path of Exile is the fairest free to play game ever made. I mean, I can't think of it aside from actual freeware, aside from games that are actually free and will never ever charge you money. Like that game is incredibly fair. I think the only things you can buy are cosmetics, extra stash space, like extra pages, tabs of stash space. Which, if that's pay to win, then I mean, I don't know. That seems like a convenience more than anything. But yeah, I mean, they have like extra, like you can make your spells look different. You can make your add pets and things like that that are non-combat pets. So the game is incredibly fair in terms of that, completely optional. And I think that the amount of content they've added to that game post release is incredible. And I think that if more games looked at that model and tried to mimic that success, I would. If every free to play game was like Path of Exile, I'd have no problem with the free to play model at all. So
totally agree. I'm glad we can talk about that. The other thing I put on here is, it's a bit tongue in cheek, but it's kind of like the return to classic RPGs. Obviously, we've had a number of classic style RPGs launched this year. We've mentioned and covered obviously a bunch of them on the channel and even in discussions with you. But I would certainly say that it's good to see, kind of spanning a little bit into the prior year as well, it's good to see this new kind of I don't want to say new because it's almost like new. Like it's not new necessarily. It's more of like an ode, I feel like, in some ways. But I love how you're seeing both new RPGs. You're seeing old RPGs with like newer kind of like, I guess, features and kind of aspects to them. Like Divinity, Original Sin to me was like a perfect example of that, where it's like a game, you know, launched now about 2 years ago, I think, or about a year and some change. But that game has not a very typical CRPG style of gameplay, even just combat, right? And so that's kind of new and unique. I'm glad to see those types of things, but I'm also glad to just see games like I mentioned, Pathfinder Kingmaker Chronicles, where it literally just feels like a return to tabletop and a return to an old school kind of RPG.
Yeah, no, I'm super happy to see that because I mean, it seemed like the mid to late 2000s, the CRPG was dead. I mean, we were getting Mass Effect and you know, Dragon Age and Fallout 3 and games like that, and it seemed like the classic style of like really in depth, you know, skill driven, very tabletop inspired, you know, deep RPGs you could really get sink your, you know, fangs into were kind of gone for the more action. I've actually been trying to do a video for a while now, kind of defining RPGs and different styles and what makes them RPG. Like to a point where I could actually almost say, if these are the rules in the RPG, then these widely accepted RPGs aren't really RPGs, you know, by its purest definition. You know, I think there are a couple titles like that. But
a discussion that needs to be had. It's not one for me, so by all means, because that's like a minefield of conversation there. Because I mean, as you know, it's like trying to classify things, especially in RPGs. It's like I had random messages one time where the guy was telling me that roguelike and roguelite are actually two different things. They're very different because of this, that, and this. And I remember just being like, I had no idea that this even existed, that there was a roguelite and a roguelike.
Yeah, it is a different thing. Like people kind of use them interchangeably, but yeah, they are different. Roguelike are traditional, like if you move, everything else moves. Turn-based, you know, permadeath, no progression, you know, one life, one character, and that's it. And you start over, and it's exactly the same. It's like what a roguelike is, but roguelite can say, oh well, you know, if you die, you get couple extra points. You make your character better. Doesn't have to be turn-based, doesn't have to be, you know, it's a more looser interpretation, basically roguelite, therefore, you know. But yeah, I've covered that a couple times in different games I've reviewed where people say, "Oh, it's a roguelike." It's like, no, not really. But I mean, you can call Diablo's is like a roguelite, so to speak, and people would never really made that connection,
Yeah.
to rogue because it's very different mechanically. But yeah, it's interesting. But it's very actually heavily inspired by Rogue. I remember watching, I think David Brevik talk about it on
Excuse
stage.
me.
But yeah, as far as what we're talking about, um, what
Uh,
was our current topic? I
Return to
forgot.
classic RPGs.
Oh yeah, CRPGs. Yes, awesome. Yeah, I mean, Divinity Original Sin and Divinity Original Sin 2 is, I think, a lot of ways I probably kind of fall short on the setting. I'm not in love with the setting as much as other games, but mechanically, I think it's a brilliant. You take all the best things of a CRPG and modernize it for a younger, more expectant audience. I think that's great. I haven't played Pathfinder yet, but I've heard really good things about it.
I'm just happy to see like the different kinds of like flavor, because it's like for
Yeah,
some of us, yeah, maybe we want a more newer kind of AAA RPG experience. Those are far and few in between, obviously. But some of us just want the classic experience, whereas other
yeah,
people maybe want something that's classic in nature, but has a little bit more kind of updated mechanics. For example, maybe they don't like exhaustion mechanics or fatigue mechanics, or maybe people don't like, for example, in Pathfinder, lots of complaints about particular knowledge that they didn't necessarily know before. But Pathfinder Kingmaker Chronicles is certainly not one of those games that you'd play as like a casual RPG fan.
no,
You'd have to be a bit more of like a specific kind of fan. But that's kind of what I'm saying is I'm glad that there is games out there for really just whatever point at the spectrum or on the spectrum that you're on in regards to what kind of RPG you like. I feel like there's becoming increasing amounts of the old school games, but also old school with a little bit newer bells and whistles as well, which is good to see, I think.
no. I think that's probably the coolest thing right now. I mean, like we have to remind ourselves sometimes that this is the best time for gaming, like without a doubt, because even if newer games are absolutely terrible, which not all of them are, no, I'm not saying that, but you still have everything up to this point available to you now. You have all the games from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and everything up to this now. So you have so much choice. And I love that people are now embracing the idea that old does not necessarily mean bad. We were like the late 90s, early 2000s, if you made a 2D game, it was like, that's kind of tacky, that's old. Or if you made an old school RPG or an adventure game, you'd be like, why are you doing this? We make better games now. That isn't true. There's something unique and valuable about every style of game. Like you can't say that CRPGs are objectively outdated or objectively bad. Some people want that style of game where they can dig into, spend two
Yep.
hours, creating this crazy articulated party and
Mm-hmm.
spend, an hour long,
Excuse me.
combat session against the final boss or whatever with all these turns and stuff like that. Some people want that, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And in fact, there's tons right about it. And I like the idea that game developers are now free enough, and the community is now kind of open enough to the idea that let's play a retro game that looks like an NES game and buy it 2 million times, like with Shovel Knight.
Mm-hmm.
People are willing to actually buy new games in classic styles. Not necessarily. I mean, if it was all just nostalgia, I don't think they'd be doing as well. I think people would be
It
looking at
wouldn't
like,
be able to
oh,
last in that same way. No way.
no, no, there's something really fun about
Yeah.
a really just no strings attached, simple retro platformer, without all this extra, added on, mechanics and
Right.
overworld, or just make a really, really good platformer. Like I had an absolute blast playing the retro styled Castlevania
Hmm.
successor, something Bloodstained Circle of the Moon or whatever it is, Curse of the Moon. It's totally designed to play like
Okay.
Castlevania,
So hard as shit, basically.
Dracula's Curse. Really, really hard, really punishing, knockback mechanics where you get knocked into a pit by a damn Medusa, everything like that.
Is there
Super
checkpoints
fun.
in it? By any, or I guess randomly question.
Um, I think
My
I
brain's
think there's a couple
stopping.
modes.
Sorry, my brain's stopped. It's not working as effective as it
Oh,
should because of the sickness, guys. But sorry, continue.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to beat it if it was as hard as the original games. I played Dracula's Curse like a couple months ago, and I'm like, okay, this game's incredibly hard. But it was that style. I think they have a mode where it's like played just like the old games, where like if you die, you have to start all over, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Um,
Because
but
that was a big
this one is
marking of
definitely,
those old games, right? It was like
yeah.
basically the checkpoint was you died, so you start over.
Yeah, I actually have a video of the back burner. Probably, I don't know if I'll ever get to it, but it was literally called "Before Dark Souls," like it was called NES Hard, and games on NES were notoriously ridiculously hard sometimes. So
Battletoads wasn't Battletoads on NES?
there's a NES, and I think there was an SNES one too. But yeah, they're both really really hard. I mean, the original Terminator, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, even
I
the
played
Mario
those.
games. Yeah, I mean, those are really really hard games.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, I love the idea that we're able to enjoy new stuff and stuff that may not be uh more classic genres or whatever, but legitimately enjoy them. We're not you can tell the games that are made just to look like classic games but suck. I mean, those games don't usually get much traction
yeah.
because
It seems like a gimmick. That's the thing. Is like,
yeah.
I think the best way to put it, honestly, and I think we can both agree, is that there is two things in particular I believe to be kind of timeless when you look at art, but specifically when you look at video games. It's the story, right? The world, the lore, that can be timeless, and it's the gameplay. It's
Mhm.
what you actually do in the game, and like the perfect example I always like to bring up is, sure, if you go back and play Baldur's Gate today, without playing like the enhanced edition, probably a little rough to play. Like, I mean, I've tried. It's
Yeah,
probably
a little
rough
rough.
for the majority of people to play. Icewind Dale, same thing as those other sorts of games as well. They're a little bit hard to get into. Planescape Torment, another good example. Great game, but the combat not so great, right? And so people remember it by the gameplay. But why is it still recommended every time everyone talks about RPGs? Because of the story. And so it's like, if you can get the story or the backstory at least right enough that supports your gameplay, I mean, that's been a model that's been proven to where it doesn't matter what kind of style, if it's 8-bit, 16-bit, 32, whatever bit it is, people want to play it. If it has a cool enough story and they enjoy playing the gameplay, they want to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's been designers that said that, hey, if you took this game exactly as it is, update the interface and update the graphics, people would love it. Even today, like 20 years, it was made 20 years ago. I think Warren Spector said that about System Shock, the original System Shock, which now we're getting a remake, hopefully at some point. But yeah, I mean, some of these games just literally need to be updated a bit, and the interface, back then we didn't have a better idea of how to do interfaces. We didn't have either a better resolution screen to actually be able to display all this stuff, or we didn't come up with a great idea where we could just assign this to the mouse wheel, or
Right.
have a right click instead of a left click or something like that. I mean, if it's never been done before, you don't just have that as an option. People look at games out of context and say, "Oh, why is this so bad?" And it's like, nobody had the bright idea yet. Nobody had the technology or the bright idea to do this better. So sometimes just taking those old ideas, kind of like what Divinity has done, is taking the old, you know, sort of. They're not quite 100%. It wasn't like the Bioware Infinity Engine games, not so much. It actually plays a bit more like, I don't know what exactly the combat's a bit unique on that, but it's not, Pillars of Eternity is very much the old school,
Yeah.
Infinity Engine type game. But I like that what I liked about Divinity is that it's turn based, kind of like Fallout actually, or the other type of turn based, CRPGs back then, Dark Sun and things like that. But it presents it in a way where it doesn't feel archaic. It feels new, but it plays old. I think those are the best kind of games where they take the best of those, genres we don't necessarily have a ton of games of, and they just
Right.
update it to make it play better and more enjoyable to watch and all those kind of things.
Yeah, I think the main thing that I would say to close up the thoughts about the return to classic RPGs is just I'd like to see you do some classification, man. I think RPGs need a lot more classification. I think if it was a more defined field, and when I mean defined, I mean like literally there's like actual precedent and definitions to kind of explain what certain things are. I think that we would have a lot of very interesting like revelations. For example, a minor one I'll bring up, and then we can move on to our last our two talking points. Is imagine the idea you're doing a classic RPG. It was just on the top of my what was I just talking about? What did I just
We're
say?
talking about bringing
Oh,
retro
right.
games, classic games.
To classify things. It is kind of like, because until they get classified, it's hard to know really where certain games stand. And when I talked about the revelations, the one in particular I was thinking about was Mass Effect. I think Mass Effect is such an interesting story because of that. You look at the first game and you compare it to the second game, I'm sorry, they're just not the same core game at all. Like, they're very different. One strikes me as being a RPG with like action elements and maybe even adventure elements. You could even say an adventure game with action elements or RPG elements, depending on what your definition is. But then you look at Mass Effect 2, and it's just a clear departure. Like, it's very action oriented. I mean, everybody has like melee abilities, special abilities. The way that you update your weapons is different. You don't carry around types of ammo anymore. They're literally just used as abilities, which again, all action combat elements. But it often gets still referred to as an RPG. So it definitely. I look, I'm not the kind of person, as I said, to have those sorts of discussion, because I don't like to have those discussions as to what is what and what is this, because it's very, very a pedantic kind of discussion, because people would just disagree with you on account of, some very small point that maybe could be a good point, but it's a very particularly small one. So it's like, I don't want to get attacked by that landmine of possible problems, but I think it is something that needs to happen, because it's just like, can we say that all RPGs are equivalent? Obviously not, right? Many of them are very different in very obvious ways, but those ways aren't obviously known to the public, right? Like, it's not known how this game is necessarily different from this game.
I've noticed that a lot of modern games, according to like their official genre, the catch-all has become action RPG, which is a gigantic net. Like, under the same category, they have like the Elder Scrolls Morrowind and like Diablo 2, which are two completely different types of games.
Not even like remotely close together, right?
No. What
you get loot. That's about it.
Yeah. Morrowind, you can literally spend 4 hours just talking to people and negotiating with them, persuading them,
and creating your character.
creating a character, yeah, stuff like that. And Diablo, you'd be hard pressed to find 10 minutes where you're not, smashing a skeleton with a mace or something like that. Like, a very, very different types of games. But action RPG has become such a wide net where like anything but a CRPG is considered an action RPG. If if it isn't a JRPG, like that's such a weird net where I'm kind of drawing the line where there's sort of like a middle ground hybrid. I don't really have a name for it yet, but in my script, I've been working on. I kind of call it a modern style RPG. That's where you get your Dragon Ages, your Mass Effect, like that, where they have an emphasis on combat, but there are story. There are decisions, dialogue, branching story paths, things like that. Not as much as a CRPG, like Fallout or Baldur's Gate or Icewind Dale or something like that, where it's very much story based, free form, things like that. And we get a lot of hybrids. Like, you get games like what do you call Deus Ex? Is that an action RPG? Is that
adventure game is usually what people used to call it, right? An adventure game with RPG elements.
Yeah, it's hard to classify, because a pure adventure game has no combat.
Yep,
can
like
have
Myst
story and stuff like that,
and those kinds of games.
Yeah, and then you get action adventure, which is more like your Resident Evil type game, where it's got
Zelda
puzzles.
Yeah,
Zelda is probably the quintessential action RPG. But then riddle me this: what differentiates Dark Souls and Zelda Breath of the Wild? Zelda Breath of the Wild is classified as action adventure, and Dark Souls is action RPG. But they're very, very similar in terms of you get items, you build up your character, you fight monsters, the combat is tough, open world, things like that. It's very weird. The only difference I can actually find between those two, like objectively, stylistically, they're very different.
Right.
Objectively, you get experience and level up in Dark Souls, but you don't in Zelda. Like that, the act of getting points to level up is the only difference.
It's funny you mentioned that, because I noticed the same thing with many other adventure games, is that typically you don't level up, but you do level up in the sense that you get new gadgets, you get new gear, you get maybe like a new power or something that you can
Yeah,
use.
for sure.
But it's so funny because again, it seems like semantics, but it's a completely different kind of game. Even
But
that little change can be like a big deal, I feel like.
but it's almost identical too, because in Zelda you don't in Breath of the Wild you don't level up, but you get additional hearts after a
Yeah.
certain amount of progression. You get more hearts, you get more
Yeah,
stamina.
it's semantics, right?
So it's literally the same type of progression,
It
but
is.
slightly different in terms of execution. And
Right.
yet it's considered a completely different genre. And it's like, no, it's not really. But how do we define that? And it's so weird because people throw around different terms. I mean, just like the roguelike, those are more very specific. But how could two games that are almost identical in terms of basic game structure be two completely different genres? I don't share any genre. It's very weird to me, but um yeah, it's a discussion that I'd be interesting to look into. And maybe it's a pointless, discussion with just who, labels and stuff like that. But I think that if we were to actually boil down what an RPG really is, we'd probably find a lot of games that aren't really RPGs, because you don't have any choice. you know you don't play a role. You're given a character that says some things, but you have no control over it.
I mean,
A
if it
lot of
wasn't used as a marketing tool, maybe I'd be right there with you saying that in that particular case. I mean, the statement that you just ended with was saying that maybe it doesn't really matter because it's labels, but it's like it does matter because they sell it in that particular way. They say that
yeah.
Mass Effect is an RPG. They say BioWare is an RPG company. But I mean, you brought up another good example. You look at Dragon Age, and it's just like Dragon Age Origins compared to Dragon Age 2, compared to Dragon Age Inquisition. They're very different games. Even amongst all three of those different games, they have different combat systems. They have different ways to create and customize your character. Obviously, the second and Inquisition are a little bit less customizable in terms of options that they give you, because it doesn't have the whole Origins thing and whatever else. But even amongst the same franchise, the game isn't necessarily the same RPG. And so I think on the surface it might seem like it doesn't matter, but I think it does matter in certain regards, because the only thing you have going into a game is your expectations of what the game is and what it could be potentially. And the only way you really know that early on is how it's like communicated to you. So it's like when they communicate to you that this game's an RPG and you jump into it and you're just like, this isn't an RPG, you might not like the game. But then guess what? You play it again and you're just like, it's a good action game. And a perfect example of that, which I think is a funny one to mention, is SWTOR. Star Wars The Old Republic. I think, honestly speaking, I think it's a horrible MMO. I think it's downright bad MMO. I think it's actually a pretty good game, though. Like, for in terms of its RPG elements, I don't think it's that bad. I would say that it's pretty... Its best storylines are at least a B rating in terms of like what I would rate against other games. I'm not gonna say like I'm not gonna compare it like 1-to-1 like Baldur's Gate versus the Imperial Agent storyline. While the Imperial Agent storyline is like the best storyline in SWTOR, it's not better than other single player games. I don't think it's better than KOTOR, and I don't think it's better than KOTOR 2. But even that itself kind of like shows you some interesting bits when you talk about what kind of game it is, because that game is marketed as an MMO RPG, but it lacks a lot of the MMO aspects. So it's like if they launched it as Fallout 76, where it's just like, I don't know, some sort of co-op story game, I think it actually would have had far less negative publicity. That being said, they probably would have spent a lot less money on it too.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting when genres shift even in a single franchise. Probably, I mean, I'm sure you could probably pull the Mario franchise and see, okay, it's been literally every single type of game ever made. It's been an RPG, it's been a racing game, it's been a sports game, it's been whatever. But as far as like franchises that have gone, particularly RPG franchises that have gone way across the board, I'd probably say the Fallout franchise probably has hit almost every single genre. Fallout 1 and 2 were computer RPGs. Fallout Tactics was a tactical RPG, which is a different genre. That's like the XComs, that's like the
Right.
Final Fantasy Tactics, things like that. Fallout Brotherhood of Steel was an action RPG.
Hmm.
Fallout, and then when we get into the fuzzier area where we get Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4, and that's the genre. I'm like, it's not an action RPG. It's not a looter. It's not a looter, shooter or anything like that. There's definitely story elements. There's decisions. There's dialogue. There's skill checks. You wouldn't expect to have a dialogue skill check in Diablo. So Diablo is very much all about the combat. That's where I think action RPG resides. Like they call Witcher 3 an action RPG, and I'm like, no, that's not really an action RPG. It holds very little resemblance to Diablo. It's more of something else.
Well, it's barely even an RPG, and that as an example, because if a role-playing game allows you to necessarily role-play as your given character, maybe we also need another category for those who have PC characters already that you don't necessarily change or can affect in any sort of way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can. I think you can classify a game as an RPG with set characters, but I think you should be able to decide the direction of that role. You should be able to play that role. And in the case of Geralt in The Witcher 3, for example, or any of the Witcher games, you get to make his moral decisions. You get to say, okay, in this situation, I choose to take on this contract, and then I find out that there's these complications. Do I side with this person or do I side with this person?
Right.
And that's where you kind of get that role playing in, and yeah, a big factor of it. I mean, CRPGs, for example, quite often let you create your character completely from scratch. That's one factor that's quite often associated with computer RPGs, is you be able to create your own character from scratch. But again, that isn't always the case. Like with Planescape. Planescape, you're stuck with a character that's kind of pre-designed for you. I think you might be able to change his name. I don't remember, but he definitely you're set with a character. But that nobody would argue that Planescape Torment isn't an RPG. I think it definitely is.
Right.
It just doesn't have that extra layer of you being able to create your role, but you can play it. You can decide the fate of your character. So
yeah,
it's a very complicated thing, and I don't know if there's really a magical solution at the end or whatever. But I think that discussing it and discussing where we started, where we're going, would be interesting sometime. But yeah, I don't want to take off on a huge tangent. Were there any other things after the most exciting trends?
I mean, I wanted to a little bit touch on how the trend of classic WoW and classic MMOs still kicking, it kind of goes hand in hand with RPGs. Despite everybody saying, at least the rhetoric on Reddit is that RPGs are dead or MMOs are dead. I mean, clearly they're not. Like, obviously RPGs have had more of a recent resurgence than MMOs have. But I mean, where do you think RPGs were a couple of years back too? It's like you just said yourself, like CRPGs at one point were considered to be dead. Adventure games were considered at one point to be dead. We still don't really know where adventure games stand. That's a whole other topic for discussion. For example, I don't know if they're necessarily always have to be visual novels to be an adventure game, right? But point being is there's boom and bust periods. And in this particular period, MMOs are certainly on the bust period. But it's interesting, classic WoW to me, because it's kind of like, at first it was easy for Blizzard to kind of hand wave it and be like, you don't really want that, right? Like they said, like, you don't really want that kind of experience. And obviously people disagreed. But what I found most interesting about the whole classic MMO and classic WoW thing is that it's kind of showing the market, again, very similar to the RPG market, that it's not necessarily doing it new or different is better. Sometimes doing it the old way and doing it better that way is actually the best way to go forward. And in this particular case with MMOs, I kind of think that's basically what's happening, is people were kind of realizing, well, we've lost all of the sense of community and massive multiplayer online RPG from our games. They're more so just lobby games with, new expansion patches that we sell or whatever else, or packs. And microtransactions, whereas obviously old school MMOs offer more of that kind of like you're here for the long haul kind of approach. You're not here to just play for once a month for maybe a couple of hours. You're here because you really believe in your character, you really want to affect the world, you really want to experience the game and experience it with other players, blah blah blah, that sort of thing. But it's awesome to see for me, because it's like it's proof that I just came back from PAX Unplugged in Philly, and that's a tabletop event. And I got to see a lot of these people there enjoying tabletop games, playing with complete strangers. And I remember just walking around and I'm just like, what is so different between this and an MMORPG? The difference is the massive multiplayer online part. That's the main difference. So it's like, how can we condense this part, the RPG part, the adventure party, working together, building characters together, role-playing, dressing up as characters. How can we get this part into the massive multiplayer online game? And it's like, sure, it's not necessarily easy, but I talked to many of the people that were there. And again, many of them said the same things that we've kind of already been saying, which is kind of like, Well, the RPG market kind of slowed down in general too, and so that's why the tabletop market picked up a lot, because they didn't necessarily have the kind of games that they wanted to play at the time. And again, this is me being told this by very avid RPG fans who play tabletop, saying that, well, back in the day we had Neverwinter Nights. These days we don't really necessarily have anything that's equivalent, so we just play tabletop. And so the idea is that MMOs are always there. I mean, clearly tabletop is still a thing, and very prominently a thing in 2018, but it's just how can we get it on the same massive scale that we want to, with a massive multiplayer online game. And obviously it's not an easy thing to do, but clearly, as Classic WoW has showcased, maybe going back to other more tried and true methods, and then starting from that point on and figuring out kind of what did we do to kind of fuck this industry up, I guess in some ways, is the right thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, one example I like to discuss is Dark Souls. Dark Souls doesn't really do anything that the things that Dark Souls did wasn't, or Demon Souls, I guess, which was before then. That's the first one I played. But it didn't really do anything that new or different. It just went back to the drawing board and said, okay, what are modern, action focused RPGs missing? And the two things that I think they found were consequence and difficulty. That's literally all Dark Souls did, really, is bring back consequences and difficulty. If you die, you drop all your stuff. You drop all of your souls, which are your lifeblood for progression. You actually feared dying, and you could die easily because it's very difficult. And that difference literally inspired a whole generation of games that mimic that. I mean, we're still getting games that are heavily inspired by Dark Souls success, and
they're even getting called like Dark Souls like games,
Souls-like games, yeah.
Souls-like.
Because people can't come up with freaking new names. I remember when every shooter was called a Doom clone. Remember that?
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. But yeah, I mean, it's such a simple idea, but it works so well, and I think that probably why people are so excited about WoW Classic. I never played WoW, but people are probably seeing. I mean, I've read about the changes where they took away like some of these, consequences you'd have for dying, or for before you get like set back a bit. I think experience, and they kind of smooth over the experience, and by the time you're done with it, you have something completely different. And so I found it kind of detestable when these guys were on stage saying like, you think you want WoW, but you don't. You think you want WoW 1.0, but you don't. And maybe they're thinking about some of the bugs and issues and exploits and stuff like that. But I mean, obviously people didn't want those, particular problems, but they did want classic experience, the experience that they fell in love with. And I think that's another really big topic I'd like to see somebody tackle intelligently, is that where these online like games are kind of like organisms, and they evolve and change, and you can never quite get the game you fell in love with back. What if you liked season 2 of League of Legends, and that was your game that you loved? You can't ever play that again. Not easily, at least. You can't get. People were mad because they couldn't play the original version of WoW, which they fell in love with in the first place, which started this huge, gigantic franchise that's lasted 14 years. I mean, and it's kind of sad because, you can get the director's cut of Blade Runner, or you can get the original cut of Blade Runner, but you can't play, WoW version 2.4 anymore because it's not there anymore.
And there's been some recent, I guess, updates in regards to kind of how the government treats classic games. But in the regards to the MMO front, it's very early coming, because currently what they've been telling people is that you can have an MMO play at the actual museum showcasing the game, but then we're like, wait, but we're not gonna be able to play with anybody. So how is it actually an MMO? Well, I mean, that's kind of all we really have at the moment. They're saying, hey, you can have a classic RPG and you can play it. So MMOs are the same. If you can just put it in a museum, only people in the museum can play it, right? Like, well, obviously it's missing the crucial element, which is the people. So it's pretty early in that regard, meaning to do, the more classic style servers. But I also want to introduce a little bit kind of like the opposite viewpoint. Not necessarily opposite, but I guess a little bit of a critical viewpoint. And it's I see people say something along the lines of, oh, all these people that say they want classic WoW, once it comes out, they're not really going to want Classic WoW. And actually, I do think that there is a discussion to be had about that, but I don't think it's necessarily the one that they're trying to have. I think the better discussion is it sustainable, right? Like, is Classic WoW sustainable? I don't know, because what's the ceiling on it? We don't even know yet. Nobody knows yet. This has not really been done before in this kind of official capacity, so it's like, I don't know what the ceiling is. Can they make more Classic content? I mean, possibly. It's possible, right? But are people going to let them? And that's kind of where you come into the consideration of when people like their Classic experiences, they don't want anything to change in some particular cases. And frankly speaking, I've said that I'll play Classic WoW. I will, and I will certainly enjoy it. But how long I'll play, I'll be honest, I can't really tell you, because whether or not I keep playing the game depends on how they continue to handle the game. And if they essentially treat it like another progression server of sorts, I'll be honest, I'm not really interested in that. But if they find some way to, I don't know, do what we've seen with these other games, which is literally have a Classic game in Foundation, but maybe try and rewrite those wrongs. But good luck with that. They're going to have so much drama concerning that. So I'm really eager to see all of that. And I certainly think that there's sides to both sides of the argument of whether or not it's like good in the long term. Is it really going to be sustainable, or is it just another fad of sorts? I don't think it's a fad, obviously, because is PoE 1 a fad? Is Pillars of Eternity 1 a fad? I mean, it sold like 2 million something copies. It's a pretty classical RPG, so I think that we can safely say that in that case, like, PoE 1 was not a fad. It was a great success. But why didn't PoE 2 have the same level of success? It's not because RPGs are dying. There's probably other reasons there, but that's what people will jump to, right? It's like, oh, PoE 2 didn't work, so then that's why they had to get gobbled up by Microsoft, which of course brings us to our last point, and that's the exciting trend of the Outer Worlds. Now, obviously, we've talked about this before, and more specifically, I've talked about it on stream, but I'd like to open up the floor to have you talk more about it, because we've both covered the developers in question, but I haven't necessarily asked your opinion about it yet.
But buy it day one, pre-order right now. Do it. No.
There you go.
No, I'm looking forward to it. I don't think that either Tim Kaine or Leonard Boyarsky have really created a new IP since like Arcanum, if I recall correctly. I don't know if they were involved with Alpha Protocol. I don't think that they were around then. I think that might have been Chris Avallone's baby. But,
it certainly wasn't them. It wasn't those names.
Yeah, so this is pretty exciting. I mean, I think these are the guys who created Fallout. These are the guys who created Arcanum, some of the most vivid and well thought out and not just researched. Like there's a word, research in world building, where how can you research a fantasy world? There's actually a whole thing you do when you create a new world. It's actually like do research as if this world was a real place. Like,
right,
you're not researching the Aztecs. You're researching the Vendagroth, to see
archaeology for fantasy worlds.
Yeah, literally, and you actually create and write and do studies about all this stuff. Like, how would these people get food? How would these people, how would they survive throughout this particular war? Who survived? Where the remnants of those survivors are? Like, all this kind of stuff. So you could literally ask somebody like Tim Kaine or Chris Avallone or any of these guys that where were these people in this particular world, and you'd either have it written down in your notes or you'd actually be able to tell them it. Oh yeah, after this they were here and they had a hard time. They actually was a drought that year, and like the worlds there are so vivid and so ripe for I mean, people still talk about Arcanum to this day and still have a community for it as well. I mean, Fallout was bought by Bethesda because it was such a rich world to base games on. So I
wish Arcanum was more like digestible for a newer audience, because it's as you know, it's unfortunately one of those games that's going to be always talked about fondly, but it's maybe not one that people will actually go back and play. And it's a shame, because it's like the early aspects of that game. I heard a perfect analogy to describe it. You can play the beginning of Arcanum with like 4 or 5 different characters, and it's a different experience. It really is like it's a
Yeah.
different experience. I mean, especially as you know, if you play somebody who uses magic versus somebody who uses maybe like the Steamworks aspects or the steam powered science or whatever you want to call it aspects. It's very different because obviously they're very much against each other and very much at odds with each other. So if you're a spellcaster, people are suspicious of you, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
You do things they can't explain. Right?
They won't let you on the train. They
exactly.
might. There's this awesome screenshot somebody did. I ended up using a reformatted version of it for my video, and it showed how one single character in one of the first towns will actually give you 6 completely different reactions, depending on how beautiful you are, depending on what race you are, depending on what class you are. It's like, we don't need your kind here, wizard or whatever.
Right.
But if you're like a beautiful elf, they'll be like, be all nice to you and kind of, be all chummy with you, or whatever. Like it's really, really well crafted worlds, and it all makes sense. That's one thing that people really don't. That's what the reason why I don't like Fallout 4, and the reason I do like something like Fallout New Vegas is that Fallout New Vegas, they go through great lengths to make the world make sense. Like, you don't have a question of how these people eat. They have a farm right there. You don't have a question of who's in charge. This guy is, the sheriff and so he patrols and blah blah blah. You don't have a question of why are there, guns in the sewers. Not all these questions have been answered in depth, and they're classic RPG makers in that regard, and that they've really thought all this stuff really through, and they just didn't throw in something because we want them to launch nuclear bombs from guns. They actually thought these things through, and it was actually it's a mark of a good RPG when you can say, oh, so that's why blah. You can actually
it's plausible deniability. It's like at the end of the day, Card and I, one of my moderators, we talk about sci-fi a lot, and we'll always say like the beautiful thing about sci-fi is that compared to like actual fantasy, it's much harder to actually be rational with, right? Because it's like when you're creating a sci-fi, people are actually like, that doesn't really seem believable. Meanwhile, if I do a fantasy world, a dragon, everyone's like, okay, it's a dragon. Right? But obviously within that world, it still needs to make sense. But sci-fis or in this case, like a post-apocalyptic game, it's a little bit more difficult to do because it does have to have a level of like realism to it, right? Otherwise, it's just completely foreign. And those kind of appeal more to like the realist perspective, who maybe isn't like a fantasy fan. So you like the idea of like a post-apocalyptic world, which is essentially fantasy so far, again, but it's a very obviously different connotation and a different kind of fantasy.
Yeah. I actually have to hop off in about 10-15 minutes, but
it's good. We were about to stop now.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say I didn't really get to Outer Worlds, but I was just gonna say that yeah, I mean with the fantasy and stuff like that, I think that any world is fine. Any ridiculous thing is fine as long as it makes sense within that world.
Right.
Like you can say you've got dragons, you got goblins, whatever, but what happens to the goblins now that there's dragons? As long as your world is sensical and every aspect makes sense within itself within the world, I think that's the thing that works. Like if you all of a sudden add lasers to dragons, like, okay, why did lasers exist when there's dragons? All this other stuff. Like it has to make sense within its own universe.
Okay, I'll ask you one last simple question about Outer Worlds. Do you like that they're going for a more contained experience than a open-ended experience? Because I know that is a big talking point for the game.
Yeah, I know that's probably the biggest controversy about the game. I think it's probably wiser. I think that New Vegas probably fell victim to its scope. It was a bit too big to do within that short of turnaround. I know that they've got about 3 years of by the time Outer Worlds is out, it's had about 3 years of development time. Some of that with a small team, so that's not necessarily saying a whole lot. But I think that I'm getting more of a somewhat more open Bloodlines kind of feel from Outer Worlds from what I'm getting. Like I've seen the dialogue. They had intimidation, which immediately made me think of the different speech skills that were in Bloodlines. And Bloodlines had some more open hub areas, but they had contained missions that you could also do in different ways. And
right.
Talk about a game that could be played vastly different depending on your character build. Like Bloodline if you played a Nosferatu, you were sneaking through sewers and alleyways.
Right.
Whereas if you're Ventrue, you were like chatting up cops. You know, you were doing all this other stuff. Like it was a very, very different style play. So if they emulate that style, I'd be, it's not going to be like Fallout New Vegas, but it'll be definitely interesting. I think that Bloodlines really aced that sort of RPG, hub-based RPG, rather than super open world. You had the city streets, you had the different shops, you had the different revisitable areas, but it wasn't like you're wandering through the desert for, an hour or anything like that. So I think
Right.
they're probably somewhere between New Vegas and Bloodlines is where I'm thinking, and those are both really good games for different reasons. So I think that if they're within those two game styles, I think that'll still be really good. I don't have a whole lot of information other than some of the gameplay that they were shown. I think the gunplay looks pretty good, and some of the character designs and animations remind me a little bit of Bloodlines as well. Just the way it was animated, it must be Boyarsky's style, I'm guessing. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's definitely one of my my most interested games, the games I'm most interested in for 2019. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. I think it'll be, if they can nail that, then they'll show that, it's all about the people. It's all about
Right. Exactly.
actual developers. Brands mean nothing because it's a completely new world, completely new universe, completely new
Yep.
IP. But these guys, hoping and praying that they actually knock it out of the park and actually show that, people who know what they're doing can actually make a good RPG regardless of what brand or licensing they have.
Yeah, I agree. And to end up the discussion about the Outer Worlds, I'm actually excited that they're doing that. That they're going for a more contained experience, because I think that that's probably way more economical, but also probably better for a company like Obsidian to do in the first place. Because I mean, you look at their best games, and it's like, are they really open world games? Not really. They almost all have some serious point of narrative that they're trying to drive to you. And I think that that's totally fine. But anyway, to end the podcast, we've gone on for quite a while. This was episode 15. I'm your host, Nerdslayer, and this was IndigoGaming. Thank you for stopping by to watch it all the way through. If you did, and if not, totally understand. We talked a lot, so there'll be a lot to watch after on YouTube after I upload this. So thanks to everybody. Merry Christmas Eve to everybody, and then of course a Merry Christmas to everyone tomorrow, since I probably won't be on the online realm then. Special thanks, of course, to IndigoGaming for stopping by. Everyone, please say thank you. Subscribe to his channel if you haven't already. And if you don't like his content, obviously don't subscribe, but I would assume that you would.
No, definitely pre-order it and buy day one all of his content.
Buy day one DLC of IndigoGaming's channel, and definitely buy those really expensive microtransactions for the... Oh, wait, we don't charge anything. All right, guys. It was nice having you guys here, and it was nice having you here, Indigo. I appreciate it. And
thanks for having me on, man. Thanks. Anytime I'm available, I should say.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. That's pretty much all I have to say. So I appreciate everybody stopping by. As I said, have a good rest of your weekend and good Christmas holidays and all of that good stuff. See you later, guys.